Hi, good morning.
So, good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Dr. Hassan,
Yes, Doctor. How are you?
good morning.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum,
Hi,
everyone.
Dr. How are you?
How are you, doctor?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think that all is ready now. We start at 8, no? That's
Yes.
mean at 9 in your time.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's good.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, everyone, and good morning. You can hear me?
Yes, yes, Doctor.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want that I can start sharing my screen, or
Yeah, just let me introduce and then. Okay, so welcome all of you on the behalf of the organizing committee of First International Conference on Smart Innovation in Science and Engineering. So this is fourth track on the advances in mechanical and mechatronics engineering. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Fateh Basi. He's an associate professor in American University in the Middle East in Kuwait, and he has excellent experience in composite material and metaforming and finite element method. So welcome, Dr. Fateh. So floor is yours, so you can start your presentation.
thank you so much, Dr. Furqan. Let me just start sharing my screen here. Is it okay, Dr. Furqan? You can see my screen?
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see.
Okay, that's good. But just let me know, please, when I can start.
You can start, Doctor.
Okay, that's good. First of all, before starting, let me say thank you so much for the organizing committee for this invitation. And something going wrong. Just 1 second. It's fine. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. First of all, as I said, let me thank you thanks the organizing committee. Thank you so much for the chair of the session, Dr. Furqan Ahmed, the HOD of Mechanical Department at Dhofar University. And thank you also so much to give me this opportunity to be back at Dhofar University, even virtually, because as you know, that I spent, a long time there, maybe 6 or 7 years spent at the College of Engineering. And this is really, it was a very good experience. I left Dhofar University in 2018. Actually, I'm working as associate professor at the American University of the Middle East. The title of our presentation, it will be about the composite material behavior analysis for aircraft applications. Here in this presentation, just I'm trying to summarize the last year activities about composite material behavior, which it was done with me and some collaborators, such as Dr. Ahmed from Dhofar Universities, and I have some collaborators also from France and Tunisia. The outline of this presentation, it will start as usual by introduction, then we'll talk about the motivation of this work, the framework. In second point, we'll talk about the carbon fiber or carbon fabric forming. It's like a dry fiber, which will be like predeformed. Later on, it will be used for some structure parts. In this section, we'll present the material that will be used. We'll talk about the experimental analysis, and then we'll go for numerical implementation and some numerical modeling. The third point, it will be about another material, which is the carbon fiber reinforced with PPS, PPS reinforced with the carbon fiber behavior. And then we study the behavior of this material at 320 degrees, which is the optimized forming temperature. And then in second step, we'll go for the analysis of the same material but at room temperature. And this work, it was done at Dhofar University, the experimental part. And the third point, we'll discuss the stress concentration when we have samples with different holes and different configurations of these holes and how is the interaction between the cells. At fourth point, I will just present a part here, as I know the time is a little bit short, only 20 minutes. That's why I don't think that I can do, I can go in depth for different parts. But in section 4, I will just present a part of our activity about the impact of CFRP. This is the carbon fiber reinforced polymers and the moisture effect. In this part also, I will present some experimental investigation, and I will present the effect of moisture in this material. Then we'll finish with conclusion and some actual work that it's running. By the way, in this presentation, as I know that it's, I mean, the community or the audience are not all of them mechanical engineers. That's why I'm trying to make it more generic, and I try to avoid all this theoretical equation and the mathematical model that we are using them, especially for the numerical model, which are, let me say, in the backside of all this calculation. We start with the composite material application. Here we can see that in the first figure that we can see the evolution of the composite material or the aircraft structures. And we can see principally 3 sections from 1900, which is the up to 1950. Here you can see the aircraft or the part, it was mostly applied in woodwork. We have the second generation, which come with metal alloy. Here we are talking about the steel and the aluminum alloy. In this, it was from 1950 up to, let me say, 20 or a little bit even before 2020. And in the real time, or actually we are working in high speed structure, and this, it needs very specific attention or more attention in the behavior of the material. Each material we need to select. Maybe we'll work with this classic composite material, which actually are used a lot in the aircraft structures, but we need to go also for maybe even more advanced, like this 3D print of the composite material, etc. If we look for the percentage of use in of the composite material in the different application, we can see around 68%, which is a huge percentage. It's used by the commercial aerospace, like Airbus company, Boeing, and all this, it's to manufacturing the aircraft structures. We can see around 19%, which is used in defense applications, and around 30% or 13% is only for this wind energy, like this big turbine that is used in industry, some application in automobiles. If you look for a specific application here in the airplane or the new aircraft structures like Boeing 787 and Airbus A350, you can see in the Boeing that the percentage it reached almost 50% composite. And if you see the fuselage of this airplane, it's almost all blue, which is the carbon laminate. For the Airbus product, A350 are using more than 50% of the structure from composite material. And this is really, this is, by the way, this airplane are considered relatively new, and you can see the huge percentage of composite in this kind of product. As future application, maybe this Hyperloop project, as we know this, it will be very high speed, maybe more than 1,000 or 1,200 kilometers per hour. And this, surely it needs a very strong structure in case of crash or any accident, but also it should be very light, as we are looking to go for very high speed. And this is a very good, or the composite material can be very good candidate for this kind of application. The second motivation point, and then we'll talk about the stress concentration. Maybe I need to go a little bit quickly. 20 minutes if we finish and we are still here. But some noise is coming. Sorry, I think
سمية معها مؤتمر.
Mr. Yasser, if you can mute yourself, please. Mr. Yasser, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Here I'm saying that the aircraft structures we can, this photo I took it during my last trip. It was in last February, just before this COVID-19. And just I took photo here, you can see a lot of rivets in the structure. Even this is a metallic material, but even if you are moving to a composite structure, sure that we need a lot of holes that it will be in the final structure. And this, it will generate some problems like stress concentration, and we need to optimize it, or we need to try to estimate the exact stress value to avoid this high stress concentration, and this can generate directly fracture, as you see here. I mean, when we have a lot of holes interacting together, and we have a microcrack, this microcrack, it can propagate quickly between these holes, and that's why in one of the study we are presenting the interacting hole, and we did this stress concentration analysis. Here you can see another structure which is manufactured from the same material that we'll study. This is carbon PPS and contains different holes. Here maybe relatively are far from each other, but in some other structure the holes can be very, very close, and this it can generate some problem if are not optimized. When we say optimized, that means the dimensions, the inter-hole distance, the orientations of fiber, and all these points we try to study them in this, to present them in this study. The third point, which is the impact or the damage, you can see here a very nice car, this Lamborghini. It's manufactured from carbon fiber reinforced polymers reinforced with carbon fiber. This cars, it can go, why I'm presenting it, because it's close to the airplane applications, because when we see here the acceleration in 2.5 seconds, it can go, or it can reach 100 kilometers. But you can see also here it's damaged. When we get accident or crash, you can see a lot of damage in the structure. And I think that it's required to do a lot of analysis before going to manufacturing of this kind of product. Here for the airplane also, you can see the crash with burst that it can generate a big damage in the airplane structure. And this, it represents the motivation for the third part that will be presented in this work, which is the impact. The framework, we try to analyze the behavior of fabric to be used as a preformed composite structure. As we know, the fabric, it will be pre-deformed, and then we'll put the resin or the matrix in several application. But in some other companies are saying this, it will take time, and want to go for automatic process. And this, it need to convert or to put the material, the composite material like sheet metal, but we'll do the metal forming at hot temperature, which will be done in the second part. And the third part, we'll talk about the analysis of stress concentration, critical situation areas here, problems when we have two holes which are proximity in the structure, which are closed, and this, it will generate interaction between the two stress generated around the holes. The third part will be the impact analysis of composite structure in their severe condition. When we say severe condition, here is the agrothermal effect. Let us start with the first material, which is the 48600C. And this material, it was used with by one of my students in PhD. This material was offered by Nimtech company in France to do the study about this material, because this material, it was required to manufacture some structural parts. Even we don't know for whom this structural parts, because this Nimtech, it worked with all these aeronautical companies making design and a new product for them. The objective of this study will go for the material characterization and determination of the model parameters, formulation and description of the hypoelastic and hybrid model, identification of nonlinear stiffness and shear. Then we'll go for validation of the implemented model. And I mean, behind this work, we have a lot of numeric or big numerical parts, which is the implementation using ViewMath in Abacus software. And all this, it was done and validated by experimental work. You can see here the experimental setup that it was used. I think that it's very complicated, especially for mechanical engineering guys. I think that you know this step when we characterize the dry fiber, it's a very complex process. to fix them or to fix the material and to track the displacement, and especially when we are looking to track the angle deformation, because this is not a material like a composite material with fiber and matrix. It's only fiber, it's only fabric. And the objective here to detect the maximum shear point that we can reach it, or the maximum angle without starting wrinkling. You can see here we are putting two cameras in front, and we are putting some points here using marker. And the objective is to use Aramis software, which is a digital image correlation software. But here the application will be a little bit different, just to track the angles or the points to calculate the shear angle in real time when we are applying the load. You can see the results here. This is the loading in two directions, in this direction and this direction of the material. And here, this is for bias test. That's mean the fiber are oriented plus minus 45 degrees. Here, just I'm presenting roughly the method that we are using. This is the interface of Aramis software. We can see here the different points are analyzed by the software, and he's able to give the coordinate or the 3D coordinate of each point. And this, later on, it will be used to calculate the shear angle. And here, this is the modeling, let me say, of the material with, or the geometrical modeling, showing the different zones like A, B, C. And here in different zones, we can see completely a shear model. Yeah. When we did the test, we are trying to analyze this shear behavior or the angle variation during the test. We can see three phases. The phase one, where the force is very small here, the force variation, and also is linear. And this is the part or the section where the fibers start rotating and move freely without any constraints. The second phase, here you can see that the shear, it become more rigid, and here the fiber are starting contracted. The third phase, from this angle, or we can say that 38 is the lock up, is the close, and then if we continue loading here, it will be more complicated, the load, but even also we can reach wrinkling if we keep loading our material after this maximum shear angle. A question it can be asked, why we are doing this? Because the objective for this company are to is to manufacturing or to predeform the fabric, and after that he will put the resin on top. To prepare this predeforming section, we need to avoid all the wrinkling issues that can happen, especially when we have a very small radius. We have a theoretical equations here. It was identified to show the calculation of the shear force versus the shear angle. And here we are just comparing the model that we are developing it with the experimental, and just we are trying to feed them properly, because later on this model, it will be used in the numerical modeling. Here I will go quickly, but this is the formulation that it was used in the backside to be implemented using ViewMat. You can see here we are using some connectors. We can say that non-linear connectors. This is the shape of these connectors, how are connected. This is the RV, we can say. This is the small elements. And here we have connectors. This connector's length is constant, but we can get some rotation here in the material when we are applying loading. And all this, it was modeled by mathematical equations and implemented to describe the discretization in the finite element software. Here you can see the flow chart that it was used for the implementation of all this in Abacus software using ViewMat through subroutines. It was written in Fortran. And in this slide, I'm showing, or in this figure, I'm showing some results that it was obtained when we did a tensile of a sample with length 150 millimeter with 50. You can see here that the shape, it's giving exactly the same shape that, or the same shape that it was obtained experimentally. After this, when we did the characterization, the implementation, and we are sure that the numerical model, it gives approximately the same result in tensile test with the experimental, what we did, we are going for real applications, and the most known application that you can use it for this kind of deformation and to estimate the block angle, the maximum shear angle, and all this, it's hemispherical shape. Here, this is the experimental investigation. We are taking the same material, but we are deforming it with hemispheric shape or hemispheric tool. This is the punch with diameter 50 millimeter, the radius, die radius 55.4, etc. This is geometrical parameter that it was used for our tools. And also we are putting, or we did some mark here that we are surveying them during the experiment to see how this angle are variating in the experimental process. And this one is the prediction. At the same time, we did the parametric study. I'm not presenting all of them, but we did a parametric study of the different parameters that can affect our process, like the friction, like the Blanc-Calder force, like the bench force, and all these parameters are studied to see the influence in the shear angle. Here we are presenting the outline of our initial blank, how it was. The red one is the experimental part, and the blue one is the simulation or the numerical modeling. And you can see here the similarity between the two results. And this numerical model, we can show also the correlation between a paraelastic model and here discretization model, or we can say hybrid model. The hybrid model, it fits much better with the experimental results. The objective of all this work, to summarize, it was like this: to predeform the woven, and then the next stage or the next step, after predeformation of this woven, like dry fiber, we need to put the resin, and finally, when we put the resin, we will get the real structure. But the question here, it can be asked before putting the resin: is it really the optimized shape without any defect, without wrinkling, without misorientation of fibers? This is the most important point, and that's why we did this study. Let me now move to the second point, which is the carbon PPS, where we'll go for experimental analysis. You can see here the carbon PPS. It's composed by 3 layers. The initial thickness of this material, it was 1 millimeter, and the structure or the strategy of this material is 5-harness satin. Before starting even, we did the test to see the thermal behavior of this material. And why we did this? Just to find the optimized temperature of metal forming. Because the objective, the companies what are thinking, this process, it takes so much time. And the idea, if we can get like a plate of material, and then we did the forming at hot temperature. The temperature of vitreous translation for this material is around 90 degrees. The melting point for this PPS is 285. But the degradation temperature, which is, we cannot exceed it, is 350. And the optimized forming temperature is 320 degrees. In order to avoid the degradation of the mechanical properties, what we can do when we go for culling, after forming, we can keep our parts 2 minutes around 220 degrees just to get the initial structure back of this matrix. To analyze this material, we are using equibiaxial tensile test. But with this tensile test, we are using the DIC technique. Why? To measure the strain or the distribution of deformation in the central part of this specimen. I don't know if some of you have some idea about this DIC, which is available actually at Dhofar University, and this is one of the good things in the workshop that we did it in 2017 or 16. We got this equipment and are very used actually by industry everywhere, especially to characterize material or to measure the strain. It can go from very small deformation up to very large deformation. Here, this is the equation that can be used to correlate 2 points. The principle of this method just to put a band, to put a band or gray and black, like pattern in the surface of the sample. It should be randomly. And then we follow using the software. We try to catch each point, how it moves. And from that, we will measure the strain. Here we can see our samples. This is the optimized geometry of this equibiaxial sample or biaxial sample test. It was cut in this shape. And then we are putting this band. This is the preparation of the sample. We are putting this band black and white on the surface to get this random shape, which is used later on for the calculation of the strain. And this is the tensile sample. We did the test in different orientation, as you see, from 0, 90, 30, and 45, 60, just to see the behavior of the material in the different orientation. Here you can see the experimental setup. We have this equibiaxial or biaxial tensile machine, which is available actually in Toulouse, in France. In front, we are putting the 2 cameras. These 2 cameras are equipped with light source to make the area here or the central area with light to be able to get the measurement without any reflection. And at the same time, we are putting infrared camera to measure the temperature. And when we are sure that the temperature here is, because we are putting heating system, when we are sure we are around 320 degrees, we can start our testing. You can see some results here. You can see that the material is become like very ductile material because we are doing this temperature forming at very high temperature. And this is the main objective when we have this material, because the idea is just to put this matrix almost fluid, and then the fiber can move inside as we want to get the final shape. Here we can see the deviation of the angle. It was here and it moves up to this shape, and all this, it was measured like this shear angle. And when we have, or when we reach this maximum limit of shear angle, as you know, that we can go for wrinkling in the final product. And this is one of the issue in this kind of process. You can see here that the displacement, it can reach even around 14 millimeter for 45, or when we are in 45 degree. And this is the result of this test. All this, it was used later on to characterize the material. And this characterization, it will be used in the finite element modeling. This is the result of biaxial test. And here we are using equibiaxial test. We are applying the same load in 2 directions. You can see this one is the sample when the fiber are oriented with 45 degree, and here it's 0 degree. We are putting the fiber aligned with the loading axis of this machine. You can see here, this is the 2 direction, weft and warp loading versus displacement. And after that, when we characterize the material, we develop the numerical model of this equibiaxial test. And you can see here that we are able to predict the damage of the material very closely to the, or with very good correlation with the experimental result. And this is the main objective of this study. By the same time, with this study in 320 degree at hot temperature, we did this analysis at room temperature. And this work, it was conducted at Dhofar University by some master students. And this, it was about the characterization of the same material at room temperature. As I said, this is our tensile machine, which is available in the workshop. And here, this is the camera that we are using them to measure this displacement. Maybe you can see here, this is the zoom out of this camera, how are placed in front. We have 2 softwares. One software is to manage the camera and the acquisition of the images. Then later on, it will be analyzed, which is equipped with 3 software. It's called, VIC3D software. It's like correlation or image correlation software. And we have another one to control our machine. But before going to the experimental test, what we did, we prepared the samples. And the samples, it was cut with water jet. You can see here the water jet machine, how we prepare the sample, because we need to avoid any problems around when we are cutting it, because some people are saying that we can cut it easily, material, it's not very hard, etc. But the issue, if we have small crack, for example, here, and this, it will generate later on the fracture of the composite, then the fracture, it will come from this initial crack and not from the material behavior. And at the same time, here we did the, as we said, we did the tensile test for the normal sample, but we did it for sample with hole. And the holes here, we are trying to look for the different configurations, like 2 vertical hole, 2 horizontal hole, 45, and also we did even 22.5 degree. You can see here some results. This is the correlation process, how it was done. And why I'm presenting this figure, I presented the principle, but here I'm showing it just to see that this pixel size or this speckle, it's very important. Then we need to have this GIL, which is called this subset size. The used or the subset size used in this calculation, it was 29 pixel. The advantage when we use 29 pixel, we can get more speckles inside, and more speckles inside this, it will simplify the correlation of our images. Here we have the 2 camera, left and right, because we are using 3D or what we can call it stereo correlations. And as I said, this size of the element or the size of the subset is one of the most important parameters that it can affect the quality of the strain distribution or the final result. Here just to show the post-processing, the distribution of the displacement when we are applying this load. And in this case, we are showing for the 2 cases, horizontal hole and 45 degree, how is the distribution of strain during the process. Starting from 0.07%, as I said from the beginning, with this DIC, we can go for very small deformation up to fracture. Here, to get the fracture, we need to put initial point from both sides. Otherwise, directly the correlation, it will go only from, for one, only for the area, where is it? I mean, from one side. The second graph also, I'm presenting the results for 45 degree. And here we can see clearly how is the stress concentration around or strain concentration around the holes. To verify later on our modeling the objective finally to get numerical tool in our hands to be used to predict the experimental phenomena that we are observing it here. We developed a numerical model using Abacus software. And one of the good things that this hashing software, it's not available in Abacus in 3D. Here we are implementing it using a ViewMap. We did all the programming part in the backside, and now it's working very well. We get very good correlation between experimental and numerical results. You can see here, this is our material with thickness 1 millimeter. And you can see, as I said from the beginning, that we have 3 layers. We are putting a cohesive element between these layers with thickness 0.03 millimeter. And we are positioning the holes in different scenarios that we have. As I said, that 1 hole in the center, 2 vertical, 2 horizontal, and 45. Here I'm presenting only the 45 degree, but we did all of them. And we are putting very fine mesh in the middle just to see, because this is for us, this is the most important area to see all the behavior of the material in the central part. This is the principle of hashing model, how the damage it can be. It can be like our fiber, it will be broken in 2. It can be cut or damaged in this direction. It can be damaged in this direction, or we can get both of them like cross here. And all this, it was modeled by mathematical model, which is implemented using a ViewMap in Abacus. And here you can see the correlation between experimental and numerical results. In this figure A and B, this is the DIC results. But all this, it was modeled by finite element tool. You can see here the shear angle or the shear strain, sorry. And here we have this injection loading or the strain in the direction load. And we get a very good similarity between the results. Also, we are trying to explain the mechanism of this fracture, how it happens. We are just zooming the part here around the hole when it starts to crack. And this, it will start directly with, you can see maybe even the damage in the matrix, but this, it will not do anything before reaching the crack of the fiber. And that's what we observed after microstructural analysis. I mean, the main part here when we reach the crack or the breakage of the fibers, then we can see after that the delamination and the continuous damage of the matrix up reaching the final fracture. This is the 3 steps, but it will start, as I said, maybe it will start with matrix damage, but this it will not affect the whole samples before reaching the fracture in the fiber. You can see here the 3 steps, which are modeled also with finite element tool. And here we did some analysis using a microscope, which is available also in the workshop. Then you can see here how is the breakage of the fibers. You can understand the process, how the fibers are broken in different directions, especially in the loading direction. And we can see also the delamination. I will show it later on. And here we can see, or I can predict the delamination with numerical tools. This is inside, which is the cohesive elements. This is the fiber breakage, but this one, which is here with red color in the thickness of our part, this it represents the delamination of the cohesive element between 3 layers. This is the correlation between experimental and numerical results for the different scenarios. You can see that when we have 2 vertical holes, the values are very similar. Here you can see the strain distribution for the different 4 cases, vertical, 45, only central hole, and the 2 horizontal hole. And also we are comparing the fracture pattern for different cases, and a very good similarity it was observed between the experimental and numerical results. The results, this it will appear maybe very soon in one of the very good journals in Elsevier. Here you can see the microscopic analysis also for the different cases. As I said, this is 1 hole, but you can see here, this is the double hole, when we can see the fracture between the 2 elements or the 2 holes with this stress concentration. Here you can see for the vertical holes, it will become back to the 1 central hole. And here we have the 2 holes in 45 degrees, and then we can see the damage mechanism in, or the fracture mechanism in the around the 2 holes. We did also after the validation of all this model, when we said that everything is working well, what we did, we can go for application of this 3D modeling just to predict the other scenarios that we are not doing them experimentally. And here we are going even for 22.5, 67.5 or 67.5, where we can see the maximum, you can see here the maximum stress concentration are different than the others. And here we are sure that the results are good enough because the model was validated with the experimental data from the beginning. Also here we can see, and this slide just to show the importance of this DIC, even though the fiber are in the matrix, but you can see here very clear how are our fibers during the loading process here just before deformations. Here one just it start the shearing because the fiber will start moving because here the fiber are oriented plus minus 45 degree. And in this image, you can see very clear the localization of deformation here. And this, it will go directly for the step after, in very short time, it will go for the fracture. And all this, it was observed in the numerical modeling. And here just we do more quantitative variation between, because maybe here you can see that it's qualitative. Here we are evaluating the force displacement for both of them, numerical and experimentally. You can see that it's very good correlation, especially before reaching the damage of the material. Here, as promised before, we can see the delamination of the material. This is the fracture area. And you can see here that we have a delamination between the different layers, which is observed also in numerical model. And this is the advantage when we go for solid modeling, because we can say that the machine is available actually in Abacus, but it's available only for shell element. But for shell element, you will not be able to see all this delamination. That's why we implemented it for the 3D model. All the study, it was done in macro scale, but also we are going for micro scale to more understand what it happens inside in this fiber. And here, if you are zooming the fiber, you can see the damage, how it's it. I mean, it's a very complex process in the matrix and the fiber. And all this, it was modeled in micro scale. Still, this work is in process actually, because we are correlating micro, meso, and macro scale. But here, just I'm presenting some results for the macro scale modeling. This is the experimental observation. You can see that the bounding between the dark blue here, it represents the fibers. You can see clearly the bounding between fibers and matrix. And here also in the cross section, you can see that the fibers are the bounding from matrix, and some damage process are starting there. This is the prediction of this phenomena using numerical model. But in the numerical model, this is the final model. But here you can see the green one is the matrix. The red one is the cohesive elements around the fibers. And the gray here, it represents the fiber. Here just we are going for a representative volume element. Let's go for the last section, which represents the impact test. This is our impact machine. And the impact test, as known, it's evaluated, or the results are evaluated mostly with the energy distribution or the energy absorption of our samples, and how much damage we can see in the final product after getting this impact. Here we have a lot of studies, the different orientations of fiber. We did it numerically, experimentally, but as I said that, as I think that we have a limit in time, we will not present all of them. Just I'm presenting one sample or one example. And the things that it will be present, as I said from the beginning, in different severe condition, which is the hygrothermal effect. We are putting the sample in water. And this work, it was done with Dr. Furqan. He spent so much time to get this hygrothermal results, because it can take up to 6 months to be fully saturated. But the result, it was really good. It shows a very good impact, or it shows a very good effect of the water distribution or the water diffusion in the composite material, how it changed completely the behavior of this material. You can see here, this is the structure of our material. This is quasi-isotropic. And this is the process, how we got this composite plate. And here you can see the different steps up to reaching the water saturation in the top. We did 4 or 5 cases, or 5 levels of water observation. And we tested all of them just to see the behavior of the material, how it was changing. Here, just if we are going very low scale to understand how is the behavior. This is the structure of the polymer or the epoxy. It's used in this study. And this is the distribution of, or the forces between molecules and intermolecular distance, forces here. And these forces was very affected, or affected so much with the water absorption, or the molecules of water which are involved inside of our materials. And this distance, it will become quite big. And when this material, it will be big, then the things that we have cavities, the material, he can absorb more energy. And this force, it will become very weak, which is give the more opportunity for this material to absorb energy. And this what we observed in the numerical, in the experimental test later on. Here just we are presenting SEM fractography when the material is completely dry, and here when the material is fully saturated, and you can see that we have more cavities between the fibers, and sometimes even the bonding between fiber and matrix. This is the results of the different scenarios, or for the 5 cases. This is the one when we have saturation. You can see big or very interesting rebonding. And when we say rebonding, that means our material is absorbing energy, and he can deform with the load or with the impactor. And this, it will show the impact of this water observation. In these cases where we are still in very low water percentage, here you can see that the sample or the impactor, it can go through the sample. It's perforated. Here, just to present some cases, you can see the one or the dry one. How is the impact? How is the damage? It was more severe. And this one, when we are in Q5, when it's fully saturated, the damage it's very light compared with the previous one. But as I said, because the material here has a capacity to get the bonding, and this, it will reduce a lot of the damage. By the end of this part or this section, we can say that, or we can conclude that the presence of carbon fiber in quasi-isotropic composite plate cause, or it can lead the water molecule in straight diffusion by changing the diffusion path. Also, we can say that this process to get full saturation, it takes long time. It's a very long process. It takes even 6 months. And here we can talk that the initiation energy and absorbed energy ratio, it will increase when the material reach the full saturation. Let me know to close this presentation. I will go for what we are doing actually and our actual activities. This project we started recently with some colleagues from University of Trois-Rivières in Canada, and this it will be related with the same issue that we are doing or about the same work that we are doing. It's a honeycomb, but this honeycomb we are using natural fiber, which is actually it become a very interesting trend, and everyone is looking to use this for the sustainability of environment. But before going to the use of this material, we are trying to understand the behavior of this material. Here we manufacturing honeycomb structures with 4 layers of natural fiber with different orientations. We did the different scenarios. Here I'm presenting just to get the idea about, we did the different scenarios, different orientation of material, and we are doing a lot of tests like impact, like compression, deflection. We are doing the characterization using compression test. And the advantage, we have a very advanced equipment here, which is the acoustic emission. And this, it will give us opportunity to understand how is the damage behavior inside of this material. Even you are not able to see, but you can get information at each time we get the broken or the fracture of the fiber of the matrix, when we get the delamination, when we get the bonding. This is one of the good things that we'll use it here, but at the same time we'll use the DIC. But the different thing that here, when we use DIC, we will be able even to measure the strain during the impact test using a very high speed camera, which is something very good, and it will give a full picture about the behavior of this material. Here I'm presenting just one sample, but we have a lot of a combination of material, how it will be the orientation of fibers, even different than this honeycomb. It will be other plate like a simple tensile test, but with a very specific structure of composite. It's inspired from biology. It's bio-inspired liquidal structures. Let me conclude my presentation. During the last 10 years, we spent so much time investigating the composite material behaviors with a good collaboration. I'm so proud with it, with Dhofar University, with some colleagues in France, and with my colleagues in Tunisia, from University of Tunis. In same time, we start recently with Dr. Habibi or with Professor Habibi, a good collaboration in University of Trois-Rivières from Canada. The other thing that we did, if we summarize, we did the stress analysis. We have also actually the new activity that we started about natural fiber composite. And we implemented this 3D hashing, which is very good to predict the damage behavior in the composite material. And all this work, as I said, during those last 10 years, it gave us the opportunity to publish very good papers in Q1 journal. And even recently, we published one in a scientific report about this, the one that I presented with Dr. Furqan and Dr. Mazhar Islam from chemical department, which is helping us about this, all this chemical reactions, let me say, which is his field. This is let me say, the fruit of the analysis or composite analysis. And also a very serious part or good part of this work, it was done in your workshop at Dhofar University, which is still proud that I participate in the implementation of this workshop with a very good equipment that can be used even by the Dhofar University or the region itself in Oman for a lot of experimental investigation or for expertise. And this is a very, very good equipment that can give opportunity for the university to do a good or great job. Well, thank you so much. We'll stop here this presentation. This is just a sample of some publication that we did them or published them from this work that I presented today. Thank you so much for your attendance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fateh, for your very nice presentation. So we can take quickly 1 or 2 questions if anyone have.
Oh, it takes so much time. Sorry, maybe I took more time than what it's allowed for the section, Doctor.
Okay. So is there any question?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Fateh.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Dr. Mazhar?
Thank you so much for a very, very nice and interesting presentation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just one simple question. The last data which you showed,
Yeah.
You showed that it can take like 1 year or maybe half year.
Yeah.
So repeating of such experiment will be possible?
Yeah, it's possible, but we need to be just patient. I mean, for 6 months, that's it.
And I mean, like the conditions will, because the condition, it needs some specific condition because condition of the year will be changing, humidity and other things. So it will affect or not?
No, but actually we are putting it in very specific condition. We are putting it in 80 degree as temperature, and all this is under control. I mean, we are checking the water properties and the temperature weighs the samples.
Okay.
I hope this is your question, no? What do you mean by we
Yes,
get the same
I mean,
condition?
it's reproducible because it's the application is towards the aeroplane and this. So if it's reproducible, then it will be definitely.
Yeah, here even when we say 6 months is like accelerated the process because we are putting it in very specific temperature, which is 80 degree to make it faster. Otherwise, it will take more time to get saturation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fateh. So
thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Ms. Sumaya Yasser. And please note one thing, all of the presenters have 12 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for the question answer. So Ms. Sumaya Yasser, you can start your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to deliver this presentation. Topic of discussion is synthesis of bacterial cellulose ketone composites for potential application in medical and environmental fields. To begin with, bacterial cellulose BC is produced by a specific type of bacteria, though it has same chemical formula of plant cellulose, but it has significantly different macromolecular properties and characteristics. BC is more chemically pure than plant cellulose, containing no hemicellulose, no lignin, no other impurities, high water holding capacity, ultra-fine network architecture, and it can take the shape of the container during formation process due to its high moldability. And it has more crystalline structure. Also, it is of porous structure, and also it is capable of decomposing. But unfortunately, BC lacks some important features, including electrical conductivity, antimicrobial features, transparency, magnetic properties, antioxidant properties, hydrophobicity, stress-bearing capabilities. So with that said, to overcome this limitation, the composites needs to be fabricated for more advanced application. So what are composites? Composites are when two or more materials, different materials, combine together to give a new one with new properties. Sometimes the individual identity does not completely disappear, but improve when becoming composite, like having more strength or adding extra durability However, in some other times, the whole characteristics of the materials completely is going to differ. For example, now the material, after becoming composite, it will be able to, for example, conduct electricity, while before it was an insulator. You have to know also that composite is mainly consists of two major components, the base, or you can say the matrix, and the reinforcing agents. So BC is perfect for making composite. Why is that? Because it can serve as an excellent base or matrix for making other composite with other polymers or nanomaterials for its web-shaped structure, porous geometry, high absorbing capacity, and the presence of hydrogen bonding sites. Let's take a look to the other material or the other polymer in our composite. It's chitosan. So chitosan is an organic polymer of amino sugar. Its structure gives a numerous of properties. It's found to be non-toxic, biodegradable, biocompatible, antifungal. In fact, it is a derivative of glucose called chitin. This chitin can be extracted from the hard outer shell of some insects, skeletons of seafoods, like, for example, shellfish, shrimps, lobsters, and so many other crustaceans. So it has so many applications, especially therapeutic ones. It's food supplement for people health, like people who suffer from obesity can take it to reduce extra gain weight. It's sold as a chewing gum for preventing dental cavities and plays also important role in filtration process. Also, it said that it's improving the wound and burns healing when applied to a surgery site. So we want to sensitize BC composites. There are two main methods or two main approach. One called ex situ, the other one called in situ. Now, in ex situ process, the reinforced material will be added after the production of BC sheet. So after we having our BC sheets, the additives will be prepared and the BC sheet will be immersed inside it and left for adequate time. Then the BC composite will be obtained. While in situ, the additives or the reinforcing agents will be added to the media, to the BC culturing media at the beginning of the synthetic process. So the added particles will be might be in form of dissolved solution or tiny suspendable particles. They will engage, this material will engage and be a part of BC composites during the formation. It will be a part of the fibril network during formation. So the final project will be no longer only pure BC sheet. We will obtain the BC composites. With that said, what's our aim of our project? Our subject of interest was to develop bacterial cellulose chitosan composites for a potential application in both environmental and medical fields. So in this project, we aim to have absorption properties. If we are having absorption properties, this will reflect positively in wastewater treatments. And also, because of the incorporation of chitosan inside BC, this will reflect better mechanical properties, which will be useful in biomedical application like wound dressing, tissue engineering, scaffolds, cell adhesion attachments, and so on. So to begin with, let's talk about BC sheet preparation. For that, we need liquid media, which is a set of ingredients that will be measured in specific quantities. And after that, we need to make the liquid culture by introducing the before stored freezed cells to the media, then incubate them under shaking condition and leave them for suitable environment for the cell to multiply and further grow. After that, this will be followed by the inoculation of liquid culture to the media. Then we will incubate it under static condition for a few days. So after that, after incubation period is over, we will obtain our BC sheets and as I mentioned earlier, it will take the shape of the container. Of course, after this, it will be sterilized thoroughly from all bacterial cells residue. You have to note that we can use the synthetic media, and also we can use the fruit waste or the expired juices in order to make BC sheet. So just I wanted to know that. So we made bacterial cellulose chitosan composites was made through ex situ strategy. So here the BC serves as a matrix, as the base, and the chitosan solution is the reinforcing agent. So BC sheet was dipped inside it and left for adequate time so that the ketone molecules will penetrate inside BC matrix and combine through strong hydrogen bonding interactions between OH and NH moieties. After that, to have a clue or idea about how much percentage of ketone is penetrated inside BC matrix, so it is very simple. We took two equal sheet size. One is pure BC sheet. The other one is the sheet treated with BC ketone, So after drying process, the variation of their final weights indicates how much percentage of ketone is penetrated inside of it. We did this experiment and we found that it is about 50% of ketone is inside BC matrix. Coming to the morphological feature, for both pure BC and BC ketone composite, both were observed through SIM microscopy. And this confirms that BC ketone composite was successfully developed. Why is that? If you can see the image of bacterial cellulose, it indicates that the pure cellulose possesses an interconnected porous fibril structure. It is a filamentous structure that allows and gives opportunity for the ketone to penetrate inside its matrix. So it is obvious here that the ketone incorporate and attach and fill the voids of BC inside, so it left less space in the BC fibria. Coming to the mechanical test. So yes, we all know, as we mentioned before, BC has certain important features, but one of the drawbacks that it's lacking mechanical strength. So our aim was to impart elasticity of pure BC by treating it with ketone. With that said, mechanical test was done using dynamic fatigue testing machine, and the results found to be for pure BC, if you can see the graph, the elastic region or the linear region is about 1.5 millimeter, while it is for BC ketone increase and become 3.3 millimeter. Now, observing the peaks here, you can see that it takes only 0.05 kilonewton for pure BC to break. But for the composite sheet, it will increase to 0.1 kilonewton. Tensile strengths also have been measured, and we found that it is 0.16 for pure BC. And due to the intertwining of ketone with BC, it increased to reach 0.3669 megapascal. So this is really an interesting result. The mechanical properties of BC ketone composite increased because of this engagement of ketone. So the arrangement of the fibers now with the composite sheet is more uniform, condensed, and closely packed to each other. As you can see, it is resisting the load applied and found to be harder to expand. After that, after mechanical analysis, we did atomic absorption analysis. And it was interesting also. As we all know, there are certain elements such as zinc, copper, cobalt, and iron, which are crucial for our proper body functioning. But if they are present beyond permissible limits, what will happen? They will cause toxicity, and not only for human, but also for other life forms. So we checked the ability of the composite to absorb these heavy metals. And atomic absorption analysis were done using atomic absorption spectrophotometer apparatus, and it qualified the amount of heavy metals being absorbed by the composite sheet. So as you can see here, due to the composite chemical features and the availability of appropriate functional groups, metallic ions got absorbed via cleaving sites, or we can say coordination sites. The results found to be 70.5% for cobalt and 77.22% for zinc, and we got a remarkable in case of results in case of copper and iron. As you can see, it is 99 for copper and 99.8 for iron. These results are outstanding and promising for wastewater treatment. So now we got to know that this BC ketone composite can absorb effectively the heavy metal ions. We wanted to check and investigate whether it will release back what it's already absorbed or not. So for that, these option studies were done. And as you can see, it is a very negligible or a lower amount for zinc, copper, and iron. And also, if you can see, for copper, it was absent. So this is very significant result in terms of absorption studies. To conclude, both bacterial cellulose and ketosone are abundant. They both also possess a unique structure that reflects several properties, and recently attention has been given for their blending. Consequently, those properties can be further even improved and employed in marriage applications. So our study here, in our study, we made bacterial cellulose ketosone scaffold, and that results in excellent mechanical properties with greater tensile strength against the force applied, also found to be harder to expand. And also it has high elastic region barrier to the breaking point. So also these properties can be then employed in biomedical application. Furthermore, basic ketosone composites showed remarkable functionalities in terms of wastewater treatment. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge TRC, the research consult, for funding this project. Also, I'd like to take a moment to thank all my research team, and I'd like to thank Dr. Dhofar al-Islam for all his help, support, and guidance. These are some references, and I'd like to thank the audience for listening out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. So we can take quickly a few questions, if you have any. Is there any question? Okay, I have one question. Did you try with different percentage? Or you say you use for 50% of matrix and reinforced agent. So did you try for with the different percentage? Like
no, that's with a 50% this study. Are you able to hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Yes, this study was made with 50% incorporation of ketosone inside BC matrix. Yes.
So I'm just asking,
did you try with the different percent?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So
our next presenter is Dr. Wad Balhakim. So you can present now.
Hi everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see my screen? Hi. You hear me well?
Yes.
You see my screen also? Okay, donc first so I have the honor to present to you a part of our research which is entitled analysis, numerical analysis on the effect of taken sequence on the flexural damage behavior of laminated composite. This work was prepared in the laboratory of applied research on polymer of University of Casablanca, Morocco. I will first I will present an introduction on delamination in laminated composite. Thereafter, I will expose the main aspect of the 3D finite element modeling of the composite laminate. By the next, we will discuss the results found by this modeling, and I will finish with a conclusion and some perspective. So among the main source of delamination, it's the manufacturing defect. Perot, in his paper, he showed that delamination can mean and propagate from this effect. Also, there are several industrial uses which can lead to failure by delamination due to concentration of interlaminar stress. I can count here the corner of laminate or skin stiffener interaction or solid sandwich transition, etc. We cannot talk about delamination without talking about the fray edge effect. Pieb and Pagano, they are among the first who worked in this phenomena, where they have shown that there is an increase of interlaminar stress near the fray edge. Also, Yen in 2017 gave a diagram of prediction of the failure modes depending on the play orientations and the fiber area weight. If the play angle between 0 and 20, the predominant failure mode is the fiber breakage. If play angle is between 10 and 25, the increase of fiber area wide, the delamination replace fiber breakage. If the play angle between 25 and 55, delamination is the main mode of the failure, and if the play angle between 55 and 90, the transverse matrix failure is the main mode of the failure. In the same work, Yen demonstrated the influence of the plate thickness on the interlaminar stress distribution, where the increase on the plate thickness implies an increase in the interlaminar stress. Also, there are also work that describes the effect of the interface geometry, such as the interface from the brick prevent damage by delamination, leads to delaminations. In our numerical modeling is based on the experimental data available in the literature. Caminero studied the influence on the taken seconds on the damage, where he worked on several orientation for test specimens, which consists of 12 layers under flexural loading. He observed an initiation and propagation of delamination in the zero orientation with relatively low spin thickness ratio equal 9.25. Meng in 20 found that the laminate breaks in the part subjected to the compression by damage delamination. In this modelization, based on the work of Caminero, we created the 6 taken seconds on Abacus, when you see it's an example of orientation 090. For the Leiden and Pender condition, we use the condition of 3D 3-point pending test. And for discretization of the structures, we used a mesh based on the C3D night. Is a general proposed linear break element with reduced integration, and of a number and of no total number of elements 16 to 1800. The results forward compared with the experimental curves, we can clearly see that good correlations between the digital curves and the experimental only for the zero orientation. As a conclusion, we can state that our modeling correlates very well in the experimental data, only the orientation of zero, which presents a real delimitation as a perspective. In order to improve the concerned curve, we must model the behavior at the interface. For this, we are developing a model based on the cohesive zone surface, which makes it possible to better simulate the initiation and propagation of the lamination. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So we can take one or two questions. Is anybody has any question? Okay, I have one question. Why this unidirectional not showing good correlation between numerical and experimental?
If you can repeat the question, please.
So you said this unidirectional composite didn't show good correlation between experimental and numerical. So what's the reason behind that?
Exactly for the zero direction, we set the curve not correlate with the experimental curves. We are in the phase to improve our results through the modeling of the behavior of interface. That is by the model cohesive zone, or there is also the possibility of developing the 3D image criterion. But in Abacus, only the two-dimensional criterion hashing is available. So we have to develop a ViewMat or UMAT subroutine for production of the lamination piece, because the lamination is based on the interlaminar stress. We have to develop also a script of 3D image criterion.
Okay, thank you very much. So our next presenter is Dr. Fakhri Alam. So you may start your presentation now. Dr. Moal, can you close your this sharing of the screen? Dr. Fakhri Alam?
Doctor, he is not connected with us, so he can go for the next presenter, I think.
Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. Hassan Mahmood. So you can start your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Dr. Hassan Mahbub from Prince Sultan University, Saudi Arabia. I'm working as an assistant professor. Today my presentation topic is related to the biomechanics and the orthopedic implants. I would like to share my screen. Just want to make sure that everyone can see my screen.
I think the Dr. was still sharing the screen.
Sorry.
Can you, Dr. Muad, can you stop sharing? Okay. Yes, we can see Dr. Hassan.
First of all, I would like to thank all the committee members and the chairs of this conference who has invited me to give a presentation on my research topic. My research area is related to design of orthopedic implants, and these orthopedic implants has evolved in last recent 2 decades. From non-biodegradable to the biodegradable composite implants. So today's topic is finite and maintenance of partially biodegradable composite implants assembled with bone fractures. First of all, I will give an introduction, then problem statement, and then I will give you the methods and results and discussion. Then you can ask the question and answer about that. So why we need the orthopedic implants? Because every day we have some incidents, or some fall from the stairs. So we may have some bone fractures. Some patients may have bone fractures, or they have some disease like related to the pathology. So they have weak bones. So those can be fractured. To fix those bones, we need some implants, as you can see here in the screen. Some bone plates and some nails, some screws here shown in the photos. On the right side, you can see some hip implants to replace the bones. So these implants are basically made from metallic implants like stainless steel and titanium or cobalt chromium alloys, whose mechanical properties are like 10 folds higher than the cortical bone or the human bones. That makes stress shielding in the bones, which prevent the bone from the bone healing and shows several complications in a long run. So what is the solution for these problems? So we are studying about the composite materials. Moreover, the metallic implants have some problems related to the stress, fatigue life, as we can say, as we know that the metallic implants has lower fatigue life. We use these implants in running, in walking, so they have a fatigue loading every day. And the metal have limited, especially titanium has a limited fatigue life, so they may fail after 10 years, for example. Then we have to make a new surgery and then implant again. That is costly, and that again, that has a pain and financial issues are there. And then again, these metallic implants release some metallic ions in the human body, which makes adverse effect in our human body. So to overcome of these problems, we are studying about the composite implants, which has a flexible modulus. We can tailor their mechanical properties by changing the static sequence and the volume ratio and other parameters. And they are anti-corrosive, so they have no corrosion when we are implanting them in the human body. And they can be shaped up in the complex shapes according to the bone applications, and they are biocompatible from the research. And here are some applications you can see on the left side. We can see the composite implants are implanted in the human body, and they have a wide range of material properties like carbon fiber reinforced polymers and GFR3 composites have proper strength and elastic modulus, which is matching to the bone. Beyond that, why we need additive manufacturing, and then why we need the biodegradable composites? Because previously we are using carbon fiber reinforced polymers. When we implant these composites as a bone plate or nail, we have to remove them after the bone heals. Then we have to do again a surgery and remove that implant after successful healing of the bone. Which makes a lot of blood loss, and then pain to the patient, and sometimes they have some infections during the operation. So to avoid that problem, so we move to the biodegradable composites. But these composites alone, like PGA or glass fiber composites or some magnesium, they alone cannot withstand with our bone, and especially the lower limbs like tibia and femur and the long bones. So they cannot support the full body weight. In that case, we have combined titanium alloy, which is non-biodegradable, and with PGA, which is a biodegradable polymer. We combine both of them to achieve the properties of degradation, which can degrade over the time and provide the better healing to stimulate the tissue during the healing time. So what we have done here, we have done a simulation initially, and now after this one, we have planned to fabricate these composites using the 3D printing facility we have. So these titanium block here you can see was modeled in SolidWorks with different stud thickness, and the stud thickness was varied from 0.2 to 1.2 millimeter to vary the porosity inside the cube. And these cubes were then filled with the PGA cube, which is a biodegradable polymer. Then this composite was tested under compression in the Bacchus, and we were imported this model in the Bacchus for all the properties to obtain the stress strain curves. Elastic plastic properties were assigned to the material properties, and we can see here the stress strain curves for different porosity of these composites. Actually, porosity was filled with PGA material. So PGA material and the amount of PGA material and titanium was varying in different cases. Here you can see. Then after achieving those material properties, we have modeled the bones in the SolidWorks and the bone plates. Here you can see the screws and bone plates we have assembled with the bone. And there is a healing tissue around the bone, which is called callus. We also modeled that tissue to investigate that when we use the non-biodegradable bone plates and the degradable bone plates, what is the effect on the generation of the callus and the bone healing. So these properties, which we have obtained from the compression test, were used for the to assign the bone plates properties, and a load was applied to the bone after assembling this bone plate with the bone. Here is the algorithm we have already programmed in the user subroutine Python. And these material properties were used for the tissues, like granulation tissue was assigned to the callus, and tubercular bone properties to the bone, cortical bone properties to the bone, and titanium bone plate for the case of the dense titanium bone plate. And in the case of biodegradable bone plates, we have used these properties which we have obtained from the compression test. Okay, so after we apply the load, there is a different bending in the bone plate according to the stiffness of the bone plate and the degradation of the bone plate during the degradation due to the human body fluid. So different bending creates different amount of callus here. This is the healing tissue on the right side, you can see. So with using the composites and biodegradable composites, we have a larger callus, which is evidence for the better healing and for the more stiffness in the bone fractures. However, with the stainless steel and the titanium bone plates, the callus size was very small as compared to the composites, so which will weaken the healing process of the bone. And here are the results. You can see for different composites we have obtained from the compression test. These were used for the bone plates. On the x-axis, you can see different effective stiffness of the bone plate or effective Young's modulus of the bone plates we have used. And the callus size was changed over the different bone plates. So higher the Young's modulus, lesser the volume of the callus. This is the conclusion of our study. As we change the Young's modulus or decrease the Young's modulus of the bone plate, and by increasing the amount of PGA and decreasing the amount of titanium, we can achieve the Young's model of 12.12 gigapascal, which is the highest callus size you can see in the figure. So the bottom are these two figures are for the reference. The above one is for the titanium and the bottom is for the 12.12 gigapascal bone plate. So these are the differences we have found in our study. So this will promote our bone healing, and inshallah this will be overcome all the issues which are described in the start of this study. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan, for nice presentation. So we have time, we can take one or two questions quickly.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I ask one question, Dr. Hassan?
Yes, sure, please.
Thank you so much for a very nice presentation. Indeed, looks very interesting work and colorful pictures. Like what I basically, my field is little different. I found that like this simulated work is basically based on biodegradable material with high mechanical features. You want to use them for replacement or of bone or healing of bone. Just like two questions. This all work which you have shown is mostly like it is simulated work. Is there any report of this or similar work which have some practically data also? Any practical data?
Yes. Commercially available bone plates are only used for the upper limbs, as you can see here. The upper limbs, the implants like bone plates, small bone plates, or the bone plates for the fingers, commercially biodegradable bone plates are already available, made of PGA or PLA. However, we are focusing on the lower limbs here, which has a problem with the strength and the modulus of plasticity, because we have to walk after implantation. So these biodegradable bone plates made of only polymer cannot withstand with the body weight of human body. So that's the problem we are trying to overcome. But for the upper limbs, biodegradable implants are available already.
Okay. Just one more small thing. You have mentioned about the biodegradable material. It's very important criteria, but like for the healing or making something for the healing process, another important feature is biocompatibility. So are you taking into account that also, or you are just like for now working on the, because maybe there is some degradable material, but they are not compatible, so cells cannot grow on that.
Yes. So titanium and PGA are already FDA approved. The materials titanium is already used for the lower limb implants. Bone plates and iron nails made of titanium, solid titanium, already available. But our concept is making them 3D printing to generate some porosity, and that porosity will be filled with the PGA, which is a polyglycolic acid, which is already approved with FDA. To implant in the human body. So both materials are biocompatible and approved already from the FDA. But this is only working on the design, not on the material. Yani those materials are already approved, has no problem, no complication in the human body.
Thank you so much.
We are working only on the design part and simulating the healing process by designing the new concept of the bone plates.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I have one question, Dr. Hassan. You used titanium. So did you compare the result with any other biodegradable material?
We have, yes, I will explain here. We have generated different stud thickness and different amount of polymer inside. So this is the different ratios of the composites which yielded us different Young's modulus of biodegradable composites. So 85 gigapascal is one composite, 65 gigapascal is one composite, and these are 6 composites we have compared with each other. So by changing the Young's modulus and these composites, we have different sizes of the callus. Here you can see, and there is a relationship as we decrease the Young's modulus, so the callus size is increasing. Of course, we cannot decrease up to yeah, like 2 or 3 gigapascal, which make a problem, and because this Young's modulus is very low as compared to the bone, and they cannot withstand with the human body load. So we can go up to like 12 or 10 gigapascal, which is sufficient for supporting the loads of human body.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Hassan.
Okay, thank you very much.
And our next presenter is Dr. Paul. So you can start your presentation, Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul, are you there?
Let me share my screen. Just one sec.
No problem.
What's going on? Set. Share screen. Why is the screen not showing? Maybe your laptop is stuck. You can share it from there. You can join from there. Maybe they can't talk something. Then click here. It's good to from there. It's good to come to. Now it's coming with this. Can I go from here? Next one. Okay. Maybe after next one I will fix it. Okay.
Dr. Khan, you can go for the next presenter because Dr. Paul has some technical issue.
Okay, so Dr. Paul can present later. So our next presenter is Zaigam Tour. So you start.
Assalamu alaikum, respected audience. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, please share your screen.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I've started the screen sharing. Are you visual with my presentation?
Yes, we can see. You may start.
Are you visual with my presentation? Okay.
Yes, we
Okay.
can see.
A very good morning, rather good afternoon from Pakistan. And I am Zaigam Saeed Toor. And the topic I'm going to present is computation-based damage assessment of aluminum alloys against ballistic impact, which is currently being carried out at the Smart Composite Lab or the SCOMP Lab at the Materials Science and Engineering Department, Institute of Space Technology, Pakistan. This lab is headed by Dr. Abrar Baloch, who is also the supervisor of this project. So coming towards the contents of my presentation, I will give you a brief introduction to the topic, the motivation, along with the objectives, followed by the modeling and results, the conclusion drawn from this case study, the references, and in the end, we will have a question and answer session, inshallah. So coming towards the introduction, we are aware that the aluminum alloys have a vast use in the aerospace industry and also the space industry. And in these industries, the impact-based failures, such as bird strike on an aircraft, hailstorm on an aircraft, the impact of the space debris on a structure in space, or a common issue of the aircraft crash investigation can occur. Now, it is very important to study these failures and find their root cause and analyze them. Experimentally, it would not be feasible to conduct this because it is very costly, and we cannot spend that much of money to actually see how we can crash an aircraft and all that. So another alternative approach is to use the computational tools to simulate the real-time scenario of the impact or the space debris or the crash and see how our structure behaves or fails under those loadings. In the figure below, you can see a block of aluminum which was impacted by a 0.3 gram of debris in the outer space environment, and it created a 6-inch deep crater in this block. From this severity, you can analyze the significance of this topic, and that is why we decided to do some research on this area. So our motivation for this research was to firstly develop a virtual framework in which we can analyze and test the metals based on their impact response. After that, we would want to conduct a crash analysis of our structures. And in the later stage, these computational tools can help us in the material selection and optimization, because we can compare two different materials using the finite element modeling and the computational approach, which can help us in improving our current materials and structures. And last but I would like to call it a cost-effective failure analysis, because this approach helps you in analyzing the structure. It tells you from where the stress magnified, at which point the failure initiated, and in which direction the failure is progressing. So the objectives of our research were to conduct impact testing of the aluminum shielding system using a computational framework. After that, we would conduct a parametric analysis in which we wanted to study the effect of thickness on the impact of the plate or the structure. So the modeling approach involved the use of the commercially available software Abacus, and its explicit module was used because it is a dynamic testing, and the explicit module helps in solving these problems. In the computational modeling, there are three types of elements: two-dimensional, continuum shell, and three-dimensional elements. We selected the continuum shell elements SC8R. The reason was that the 2D elements are very less time-consuming, but they are less accurate. The 3D elements are very computationally costly. They consume more time, but they are also very accurate. So the continuum shell elements lie in between the 2D and 3D elements. They give a reasonably accurate result, and they are moderately time consuming. And the boundary condition used in our model was a symmetrical clamping from all four faces of our sheet, which I will discuss in the upcoming slide. So the geometrical parameters which we used are in this table. The plate dimensions were 100 by 100 length and width in millimeter, while the thickness varied from a minimum of 1 millimeter to a maximum of 5 millimeters. The diameter of the indenter, which was a spherical indenter, was 2.78 millimeter. The mass of the indenter was 0.25 grams, and the impact velocity was fixed at 800 meters per second. So the aluminum alloy used in this study had the following properties: the density of 2.7 gram per centimeter cube, a Young modulus of 70,000 megapascals. The Poisson's ratio was 0.33, while Johnson-Cook plasticity and failure model was used. This model basically uses the transition temperature along with the equivalent plastic strain as well as the plastic strain rate in simulating how the plastic behavior of the metal will occur and along with its failure. So this is the assembled model of our case. You can see the plate, which is clamped from all four ends. The encastre option of the software was used, while the red spherical indenter was centered on the plate, as you can see. And these partitioning, these lines that you see on the surface of the plate were done for the effective meshing of our structure. So coming toward the mesh sensitivity analysis, we conducted this analysis based on the stress output from a maximum of 5 millimeter element size down to 0.5 element size. Upon decreasing the size from 5 to 1 a drastic change or increase in the stress value was observed. But from 1 to 0.5 no significant variation in the stress value was observed, and hence near the point of impact, the element size was fixed at 0.5 millimeter for accurate results. So when we meshed our model, the results were that the plate was meshed into 99,185 elements, while the indenter was meshed into 456 elements. This is the meshed model. You can see on the extreme left that the mesh is being refined toward the center. On the center image, you can see that near the indenter, the element size is very fine. It is 0.5 millimeter, and as you start moving up. So now these are the results. I will show you this first simulation of 1 plate thickness of aluminum against the projectile. You can see how easily this plate was penetrated. These are the results for 5 thick plate. And you can see that the projectile did not penetrate it. So these are some of the tabulated results. As we increased the thickness from 1 millimeter to 5 millimeter, the value of the generated stress decreased, along with the equivalent plastic strain, as well as the maximum deformation also decreased. Graphically, we can also see that the same decreasing trend is observed. However, as per the discussion, at 1 or 2 thickness, the plate was easily penetrated. At 3 thickness, the plate was damaged severely, but the projectile did not pass through it. Rather, it got stuck in the plate. While at 4 and 5 thickness, the projectile did not penetrate the plate completely. It just gave a maximum value of stress of 412 or 20 megapascals. So the conclusion of our study was that the impact damage is inversely proportional to the thickness of the plate. As you will increase the thickness, the impact damage will start to reduce. For our case, a critical thickness of 3 was required for the system to sustain a 0.25 gram of projectile at a velocity of 800 meters per second. Next point that we learned was that continuum shell modeling was indeed very time efficient. On a rough comparison, we found out that where the continuum shell model took 2.5 minutes to solve the problem, The same model, when we ran it in 3D, took around 20 minutes. So approximately it is 10 times more efficient as compared to the solid modeling. And last but not the least is that we should replace metals with composites to enhance their strength to weight ratio, because as we will increase the thickness, the weight will increase. So composites are a better option. And the modeling of composites is in the future prospects of this project, and along with the micromechanical modeling, which will be done in the upcoming time at the Smart Composite or SCOMP lab at IST. So these are some of the major references which I use for my presentation and research. So thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. So we can take a few questions if anybody has. Is there any question? Okay, I have one suggestion, not question. So as you said, it's time consuming. So why did you not use the quarter model? I think it's better if you use quarter model, as if there is a symmetric boundary.
That's a very good question. Yes, exactly, very right point, sir. And I would like to answer that because this is one portion of my project. In my complete project, I'm going to do the 2D, 3D, and as well as the continuum shell simulation. So when I shift to 3D, the quarter model will be very less time consuming, but it's, yes, sir.
Hello.
Sir, can you read me? Hello? Hello, am I audible, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I have just a quick suggestion.
Yes, sir.
So as you're saying, it's time consuming. So it's better to use a quarter model as there is a symmetric boundary conditions. So did you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am considering that, but I'm going to this model because in my full project, I'll be doing a 2D, 3D, and continuum shell combined simulation. So for some comparative reasons, when I will do the comparative analysis, I will need to shift to the full scale model. That is why, although we considered the symmetric modeling, but then we shifted to full scale modeling for the comparative analysis.
Okay. So one more thing. So for this failure elements, how did we deal? Like,
okay. What do you mean by dealing? You mean that how? Can you say again, sir, please?
So under backloading points, there are many elements, they fail. So how did you deal with that to remove the distortion in the calculation?
Oh, okay. What we did was we mentioned a displacement-based element removal criteria. Okay. So that after a certain value of displacement, the element is deleted from the structure. And that is how we dealt with the degradation and deletion system.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Furqan, I'm also a co-author of this presentation with the student. Yes, so according to your question, what I want to comment is, okay, obviously we are looking for quarter model, but the thing is, the scenario is different. We are not only looking for like a normal impact, we are also looking for the oblique impact, and at different angles. According to that, we can't limit it to quarter model, but yes, we can go to the half scale model, which we are looking for it. So in that scenario, this is like our philosophy, like conversion from metal, composites, those kind of things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bra.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. Rashid Ahmed. So you may start your presentation.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I will share my screen now. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Rashid Ahmed Yıldız. First of all, I would like to thank the organization community for organizing this conference on the advances in manufacturing for specific topic. Today, I would like to mention about the applications of metal additive manufacturing in aircraft components. Firstly, I should have introduced myself. I work as a senior researcher in TÜBİTAK, Turkish Research Council, in the Informatics and Information Security Research Center, very close to Istanbul. Our location is very close to Istanbul. So my presentation will be a kind of review of the studies in the literature. I will discuss about the applications of metal additive manufacturing in aircraft and in some part of aerospace applications components. So what will be the contents of the presentation? Firstly, the categories of additive manufacturing methods will be discussed, and then advantages and disadvantages of the metal additive manufacturing will be discussed. Next, the topology optimization tools and design for additive manufacturing will be talked, and then additive manufacturing as a repair technique will be discussed. And lastly, recent advances in standardization and certification of the additively manufactured metal parts will be discussed. Today, metal additive manufacturing is very popular, as you might know. It is also very popular in the aerospace and aircraft industry to build and repair various components for commercial and military aircrafts. The demand in the rapid prototyping yielded to additive manufacturing, and as you might heard, after the expiration of the earlier patent obtained by Charles Hull, his patent was in 1986, nearly 35 years ago. After this expiration of this patent, the technology of additive manufacturing became more accessible. So the process consists of printing layer by layer, and in the literature, the researchers categorize advanced manufacturing into 7 subsections. The first one is powder bed fusion, and then VAT photopolymerization, material extrusion, material jetting, binder jetting, directed energy deposition, and sheet lamination. Among these 7 methods, powder bed fusion and directed energy deposition is generally used to produce metal parts, additively produce metal parts. So, what is the powder bed fusion? The powders in each layer are fused with a laser beam or binders. On the other hand, the directed energy deposition is generally used to produce high-performance superalloys like titanium alloys and others, and nickel alloys. A laser or electron beam is directly focused on a small region of a substrate to melt a feedstock material. And this material could be wire or powder. I'm talking about the directed energy deposition. So these 2 methods are generally used to produce metal parts, metal additive manufactured parts. So now they have been used also industrially. The other methods are generally used to produce plastic-based and sometimes concrete-based. So, what are the advantages of metal additive manufacturing? metal additive manufacturing or additive manufacturing enables us to produce complex near net shape and complete geometries. And they also provide us a very economic way to produce low volume production, and not in high volume. As you might know, the conventional methods as machining produce economical way for high volume productions. But if you would like to produce a rapid prototyping, additive manufacturing could be the best way. Lightweighting of the components would be another benefits of the additive manufacturing, but this might cause another problem, the voids or porosity inside the metals. Also, the parts can be built without tools or dies and molds. So there is no need to tools and dies and molds. Minimal part assembly required and low material wastage. What are the disadvantages? There is a lack of certification and standards. The reliability of additive manufacturing must be discussed, and it is not economical for high volume production. What are the main part cost breakdowns? The materials could only be the 5% of the main material cost, and the labor would be 30%. The main cost breakdown is the machine. And also, sometimes secondary operations might be needed. In this slide, you may see Airbus A350 brackets that are additively manufactured from titanium alloys, which is 30% lighter and 5% waste reduction compared to machining. So I would like to show you a video also. So the advantages of the additive manufacturing is also mentioned in the video. Another tool, topology optimization of the geometry and design for additive manufacturing, is another method. The main priority was the weight reduction with a constant constraint that not to fail into operation. So in the picture, you might see that a topologically optimized bracket in the initial design The geometry can be made by using conventional methods. However, after the topological optimization, that additive manufacturing provides a freedom to manufacture parts that cannot be produced by conventional techniques, so that the final design could be obtained. And generally, the finite element model of the topological optimization algorithm use the outputs of stress, strain, and contact force, and sometimes displacement. Another using area could be the repair technology. The directed energy deposition and supersonic particle deposition could be used to repair the damaged parts. And high accuracy of the deposition was obtained. Multiple material inputs are also possible. And when compared to the welding, minimal heat affected zone is also obtained. But there are some limitations in the complex shapes and also ductility of the repaired zone will be lost. So the next slide is about recent advances in standardization. FEA, EASA, NASA, NASA, and industry leading aerospace manufacturers like General Electric, Airbus, and Boeing utilize their providers and regulatory bodies to further progress standard developments for additive manufacturing. So the standardization is a must for the future use of additive manufacturing productions. So the development should be continue, and the characterization of the material properties must be allowable. The demonstration capabilities to qualification and accepted based testing with appropriate measures is also necessary, could be a necessary development for the standardization. So lastly, we will see this label rather than made in China. We will see this label made in space in the future aspect. The parts will be made in the future in the space, and they also they could be also sent to planet Mars to produce some technological devices in the Mars, or also maybe orbits of the Earth. So we will see these labels maybe in the future, that made in space. Thank you for your listening. If you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for your nice and informative presentation.
I want to ask.
So is there any question?
Yes, please, I want to ask. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, alaikum salam.
I am very interested in your presentation and your title.
Yes,
very active and very hard work. Just I would like to ask you a few questions about the optimization.
Yes, let's go back.
Yes, the optimization. Generally, the optimization, there is objective function, and the types of your optimization is a constraint or unconstrained, and you work on minimize the weight of alloy or maximize the strength of alloy. I need to know this from you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, my presentation is a kind of review the studies in the literature. So I think I remember that the researchers of the study use stress outputs to improve the strength of the material, and also their another objective was to reduce the weight. So, but actually both objectives.
That is mean there is two categories for objective function. One is maximize and one is minimize.
Yes, I cannot hear now.
I would like to ask you about the optimized objective function is applied for maximize and in the same time minimize, or just for minimize the weight of the alloy or maximize the strength of alloy. Just I need to specify this to me.
In this study, I think they would like to minimize the weight, because this bracket will be used in aircraft. So the main objective was to minimize the weight. But sometimes, as you mentioned, the fracture toughness of the alloy and crack propagation of the alloy was another consideration. So in some codes, some topology optimization codes, this one also was another issue.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid. I have one question for your presentation. This looks very interesting, though. But I have worked on 3D printing of alloys. I think fatigue is a big problem nowadays in the printed components.
Yes.
So in this optimization, have they considered fatigue analysis? For example, static analysis is fine, but endurance limit of the printed part is almost half of the strength of the material. So do you have any idea about this one?
Yes, actually, you're questioning on the fatigue materials, fatigue properties of the additive manufactured parts. This is also this comes to another issue, that the current standard and certification developments. So the studies in the literature about the fatigue of the additively manufactured parts are limited. So mostly the material side of the additively manufactured parts is studied. The fatigue and fracture mechanics side, and also damage properties of the additively manufactured part are still in the dark side. So it must be further investigated. So I did not find any specific studies on topology optimized and also considering the fatigue properties. But your question is very good, and as you mentioned, it must be further investigated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid. Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. Khalid Hussain.
Thank you.
Dr. Rashid, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning, doctor.
Yes. One second. My audio is fine, yes?
Yeah, audio is okay.
Yes. I'll share my presentation. Yes, is it clear for everybody, this My
Yes,
screen?
yes, it's clear.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Let me first to introduce myself. My name is Khalid Hussein. I am assistant professor at American University of Ras Al Khaimah, United Arab Emirates. And I would like to thank the SISE, the International Conference of the Smart Innovation and Science Engineering, for your invitation. I would like to present my work that is related to the organic ranking cycle. So it's the title is Thermodynamic Performance Assessment of a 10 kilowatt geothermal driven organic Rankine cycle system under different conditions or different operating conditions. First of all, let me present with you the outlines of the presentation. First, we will have a brief introduction about energy demand, energy consumption, some fuels. Then we will go through the organic Rankine cycle, introducing it briefly for who are not familiar with it. Then the aims and objectives will be presented. Then the system under consideration, that is geothermal powered organic Rankine cycle. After that, we will see the selection of the working fluid and the geothermal well. Then we will see the model developed using the software used in this work. Results, of course, will be presented, and finally the main concluding points. So we all know that energy is a very important commodity for human life, and it plays a main role in the development of the nations. However, over the last few decades, what happened to energy? The global energy demand increased in a dramatic way. So, for example, between 1980 and 2012, that is around 30 years span period, that is, the increase was nearly double, that is from 7,000 megaton oil equivalent to around 13,000. This is considered as like a dramatic or significant increase. This figure also shows the consumption of the energy, world consumption, that is by fuel. We can see here by fuel, we can see the dominant fuel used are fossil fuels, mainly the petroleum, natural gas, coal, that is mainly used for as a source of energy. Renewable is increasing. If we talk about the 2015 as at the time of the producing this curve, and the projection after that, there is an increase in renewable energy parts, but that needs, of course, research and development activities to make sure that is it can be feasibly, let's say, or economically feasible. The question is, where does this energy come from? Mainly, it comes from the fossil fuels. I mean, the source of energy that is providing the world, consumption or demand. So, how much is it in the share? It is above 80% of the global energy demand or consumption actually comes from fossil fuels. And we all know that the fossil fuel are limited. The sources are limited. So the energy demand is affected by some factors. Some of them, or the main of them, are the population, the economic growth, and per capita energy consumption, of course. What happens if those are increased? If those are increased, that means the energy or there will be a significant increase of using the fossil fuels, as they are the main source of energy. And that actually will lead to fuel depletion, of course, and the negative impacts of the environmental impacts due to using burning fossil fuel. Actually, these are enough as the main drivers behind finding alternative and clean energy sources. One of these sources that is important, and it's a reliable source, is geothermal energy. Okay, but we know that is there any challenges? Yes. Mostly the geothermal sources are characterized by low to moderate great temperature. That means mostly the geothermal water is between the low and moderate. And that's actually a challenge. Why? Because if we want to use this source to power or to drive conventional Rankine cycles, it will be a challenging task. And this is kind of impossible. And the reason why, because the conventional Rankine cycles are mainly used in high temperature applications that needs a source of temperature above 400. And also conventional Rankine cycles, it's not economically feasible for small scale. For large scale, it's very feasible. So to find another power system that can be integrated with such low temperature sources, actually organic Rankine cycle is one of these promising systems that can be used or integrated with low temperature sources. Let's talk about organic Rankine cycle. What is the organic Rankine cycle? Organic Rankine cycle, actually, it's basically similar to the conventional Rankine cycles. The only difference, so it's a thermodynamic cycle, as you can see here from the figure. It is a thermodynamic cycle in which it can convert thermal energy into mechanical energy. So the difference, what is the main difference then? If it's the same, so the main difference is in organic Rankine cycles, organic fluids are used. Those organic fluids are characterized by low boiling points in which they can allow to use another or low temperature sources like solar energy, geothermal, biomass energy, and waste heat from industrial processes, for example. Okay, the question, is there any actual or installed geothermal organic Rankine cycle? Yes, in the world. I selected just only 3 examples throughout the world. The first one is in Germany, in Bavaria. This organic Rankine cycles working or driven or is driven by a geothermal source of 118 only. And it uses R134A as the working fluid. It's organic fluid. And that is this power plant. It's in operation since 2016. It's in Germany. The capacity is 5.5 megawatt. Another example is the one, another one in Germany that is in with the capacity is nearly the same, 5.6 megawatt. It uses 245 FA as the working fluid, and it's in operation since 2012. This the heat source is 138. Another one in France, actually, it's a little bit higher temperature, but still it's low compared with conventional. That too, it's not enough to drive the conventional. It uses isobutane, which is hydrocarbon, and it's in operation since 2007. This is in France, actually. The capacity is only 1.7 megawatt. Let's talk about the aims and objectives. The main aim of this work then is to investigate the performance of the small-scale geothermal organic crank cycle with the capacity of 10 or 100 kilowatt. The main objectives are as follows. First is to develop a simulation tool for designing and performance evaluation of the organic crank cycle system. Also to select the optimum working fluid based on thermodynamic and economic criteria. Also to conduct a parametric analysis to examine the effect of those parameters on the performance of the cycle. And then to determine the optimal working conditions. Once the working fluid is selected, then what is the best or the optimum working condition of this cycle? Let's talk about the geothermal power plant that is under consideration. You can see here from the figure, it's an organic crank cycle, a simple organic crank cycle. With the four main components: the pump, heat exchanger used as evaporator, turbine, and condenser. The heat source is from geothermal well, exchange the heat, and then it's re-injected again into the well. The TS diagram is clearly here of the cycle. Now, selection of the geothermal well plus the working fluid. Actually, to make the work is more practical, so it's better to assume or to use an existing geothermal well. That's better than just to assume any temperature. So the selected geothermal well is in Germany that can provide a temperature of 152. And actually, there is a power plant that is installed there by Turboden. It's in operation. I think it is with around 3 to 4 megawatt. So for the working fluid, two working fluids were selected in this study. That is R134A and R244A. These have been selected based on their widely used, plus they have good environmental impacts, or they have zero ozone depleting potential, which is very important point in selecting working fluid. These are the main, let's say, thermophysical properties and environmental properties as well for the two fluids. And these fluids will be tested and examined. So for the software used is Thermolab. It's called Thermolab Toolbox. It works under MATLAB Simulink environment. And it's friendly user interface actually. We can see the components here, 1, 2, 3, 4 components. The pump, then the heat exchanger or the heat source, then the turbine, and so on. So we have pump, we have heat addition in the heat exchanger, we have a turbine, we have then a condenser. Those are just for display, and the advantage of this software is you can use any components or any tools from or library from the Simulink. So operating condition, before I present the results, use this model. The operating condition is the same or are the same for both fluids. We used two fluids, and the net power output is 100 kilowatt. Pump efficiency is 0.75 or 70%, 75%, and turbine is low efficiency is 75%. The rest of parameters are listed in here for both fluids. So to make the comparison is, or to make it having a sense. So let's see the results. First of all, this figure, the first one at the top here, showing the pump consumed power with the evaporation pressure. So once the evaporation pressure increases, you can see the pump work increases, but we have the 14245A is still less than the consumed by the 134A. Also, the turbine work, we can see the turbine for the 245FA is less. That is justified. Why? Because the consumption of the pump of that fluid is higher, so needs more turbine work. For the efficiency, it's clear from the figure now. For the thermal efficiency, that is the efficiency using the 245FA is much higher, which is ranging between 10 and nearly 13 plus, or nearly 14, but for the other fluid is less than 8. The mass flow rate of the working fluid is higher when using the R4FA, 134A. And that needs more fluid circulated in the cycle. That means more cost of the fluids. These fluids are not like common use as like water availability, so that needs more cost. The final two figures here. The first one showing the volume flow ratio that is in the turbine, that's showing what this means when we have higher volume flow ratio. That means the size of the turbine will be bigger, and that means more expensive for the cycle. Unfortunately, this is the opposite for the trend. That is 245A has higher value of VFR. And for the back work ratio, that is the ratio between the pump to the turbine, R245FA is less, which is an advantage here. And that justifies the efficiency that is higher for the that fluid. The conclusion. The first of all, the maximum efficiency achieved from the cycle is by using R245FA. And the efficiency was around 13.5%. Increasing the evaporation pressure from 10 to 25 bars, actually that increases the efficiency of the cycle. We can see that is significant increase from 10 to 13.5. And that also reduces the area of the evaporator and condenser by, for the evaporators, 80% and 30%, 18% and 30% for the condenser. That minimize the cost. The volume flow ratio when we use R34A is less, and that gives smaller turbine when we use this fluid. The optimal working conditions were achieved when evaporation pressure is the highest, 25, and the condenser temperature is the minimum or the lowest value, and that gives the better or the best operating condition. Thank you for listening, and if you have any question, you are more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your nice and informative presentation. So is there any questions so you can ask? Is there any question related to this one? Okay, so Doctor, I have one quick question. So we can perform it like you did simulation. So is it possible to perform this experimentally also to compare the result?
Yes, of course. Experimental work can be conducted, and results can be compared as well if the conditions are matching each other. Yes, it can be experiment. It can be in the lab, prototype, the size. The idea is usually small turbines or expanders are not commercially available. Usually we use a compressor in an opposite direction work, like by switching the valves, so the compressor can be worked as a turbine, because the small size of the prototype, that is usually turbines are not commercially available for the for small size.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is there any question? Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Fan. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next presenter is Mr. Jameen and Satyam. Mr. Jamin is there. Mr. Jamin is there, or we go for the next presenter? Okay, then our next presenter is Mr. Ahmed. Was gone and can you please unmute your mic? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Can you unmute your mic? No, not yet. Can anybody hear? Dr. Saif, can you hear?
I cannot hear him. So I think he is already unmuted. Maybe he has some problem with his microphone.
There is some problem with you.
Dr. Ahmed, can you please check your microphone because you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
From my side?
No, from the presenter. I'm talking about the speaker.
Okay. Yeah, we cannot hear you. Can you please log out and log in again?
Dr. Furqan. Dr. Furqan?
Yes, Dr. Said.
Yes, this presenter, I don't have it in the list. It's not in the list.
No, it's here in the list. If you see a schedule, it's there. But evaluation may be formed, it's not there.
Yeah, he's not there in evaluation.
But in schedule, he's there.
Okay, we'll add another 9.
Hello again, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but there is some noise. It's okay now. You can start your presentation.
Thank you. I apologize for this noise. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. You may start now.
So, hello everyone. It's immense pleasure to assist at this first international conference on smart innovation in science and engineering. I hope this first edition will be the key and also the starting of a wonderful science journey. And I wish all success to the organizers and also to Dhofar University. My name is Ahmed Wuzgan. I'm a PhD student at High National School of Electricity and Mechanics. This engineering school is related to Hassan II University of Casablanca, Morocco. Our team, applied research team on polymers, work on the subject related to the composite materials and science, polymers, also the characterization of the manufactured parts and the manufacturing process of composite components, especially for aeronautic and automotive industries. My main PhD subject is the design of an innovative mold for aeronautic and automotive components. So this work is under supervision of my professor Jamal Shabi and with close assistance of my professors Hassan Malil, Aziz Naziri, and Saeed Adima. And today I would like to present about the use of theory of inventor problem solving to overcome the impact of COVID-19 on the aeronautic and automotive industries. For clarity purposes, the presentation is divided as follows. In the first section, I will talk briefly about composite materials or status of composite materials in aeronautic and automotive industries, then the impact of COVID-19 on these industries. Then I will explain briefly the main concept of trees theory of inventor problem solving, how to use trees and solutions, and finally conclusion and output. We go now to the status of composite materials in aeronautic and automotive industries. What is composite materials? Composite materials are formed by combining two or more materials that have quite different properties that combine, they don't dissolve or blend into each other, but they combine, work together in order to give to the composite, to the new materials, unique properties. The component who carry the load, the important load of the structure is called the reinforcement, and other is called matrix. Assemble the reinforcement together and protect them from external environment. Also, matrix have some properties, but in mechanical performance, the reinforcement carry the main load. So the composite is essentially the assemblage of two different materials. Two of them work together in order to give a composite. There are 5 major families for manufacturing composite components: hand-up, manual, autoclave, filament winding, pultrusion, and liquid composite molding. From these two graphs, we can see clearly that liquid composite molding family has a great potential to fabricate or produce a part with complexity, with the geometrical complexity, and with high mechanical performance and with relatively low cost. So liquid composite molding has a magical combination of 3 required properties required by automotive and aeronautic industries: complexity, manufacture of complexity parts, mechanical, give high mechanical performance, and with relatively low cost. What is liquid composite molding? Liquid composite molding is a family for manufacturing composite components. In this family, basically we take the fiber reinforcement as preform. We cut them and put them in the mold. Then we close the mold. Then we take the liquid resin, relatively thermoset resin with low viscosity. This resin will impregnate the fiber reinforcement, and after consolidation and curing stages, this part will be solidified and give a final product. So liquid composite molding SM encompasses a global list of mold process variants distinguishable from each other by the nature of the mold used. two halves of the mold is both is rigid, flexible, semi-flexible, and also by the manner of the injecting of the liquid of the resin, the status of the resin, and also the manner of filling phase. Now we focus on the composite materials in the aeronautic and automotive industries. These two pictures summarizes the evolution of increased use of composites in aeronautic industries. In the left side, in the left pictures, is the evolution of composites in Airbus company between 1970 and 2013. In terms of percentage, here we talk about around 10% of composites was used for A300 airplane for basic applications, some basic applications, and this percentage up to 50% in the product aircraft A350. The same here we have in the right side the evolution and the distribution of composites here of the different materials used in the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Basically, we can clearly see that composites occupy all the airplane. We talk about 80% by volume and 50% by weight, and this percentage is due to 50% is due to the properties of lightweight of composites structure. The same increase we can observe in the automotive industries. Here, some basic lines that show the attractive opportunities in automotive composite markets. So these markets worth 5.4 billion in 2020 and will increase steadily by 11.5% each year to 9.3 billion in 2025. Of course, this value is affected by COVID-19. So these two industries is the backbone of the composite material market, and both of them that push hard the use of composite materials and also take attention this huge use and these properties, wonderful properties, is attractive and push the scientific area to do a lot of work in order to understand better the characteristics of composite materials. Now we go to the impact of COVID-19 on these industries, especially on these industries. So this graph summarizes the status of composite material or the status of aeronautic now after COVID-19. Here we have a report of the Europe airport passenger traffic in March, and we can see that in March 2020 we have a losses minus 97% in the passenger traffic, and that will affect, that is related to the aeronautic industry, because when the passenger traffic is decreased, the need to aeronautic industry will disappear, because we need to produce a new generation of aircraft and also a new component for maintenance of the actual airplane that exists. The same status also is on the automotive industries. Here we have a graphic that shows us the evolution, the losses that's done in due to the impact of COVID-19 on the car sales by region: China, USA, Europe. We have two scenarios. One with minus 17% loss, and the worst one is minus 13%, around minus 13%, 30% in loss. So the two industries are badly affected by COVID-19, and these industries are also the backbone of world economy. And these industries have their network, like tourism, like airports, also trade. And when these two industries are affected, the human activities will be affected also, and that is reported in a beautiful and consistent study in nature. So now we go to the trees theory. Why trees theory? Because now we have multiple contradiction, multiple parameters that we should fix it, and we should resolve. And these contradictions, these conflict links is huge. There is multi-contradiction. Each parameter affects another parameter, and we need both parameters because both are useful for us, and both have some contradictory links, and we should eliminate these contradictory links and explore the useful links. So these multiple conflictual links, we can just do it by some traditional innovative methods, brainstorming or other traditional innovative methods. So we go to use some powerful tools like trees theory that created for such contradictions. So what is trees theory? Trees is the Russian acronym for the theory of inventive problem solving, created and developed by the Russian engineer Henry Solovich in 1946. It was initially the goal to facilitate and improve the resolution of technological problems. Over the past years, trees have used in different sectors, including electrical engineering, chemical engineering, automotive sector, like here, mechanical field, environmental area, and business and organization management field. Due to this large scope of application, nowadays trees has become as one of the most powerful, popular, innovative methods used by multiple industrial companies. And also it was used during COVID-19 in Korea to solve such social phenomena. So this, the following figure presents the trees theory methodology. This method is based on the three main phases. Phase one, description and understanding of the specific problem. This phase is essential to better understand and formulate correctly the problem. It's applicable in 4 steps: the description of the project, the analysis of the system, the identification of the problems, and ideal final result formulation. During this phase, it is recommended to use some rules and apply trees tools such as miniature man's method, little man's method, or miniature man's method, is to operators, and the 9 windows tools that allow us to avoid psychological inertia. So here this phase one is divided in 2 steps. Step 1 is to understand our specific problem, by using multi tools that we use in engineering, mechanical engineering, for example. And after that, we should use some trees tools for avoid the psychological inertia. Psychological inertia, like the technical languages or terms, spatial or focusing on one specialized industry and so on. That's liberates our mind in order to think outside of the box, think in such large area to do some similarities with other fields in industry. The phase 2 is formulation and modeling of the problem. It is used to find contradictions and the contradiction existed between the system by using the following tools: contradiction, cause-effect analysis, technical and physical contradiction, substances field models, so field analysis, and loads of engineering system evolutions. Phase 3 is the generation of solutions. It's used to solve the previous contradiction generated in phase 2 and propose models of solutions by using the following tools: contradiction matrix for solving the technical contradiction, separation principles for physical contradiction, and 76 standards for field analysis. So now we talk about the challenge during and after COVID-19. So this challenge in the language of trees means the ideal final result solution. It describes the situation actual and what we want to do after, what is the ideal solution for us. The selection of a suitable process for manufacturing the composite component is often a challenging task, as it is driven by many criteria, by the compromise and trade-off between production costs, short cycle time, cost investment, performance, and so on. In the last few years and before COVID-19, the goal of using composite to produce aircrafts and aeronautical components were reduced weight, cost reduction, improved performance, reducing fuel burn, reducing pollution, and reducing noise. That is the goal of composite in aeronautics, the use of composite in aeronautical sectors, and also in the automotive sector, because these main goals are reduced weight, because in automotive we can increase the performance of engine, we can for electrical cars we can use a lot of battery and reduce weight and so on. During and after COVID-19, the main concern is to avoid bankruptcy in short term, financial crisis in medium and long term, reduce investment. So we should reduce the investment, the production, the maintenance of the automotive industry, and also of the aeronautic industry. And the use of the liquid of the LCM, liquid composite molding, so give us or to the two industries some potentials in order to reduce cycle time and improve the quality of the manufactured part. These two main goals of the liquid composite molding is also governed by other parameters. We talk about pressure, about temperature, fiber volume content, chemical kinetics, the architecture of the fiber, and so on. So all these parameters are linked together, and the improvement of some parameters will get worse other parameters that's useful for us also. And we can just do some trial and error in order to find the best combination. So we should think in an innovative way and use some powerful methods that help us to solve this contradiction in an innovative way. So the goal here during COVID is to reduce investment, production, and maintenance, and also respect the environmental standards. So we talk now how to applicate or to use the trees theory and also the solution proposed in molds design in order to produce the improved mechanical products and also to improve the cycle time. So here we have SM mold is composed of 5 units, injection units, as here, injection units here, mold closing unit here is composed of other components and pieces, other The third unit is the shape unit. It consists of the mold, the type of the mold, the materials, and so on. Control units contain the pressure sensor, temperature sensors, and other sensors that we can use in order to capture and monitor the evolution of the process, and a heat unit that contain some oven, some other coil in order to heat the resin, the mold, and the fibers in order to govern other some parameters like kinetic cure and also the evolution of the impregnation of the fiber by the resin. The cause effect analysis. So now from this slide, we have just applicate the first phase of trees theory that give us overview about our specific problem. And now we go to applicate the second phase of trees theory. So the use of cause effect analysis that help us to identify the useful and the harmful resources of this our problem, SISE manufacturing processes and its environment. So the tools used in the phase 2 of trees theory is used for identify the contradiction between the sources, between the parameters of our problem. There are a lot of tools that we can use. The basic one and the most easy one is the cause effect analysis or cause effect diagram. So when we do the cause effect analysis, then we extract the physical contradiction. After that, we have two paths, path A and path B. From path A, we translate these resources into tree language in order to formulate the technical contradiction. And after that, we use contradiction matrix in order to solve this technical contradiction. From contradiction matrix, we have some guidelines given by trees theory, by trees principles, innovative principles, and from that we can think to propose real solutions. If we are satisfied by the solutions, it's okay. We go to the final choice. We choose the final solution by using cost of introduction, for example. If we are not satisfied, we should repeat the same process and go deeply into the understanding, into the phase 1 understanding of our process and so on. The path B is used directly from physical contradiction, use separation principles, and follow the same process. So here in this presentation, we use the path B because it's easy to understand, and also it's use multi tools of trees theory. So here we have cause effect analysis of our SM manufacturing process.
Mr. Sorry to interrupt you. So
yes.
Can you please conclude your presentation quickly?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So here we have cause effect analysis of our SM manufacturing, and after that we go to describe the physical contradiction between the resources that already described in the cause effect analysis diagram. After that, we use this, we translate this or describe these terms, our specific terms, into trees language in order to use the technical contradiction. So, and after that, when we describe all technical contradiction, we put them in the contradiction matrix here. The improving parameters in the column and the worsening parameters in the improving parameters in line and the worsening parameters in the column, and the interaction intersection between them give us the solution for improving this criteria without worsening this parameter. From this, after we have all these inventive principles, we should draw some graphs in order to know what is the basic and which important parameters that we should, inventive principle that we should look into it carefully. So here we have the distribution of all inventive principles. So I will do, okay. So we should look firstly to these parameters and after to others. Same process here. Okay. And here we have some solutions. So the use of the inventive principle 35 parameter changes with the recommendation change the degree of flexibility permit us to find some concept. So we have this old concept, CRT and mod, and the new concept is the use articulated CRT and mod. So divided this upper mod by multi-segment controlled individually, so to increase the pressure, to decrease the pressure and the cost of equipment, and we can govern individually each segment. The second concept is the use of magnetic source like coil here, and replace the upper mold by a magnetic flexible membrane, and from that we can remove all rigid upper equipment here, and this flexibility of magnetic membrane give us a lot of advantages. The third one is use dynamics as inventive principle 15 with the recommendation divide an object into parts capable to move relative to each other. And here we have the old concept, flexible injection mold component as presented in the left side, and the right side we have the new mold proposed by Chang, PCM mold. We just control this flexibility, use this flexibility of the flexible membrane here in order to govern individually each segment here. So conclusion and outlook. So these solutions emphasize the capacity of researchers to solve the conflict link existed between aeronautic and automotive requirements, and also propose new solutions capable to maintain simultaneously the cadence of the automobile, the quality of the aerospace industries, respect the new environmental standards, and that these three main goals help us in order to avoid a lot of maintenance, a lot of production, costs of introduction of new equipment, a lot of cost investment, and so on. To evaluate the efficiency of each solution and its capacity to satisfy the aeronautic and automotive conditions, we suggest to use analytical and numerical approaches before fabricate the prototypes and going into experimental approaches. So finally, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed, for your nice presentation. So is there any question?
Yeah.
Anyone has any question? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our last presenter is Dr. Paul.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Oh, good. Very good. Can you see my face also?
Yes, we can see your face.
Oh, good, good. Okay. Where's my slide? Okay, good. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I wish to express my appreciation for the organizers of this conference and wish to present a topic titled Corrosion of Advanced High-Strength Steel for Oil and Gas Transmission Pipeline. Yeah, we know that one of the major problems oil companies encounter is corrosion. Because corrosion have to do with the reaction of chemical with the pipeline materials and even the containing vessels as well. As a result of that, a lot of money, dollars, billions of dollars are spent in maintaining those facilities. And based on that, I'm going to look at what this impact have on oil and gas industry. Now, the outline of my presentation is going to be introduction. We're going to look at the introduction of that and some of the corrosion damages that occurred as a result of this, the cost of corrosion to the oil and the entire global economy. Now, the corrosion test objective to look at one of the impact of these chemicals on the behavior of a pipeline material. Now we're going to look at the experimental procedure, the result and discussion, and we end it with conclusion and reference. Now, pipelines are one of the most convenient means of transporting natural gas and crude oil from one region to another, or from one country to another, or even from one city to another. Carbon steel are commonly used as the transportation pipeline material because of not only the economic advantage, but also to withstand pressure from the transporting fluid. Because materials like plastic, which is very, very corrosion resistant, could be used, but the major challenge is because of the pressure from this transportation fluid. However, during the transportation of this petroleum product, the pipeline materials are exposed to corrosive environment, which affect the integrity of the pipeline material, as well as incur a lot of damages to the containing vessels. All steel pipeline structures are vulnerable to corrosion and fatigue due to environmental and operational medium. For example, if we are to transport oil from here to Muscat, from Salalah to Muscat, there is a possibility that the content of this oil, which includes hydrogen sulfide and other elements or materials, will affect the pipeline as long as this pipeline is subjected to this environment for a long time. And that is why some oil companies, they have a stipulated number of years that they have to replace this or the pipelines, that they doesn't incur unnecessary waste of materials or as well as the product. Oil and gas transportation structures have several potential failure modes or threats, and that is why once this threat or failure modes are identified, they have to be replaced as soon as possible. Corrosion prevention, mitigation, and pipeline maintenance are therefore necessary for pipeline structure and cost effectiveness. Now let's look at some of the damages that are often experienced in different oil fields or oil applications. You can look at here that this elbow has been damaged by this corrosion. And you can see the valves, the oil rig already badly affected by corrosion behavior or corrosion mechanisms. You can see the tube here that have been damaged, and then the oil rig as well. There are a lot of damages that have been caused by this oil and by corrosion to the oil. If you look at this beautiful pipe here, you can see that it has almost been cut into two by this corrosion damage or corrosion mechanism. And the other way, you can see this man here working on this rig that is already in danger because this pipeline has been damaged by corrosion. And as a result of that, there will be a possibility that as the mechanism progresses, there will be a time this pipe will cut into two, and that will cause a fatal, not only to the company, but to individual as well. Now, as we said before, if you look at these damages, they are all accrued to what? To necessary costs. For example, as I said, if these damages are incurred by these oil companies, invariably the whole economy or the country also will experience the impact of that loss due to corrosion. For example, look at highway bridge annually account to almost $8.3 million per annum. Gas and liquid transmission pipeline, they almost rating $7.0. These are all in billions. Now, waterways and ports, hazardous material storage, airports, railways, gas distribution, drinking water and sewage systems, electrical utilities, telecommunications, motor vehicles, ships, aircraft, mining, petroleum refinery, agricultural, food processing, home appliances. These are all the areas that are affected by these corrosion damages, and as a result, impact on the economy of any nation. Now, to see this corrosion affect one of these steel material that is used in the pipeline industry, we decided to consider one of the hardest and the most recent metal or steel material industry, which is called API S120 steel. Now, being that the oil fluid contains a good percentage of hydrogen sulfide, we decided to simulate this environment to see how this hydrogen sulfide impact on AP120 steel. To study the corrosion mechanism of AP120 at different concentrations is one of the things we consider, so that we see at what quantity of this H2S the effect on this AP120 carbon steel is very prominent. Now, again, one of the objectives was to study the effect of H2S concentration in a solution containing 3.5 weight of sodium chloride, because we know that the water we have in the sea, they contain a good percentage of NaCl, and therefore we decided to consider that, simulate that environment properly by combining both chemicals. Now, what we do in the experimental material and the experimental setup, you can see here, this is the material property of this AP120 steel. It has a good number of carbon, silicon, magnesium, chromium, molybdenum, and the other elements. So what we did was to set up this experimental system where we have the H2S gas, we have sodium and nitrogen gas, we have the flat cell where we put the sample of this 120 steel, and then we have the potential start and our acquisition system where we export all the results that we got at the end and for further analysis. So actually we use the sodium nitrogen to remove all the existing gases such as CO2 and the other one that will impact on our result. And that was why we have to do that. Now, at the end, we got some result. First one is called the potential dynamic result, where we have the Dhofar plot. Actually, this result shows that the more the concentration of this H2S is reacted with this API 120 carbon steel, the more the corrosion of this pipe occurs. Now, if you look at this picture here, the red one, the more this curve tends toward the right side, the better or the less the corrosion. So based on this, you can see that at 15 ppm of hydrogen sulfide, that the corrosion is higher than when it is at 0 ppm of hydrogen sulfide. We can see that there's an increase in corrosion rate as the H2S concentration was increased. And the increase in the current density can be attributed to the form of hydrogen sulfide layer formed on the sea surface due to increasing sulfide concentration, which you're going to see in the subsequent result. Now, the next thing we did was to look at the Nyquist plot. Nyquist plot shows you substantiate the amount of corrosion rate any material experience. And the higher this curve, the better the material resistant to corrosion. And based on this, you can see here that at 15 ppm, that we have a higher corrosion resistance compared to 0. The reason is that what happened that when this material is simulated in this hydrogen sulfide environment, we observe that layers of hydrogen sulfide were formed on this surface of the API 120 steel. And then we found out also that these layers could be sometimes are protective and sometimes are unprotective. And then we did a more analysis and found out from this SCM that at 5 ppm that we have some layers that are being developed on the, you can see here on the surface of this carbon steel. But on the blank one, where there was no simulation of H2S and sodium sulfur chloride on this, there was no layer that had been developed. What you can see here is more of the surface of this carbon steel as a result of the cleaning or the roughness of that. That's why we did that. So to confirm that, what we did was we did the EDS analysis to observe or to identify the quantity of elements that occurs on this material. If you look at the right side, you see that there is a presence of sulfur on the elemental spectrum, whereas on the other side, on the blank one, there's no indication of sulfur, which means that the layer that has been formed is what? Is more of hydrogen sulfide. But here, there was no evidence of sulfur in the spectrum taken. At 5 ppm of hydrogen sulfide concentration, evidence of sulfide peak were identified. And when we look at the higher concentration of this hydrogen sulfide, we found that clearly that there were layers that have been deposited on this carbon steel surface. And these layers, they start developing cracks as the concentration increases. And when we found out that this happened, we tried to understand how this impacts on the corrosion behavior. And we found out that these layers, they appear to be protective, but when they increase in the concentration, then they appear to be unprotective, and therefore the crack we observe here occurs and the corrosion rate decreases. Now, in conclusion, corrosion affects the pipeline steel and the petroleum containing vessels. The effect of hydrogen sulfide concentration on the corrosion behavior of API steel was studied. Hydrogen sulfide was formed on the steel surface due to the presence of hydrogen sulfide corrosion on the API 120 steel surface. The sulfide layer appeared protected with evidence of superficial layers and the corrosion surface at higher H2A concentration. The protective H2A decreases the corrosion rate. The decrease in the corrosion rate is attributed to the formation of iron sulfide on the API 120 steel surface, which build up as the concentration increases. Thank you very much, and I'm happy for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, for your nice presentation. Is there any question? Anyone who has any question? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Paul.
You're welcome.
So this was the last presentation. Thank you very much all of the participants and their presentation. And see you next year with the new conference. And have a nice day. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And welcome to track 5 of our first international conference on smart innovation in sciences and engineering. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So in about 2 minutes, we will start this track. We are going to start this track with our keynote speaker, Dr. Waleed Ijaz. Dr. Waleed Ijaz, I think he's here. Yeah. So Dr. Waleed Ijaz, he is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at Lakehead University, Barrie Campus, Ontario, Canada. He was an assistant professor in the Department of Engineering and Applied Sciences at Thompson River University, Kamloops, British Columbia, Canada, from September 2018 to August 2020. Previously, he held academic and research position at Ryerson University, Carleton University, and Queen's University in Canada. He received the BSc and MSc degrees in computer engineering from University of Engineering and Technology, Taxila, Pakistan, and National University of Science and Technology, Islamabad, Pakistan. And he received his PhD degree in Information and Communication Engineering from Sejong University, Republic of Korea in 2014. Dr. Waleed Ijaz has co-authored over 90 papers in prestigious journals and conferences, and he has co-authored 3 books as well. His current research interests include Internet of Things, energy harvesting, 5G and beyond networks, and mobile edge computing. He is an associate editor of the IEEE Communication Magazine, IEEE Canadian Journal of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and IEEE Access. Dr. Ijaz completed certificate courses on teaching and learning in higher education from Chang School at Ryerson University. He is a registered professional engineer in the province of British Columbia, Canada. Dr. Ijaz is a senior member of IEEE, member of ACM and ACM, distinguished speaker. So we are very honored and glad to have you, Dr. Ijaz, as a keynote speaker. So over to you. You can start your presentation now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umar, for the introduction. Let me share. Okay, once again, thank you very much. I'm thankful to the whole organizing committee for having me today in the first international conference organized by Dhofar University. The topic of my talk today will be future wireless networks for Internet of Things. I'm not going into the intro thanks to Dr. Omar. He introduced me in detail, so I'm skipping all this. This will be the outline of my talk today. First of all, I will introduce the topic, what is Internet of Things and what are the requirements and challenges associated with Internet of Things with focus on the smart cities. Then I will present overview of my research and some future research directions followed by the summary. Okay. So let's start with the systematic view of a city. So when we talk about a city, for some people, city is kind of an economic system, right? So for example, economists think from the economics point of view what city is. Similarly, another group of people, sociologists, they think city as a social system. politicians, they think cities as a political system, but as a technology people, we think city from the technological point of view, technological system. So all these things are interrelated with each other, right? So how much political governments are willing to invest in the technology infrastructure is directly impacting how much technology we can introduce in the cities, right? And so as the other factors dependent on each other. So here is another example. Let's take this example of a smart city where we have smart housing, smart energy distribution, smart transportation systems. And we have, let's say this is an overview of what is inside a smart house. We have smart appliances, heating and cooling control, smart meter and display. So my point is, now what is infrastructure present in this city? It is affecting the economic, social, and political life of the city, whereas socio, political, and economic dimensions are also directly impacting the infrastructure as well, right? So we cannot treat them separately, although we are focusing on the technological perspective in our today's talk, but my point is we cannot ignore the other dimensions of the city. Now, what ideally in the smart city we want to do is we want our devices to think, right? We want to make them intelligent. What I mean by intelligent, for example, here is a smart transportation truck in a city. Let's assume, let's take an example that this smart truck is transporting frozen goods from one place to another place. So maybe we are interested to keep track of the location of this truck. At the same time, we want to keep track that the frozen goods were kept under certain temperature throughout the transportation or no. So in order to do that, we need this truck to feel, sense, and then do some processing on the data, right? So what I mean, like humans, we have our senses, we can smell, we can see, we can hear. We need some kind of sensing power in the devices too, which can be gained by sensors, right? And the second thing what we humans have is we have our brain to process that collected data. So similarly, here we need some kind of processing capability as well. Similarly, in the smart corporate offices, we want to make energy or heating or cooling systems efficient. Not only will reduce the energy consumption, but at the same time, it can increase the comfort level of the employees. Same is the example for the smart cities, where we have like we can make everything smart, starting from the parking up to the trash cans. You can take an example and we can, if there is a human intervention involved, we can make that thing smart. Now, coming to the Internet of Things, which leverage to achieve our objectives in the smart cities. With the Internet of Things, how we define it, intelligent connectivity of billions of smart devices and sensors. So again, if we consider an example of smart city here, let's take an example that we want to make this refrigerator as a smart refrigerator. So what we need to do is, first thing we need to do is we need, depending on the application, what you need to do. For example, if you want that in a smart refrigerator, if my butter is running out, send me a message, right? So we may need to deploy a weight sensor in the refrigerator. So once the weight sensor will determine that, okay, butter is running out, then we need some processing capability. So some kind of microcontroller we need so that we can process what is required or what we learned from the sensors. And last thing is we need some kind of communication capabilities as well. So there are, I would define there are three components of Internet of Things. One is the sensing, through which we are gathering the data or data collection. Then we need some kind of processing, and as well as we need some kind of communication capabilities. So firstly, the data generation, mostly when we talk about Internet of Things, we think that the data will only be generated by the physical sensors, like GPS sensors, like temperature, humidity sensors. It's true, but the data can also come from cyberspace, like Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, Excel sheets. So when we are dealing with data, we are dealing with data from the physical space as well as from the cyberspace, right? So this, the data coming from the physical space and cyberspace, this bringing up unprecedented amounts of data. Here I have like 3 examples just to show that what is the nature of, I mean, how big data we are talking about. For example, sensors in one autonomous car can generate 4,000 gigabits of data per day, right? Which is huge. An Airbus A380 engine generates 1 petabyte of data on a flight from London to Singapore. Similarly, sensors in smart connected home, they can generate up to 1 gigabyte of data in a week. So in summary, what we are talking about, we have huge data to process. But the challenge is, when we are talking about the IoT devices, these IoT devices are like resource constrained devices. Some of the IoT devices, they may be low power devices. Some of the IoT devices, they do not have much processing capability. So what to do? One thing we can do is, using some communication technology, we can transfer this data to the cloud and then do processing or data analysis over the cloud. So when we talk about communication and networking technologies, we have our low power, low range technologies such as Bluetooth, Zigbee. We have low power, long range technologies, LoRa, Sigfox. Then we have cellular technologies, high power, long range. This really depends on your application, which application you are using, you are planning to deploy. Depending on that, we can choose one or more communication technologies for that. So now once we have data over the cloud, the next step in Internet of Things is to analyze the data. And this is the big data analytics, right? So in the big data analytics, we can analyze data descriptive analytics. That means based on the data, we want to determine what happened, right? Diagnostic analytics, that why it happened. Predictive analytics, that what will happen based on the data, we will predict that what will be happening what will happen in the future. And perspective analytics means what actions to take. This arrow shows the more details you want, I mean, compared to what happened and why it happened, you need more data and more processing. So complexity is increased, right? So the more details or more insights you want, you need to do more processing. This was an overview of Internet of Things, where we said that we have exponential increase in connected devices and data generated. Once we have data, these devices cannot process this data because they are resource constrained devices. So what we can do is we can transmit them using some communication technology, right? It can be real-time data exchange, and we can transmit it to the cloud. And then thanks to the recent advancement in the artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches, we can analyze and visualize the data. One thing I would like to mention here is that this gateway can be mobile edge computing or fog gateway. What is fog gateway? That fog gateways have relatively more processing capabilities compared to these IoT devices here, right? Or what another feature of fog computing devices or edge computing devices are, they can do pre-processing. For example, if this sensor is generating a large amount of data, we do not need to transmit all the data to the cloud. We can do some kind of filtering over the gateway as well, right? Now, connecting this IoT with the city, previously what was happening in the cities is that we have the city infrastructure, And using that infrastructure, we were providing the services to the residents of the city. But now what we are going to do is we are adding a new layer, data layer or IoT layer, we can call it, which will act in between services and infrastructure. So with the introduction of data layer, it will help us to manage this infrastructure in an efficient way. At the same time, it will help to offer services to the end users in a more better way. So together with the IoT or with the data collection and efficient management of infrastructure and better services, overall, this is called smart city, right? This is what we call smart city. Now, what are the advantages of IoT in smart cities? The advantages are like starting from businesses to individuals, everyone can gain advantages. For example, from the business perspective, on the most of the websites, online shopping websites these days, when we go online, if we do one-time search, next time, if we go after like 2-3 days, they give us customized solutions that last based on our last search, right? So they can do targeted advertisement as well, right? Similarly, in the smart cities, we can make, like, especially in the big cities, like we have in Toronto, there is a big issue of parking in the downtown area. So if we have some kind of sensors, like in Barcelona, they use the weight sensor in the parking, but it can be, depending on the design, you can use some different type of sensors. But the point is, instead of roaming around the downtown, finding a spot for parking, what we can do is we can deploy the sensors and we know in advance where the parking spots are available. And for the individuals, for example, these days, many of us are using Fitbits to improve our health. I mean, to collect the health statistics. And so on and so forth. Like in smart homes, we have smart security cameras, smart thermostats in our home. So individuals are also getting benefit of it. Now, this was an overall introduction of IoT in smart cities, but the main topic of the talk is future wireless networks. So there are challenges in future wireless networks point of view. For example, until 4G, the objective was only to maximize the data rate. We were only interested in the maximizing the data rate, right? But in 5G, what we started thinking about is we started thinking about reliability and latency as well. We started thinking about accommodating large number of devices, massive devices, IoT devices. We also focusing on the broadband networks in 5G. But in 6G, these requirements are even more in terms of latency, in terms of reliability, in terms of capacity. The difference between 5G and 6G we are looking are in terms of numbers, like the data rate, like the latency number or reliability number. On top of that, in 6G, we are talking about extreme coverage. What is extreme coverage? Extreme coverage means that we want connectivity anywhere, anytime, right? Either it's sky, it's sea, or space. We want connectivity. In 6G, we are talking about battery-free devices. We do not want to charge our devices. In IoT applications, in some applications, we may not be able to change the batteries of the sensors once deployed. Especially, for example, if we are talking about underwater sensor networks. So all these are the challenges of the 6G where we are working these days. But at the same time, there is another dimension as well, which is a digital divide. I'm presenting this data from the Canada, which is one of the G8 countries. I'm not talking about any developing country. In Canada, there are some major roads without LTE connectivity. Like geographically, Canada is big. So there are roads, there is no LTE connectivity. And there are areas here, where people are living and there is no LTE connectivity. Similarly, there are communities who do not have high capacity transport and satellite dependent communities, right? So the government of Canada said that every Canadian must have fixed broadband access of 50 megabits per second up download speed and 10 megabits per second down upload speed, which is not available to everyone. So the point is, if we talk about the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals for 2030, United Nations accepted internet connectivity as a basic right a few years ago, right? So on one end, we are talking about 5G, 6G, extreme low latency, extreme high data rates, massive connectivity. But on the other hand, some people do not have even the basic access. So in the SDGs of United Nations, there are many goals which are directly dependent on the internet connectivity, right? So my point is, in addition to achieving high data rates and low latency and reliability, we need to work in this direction as well so that we can provide connectivity anywhere at any time. This is one of the objectives of the 6G networks as well. So overview of my research. My research is mainly focused on resource management for massive resource constrained devices while considering diverse quality of service requirements. So previously, again, in the cellular communication, most of the users have only one requirement, high data rate, but now some applications are real time, some are not, some need high reliability. So quality of service requirements are different. And another thing now is the high density of heterogeneous devices. Each device is different. So how to make these devices communicate with each other? So my research emphasis is on the development of efficient resource management schemes while considering constraints on connectivity, quality of service requirements, and coverage, right? In line with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, the objective is to provide seamless and high quality wireless connectivity of heterogeneous devices anytime and anywhere, right? Anytime and anywhere. So in order to deal with this anytime and anywhere thing, we proposed a holistic architecture where what we are saying is that what we can do is we can, if we are talking about the on-ground network, so we are moving from cell-based to cell-free architecture, right? We have these days, we are also working on UAV-assisted wireless networks, right? So that we can have connectivity in the remote areas as well as in the air too. And on top of that, to deal with the energy efficiency and make devices battery-less, we are also working on self-sustainable terrestrial and aerial networks. And in the past and even now, we are working on how to provide connectivity in the sea, right? So this is the objective of one of the objectives of 6G, that provide heterogeneous multi-connectivity enabled environment to provide communication on ground, in the sky, and in the sea as well. So my research is mainly focused on resource management with further emphasis on spectrum management. So what is spectrum management? Due to lack of time, I will try to quickly summarize this. What is spectrum management? Now that we are talking about billions of devices, each device needs to be, if each device needs to be connected wirelessly, what does that mean? They need some frequency. Now, frequency is a natural resource, right? We cannot generate frequency. We can only manage frequency, right? So in order to accommodate billions of devices, we need to manage the spectrum efficiently. So we did significant work on the spectrum management, where we can find some vacant holes where the spectrum is not being utilized by someone, so that we can use based on some conditions. Then we proposed several resource management schemes, starting from edge computing, focused on edge computing technologies. Considering the diverse quality of service requirements, we proposed cross-layer resource allocation. We also worked on wireless power transfer, where the objective is that we do not, the IoT devices or sensors, they do not need to be plugged and charged. They can do wireless charging. Now, in terms of future research directions, one thing is on the terrestrial network. Since now we have more and more intelligence in the network, what we can do is we can do predictive resource sharing, right? We can predict based on the history or based on the context, previous context of the users. We can predict the resources, resource requirements, and based on that, we can do resource management, right? We can also do, instead of centralized resource management, we can do autonomous resource management. We can propose autonomous resource management schemes. Until 5G, people were working on, researchers were working on the reliability, latency, as well as on the maximizing the data rate. But these reliability and latency things, they really affects when the size of the network grows. So it is really important to study the reliability and latency while considering the scalability factor as well, right? So we need to consider joint optimization of reliability, latency, and scalability. From the point of view of UAV-assisted wireless networks or aerial networks, one thing, especially to provide connectivity in disaster situations or in remote areas, we need to figure out on-demand placement of aerial networks. Then when we are deploying these aerial networks, and if they are using the same frequency as the terrestrial networks, they can interfere with the terrestrial networks, or aerial networks can also interfere with each other. So we need to do the interference management schemes for the aerial networks as well. Then another thing is holistic management of resources. Now, when we are talking about the aerial networks, or we are talking about resources, means we are talking about communication resources. Communication means network resources. We are talking about computing resources, because some people are also considering the UAVs as a mobile edge computing devices. We are talking about control resources. So we need to manage these resources jointly as well. And lastly, we want self-sustainable networks. So we want seamless integration of wireless information and power transfer, network intelligence we want to add, and kind of semi-centralized resource allocation where we can introduce edge computing devices. So this was all. In summary, what I would say is that from the end user point of view, the key is end user should not be worried about the communication settings in the future wireless networks. That means regardless of either they are using cellular network, Wi-Fi, Zigbee, or any communication technology, they should not be worried about it. And this IoT is directly impacting the smart cities. That means it is directly impacting the economic system, social system, as well as political system of the cities. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free. You can contact me by email as well.
Thank you, Dr. Walid Ijaz, for a very informative keynote speech. So I would like to invite the participants, if they have any question, they can either post their question in the chat box, or they can unmute themselves and they can ask directly to Dr. Ijaz. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid Ijaz, for your informative presentation. I have one question. What is the future of IoT, or you can say Internet of Everything, in 6G flagship?
I mean, 6G is like 6G. If we see the requirements and objectives of 6G, so extreme massive connectivity. So we are in the 6G, we are considering that when we talk about IoT, we talk about the massive connectivity, right? So when we are talking about 6G, one of the objectives in 6G is that how we can deal with massive connectivity. Second thing is extreme low energy. As I mentioned that in IoT, we are talking about resource constrained devices. They do not have much battery powers in some cases, not in all cases. So we want our devices to be energy efficient. So that is also one of the focus of the 6G networks. Then extreme coverage. Now, as it is mentioned, here in the holistic architecture, that we want to provide connectivity in the areas with and without human beings. So when we are talking about cellular networks, we are talking about that wherever people live, right? But when we are talking about Internet of Things, we want to collect the data from even from those places where there is no population, right? So 6G requirements is also considering this extreme coverage area as well. So 6G is basically helping us to achieve the objectives, or 6G will help us to achieve the objectives of Internet of Things.
Thank you very much for your brief answer.
Thank you once again, Dr. Walid Ijaz, for your time. I think we are now moving on to our presentations, which are scheduled for the day. So we have the first presentation of this track is the title of that presentation is Electronic Signal Work as Medicine for Paralysis Patient. Dr. Maruf Siddiq, he is going to present this talk. Dr. Maruf, are you with us?
Yes, doctor.
Can you please go ahead?
Yeah, of course, doctor.
Okay. Just before you start, you'll have 15 minutes for this presentation, including question and answer session. So I will be very thankful if you could respect that time limit.
Yeah, of course, doctor. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today, I'm going to present electronic signal work as a medicine for the paralysis patient. Okay, one second. I'm Muhammad Maruf Siddiqui from the College of Engineering, Dhofar University, Oman. And today I'm presenting the electronic signal work as a medicine for paralysis patients. So anything which is cure for the any disease, that one is called the medicine. And for the paralysis patient, there are two methods to given a medicine or means treatment as a treatment. So there are two methods. One is physiotherapy, and second one is electrotherapy. So in electrotherapy, we use a different signal to given a treatment. Why I'm talking about the electronic signal here? So because when we given a treatment for the paralysis patient, we use a low magnitude, very low magnitude signals. So that's why I'm mentioned here the electronic signals. Okay. And here, this topic, I want to introduce the means the listener, researchers. That means how the signal work as a medicines and how we given the treatment for the paralysis patient. What happened in the paralysis? Actually, there is a blockage of the transmission. Because of the blockage, some swelling happening, maybe there are two major paralysis there. Because of the sometime the accident happened and the swelling is there in the tissues, the blood flow is blockage. And the second thing, sometime because of age, sometimes the tension and others means reasons are behind, and the stroke happen in our mind, and sometimes the half body paralyzed, full body paralyzed, maybe sometimes the whole body also. So there we given a treatment in a two-way, the electrotherapy and physiotherapy. So in electrotherapy, we provide different signals. So that device is called the stimulator. When we given a signal through a device, okay, that one is called the stimulator, means stimulate the signal, the blockage way. Okay, my major presentation is categorized in a fourth category. The outlines are there. The introduction, causes of paralysis, and the role of the different type. Here I'm a different type of current for the treatment. And one stimulator I mentioned, there are different stimulators. So I use here the one stimulator, spinal cord stimulator here. Basically, paralysis, how can we define the paralysis? Is a medical term, the paralysis, okay? But in a general way, we define by loss of feeling, means in some portion, maybe the accident case, anything. So in both cases, we lost the feeling in that affected area, okay? And it's why it's happened, the paralysis, why it's happened? Because of the damage in the nervous system. Because our body, the major thing is central nervous system, which is contain the brain and the spinal cord. And the whole communication inside the body, how can I feel when I touch anything, or there is a cold or hot, how can I feel it? Because of there is a skin and tissues, and we sense that things, and it is communicate to our brain. Then our brain have taken the decision, it is cold, it is hot, anything. So according to that, we taken a decision by our brain. The whole system, the brain and the central nervous system, the spinal cord, the whole system is called the central nervous system, CNS. It is mentioned here the major things, as you see here, the stroke and the trauma with the nerve injuries. There are two major causes of the paralysis. Is the stroke happen in the brain. Because of that, sometimes the permanent paralysis also. There are further categorized the paralysis in two categories: the permanent paralysis or temporary paralysis. For the temporary paralysis, there is a treatment, and which is most effective in a electrotherapy. We doing the both thing, the medicine we doing the both thing, but in the electrotherapy the result are more effective, and it will come if you means compare with the physiotherapy, it will more effective results in the electrotherapy. So this is I explained in this figure one how we given a treatment, or how the unit or stimulator unit, how it's work. There is a simple electrodes. Here we using the bioelectric electrodes, which is convert electrical signal into the bio signals. Okay, and when we measure the signal from the body, it's means we use the same electrodes which convert the biopotential into the electrical. So here, as you see, there is a controller unit. When we control the magnitude and the duration of the current, it is very important thing, the magnitude and the duration, because you know the blood is very good conductor of electricity. And second thing, and our tissues and the skin also very sensitive with the respect to the current. Okay, if you given a more, it will may damage your nerve and skin also. So it is very important, the very low magnitude and the duration also very important. So here in the figure, this is a paralyzed hand. We put 2 electrodes and we given some current or some pulses using the stimulator unit. And what happened because of, the blood, the blockage of the blood not properly circulate in that portion which is paralyzed. Okay. So in that case, when we given a current, so it will move. I will more explain in one of the video. Okay, so this is the device for already developed, which is we use for the some injuries in the in the injuries accidental cases. Some portion of your hand, legs maybe is not working properly. So we given this, as you see here, there are 2 electrodes in device, and we given a current using this device. That one is called the stimulator. And as you see here, now they work not very smoothly, but it will effective, and you can move your hand. As you see here, the blood circulation is increased because before it is low. See, the blood circulation is low. When we put the electrode and we given the current, the blood circulation is increased. Because of blood circulation is increased, and the norm they can move, and slowly they can move their hand. I will move further. Yeah, same thing is mentioned here. The electrodes and how the pain signal is traveling the nerve pathway before they can reach the brain. The major causes of the paralysis. As I explained you, paralysis is a medical term which is categorized, or you can in easy way means maybe one or more muscles is inability of the movement of the muscles. Okay, that is called the paralysis. And there are affected area, they lose the feelings in the affected area, may be defined into 2 category: temporary or depend on the causes, or maybe damage permanently. Sleep paralysis affected a person during the time immediately means proceed the sleep and immediately walk. There is a lot of causes of the paralysis. Because of the temperature difference. Sometime in the cold it's happened, mostly paralysis attack happen in the cold because of we sleeping and just move out the outside. There is a major difference in the temperature that is also causes of paralysis. Sometimes we sit on our legs for most time, means 1 or 2 hours. So maybe when you stand up, so you feel my legs are not sensitive, there is no sense. Sometimes it's happened, but it is a temporary. But in that case, sometimes the attack is happening, and a lot of other reasons also for the paralysis, because of the not good food, tension, there maybe like old age, very old age, that time also the stroke will happen. So these are happening because of the brain happening the stroke in the brain. Another paralysis happening because of accident cases. Mostly in the accident cases, trauma cases, we found out the paralysis happening in some for the temporary. Okay, so we can further define means one-sided face is not face is become a paralyzed. Sometimes you found there is a stroke happening and the face is paralyzed. You cannot speak anything. And when only one-sided of person is affected, that is one call is unilateral. As I told you that sometime in right side of the happening, so left body will paralyze. If left side of brain stroke happening, the right side of body will paralyze. So that one is called the unilateral. If the both portion are paralyzed, that one is called the bilateral. Okay, and global paralysis generally damage. Yeah, most of the cases, sir, paralysis causes by the damage of the spinal cord. Is very important in our body, that is the brain and the spinal cord, because in the damage in the spinal cord, the whole body will paralyze, and that one is called in the person who experienced trauma in his upper spinal cord maybe develop the quadriplegia as a result. This is a medical term of the paralysis when our upper part of the spinal cord is damaged. Here I will explain you how the injury is happening and how the blood flow is stopped. So I just explain you the mechanism of the injury using the visual effects. This is our spinal cord. Okay. What happened when injuries is happening? Yeah, we incident, something, anything happening. This is the tissues. Okay. And this is the nervous blood vessels. Okay, which contain the red blood cells, and red blood cell contain the oxygen. Okay. Sometimes you also feel that if oxygen is less in the room, you feel suffocated. So the oxygen is very important for the human beings. Okay. So this is the process, normal process. There is a tissue, but after the swelling, what happened? The blood vessels is narrow. The flow of the oxygen or red blood cell is decreasing. See here, because of swelling is, and because of decreasing, this is the nervous system, our nervous system. Because of these nerve cells, we understand, we feel everything. Okay. If there is a cold, if I touch any hot or any hot object, so I feel because of the nerve system. Because of decreasing the blood circulation in the vessel, so what happened? The oxygen is less. So that nerve cell is damaged. The nerve cell will become a damage, and it will not properly communicate with our brain system. So yeah, this is our communication system in a whole body. Via the spinal cord, the nerves are circulating through our spinal cord. So brain and the spinal cord, this system is called the central nervous system. So now I'm talking about here the treatment, how the electrical current work as a treatment, as a medicine in this paralysis disease. So as I told you, this is a good conductor of, yes.
Could you please wrap it up, please?
What? Okay, okay, I will try. Here work as a medicines, and our body contains the 67% of salty water. Salty water means our body contains the sodium chloride, and these are different ion, the electrochemical process happening. So this may be damaged. So because of that, we given a current, and different type of current we using. So how can the treatment here? How we can implant the stimulator in the spinal cord, and if what are the damage? There is a swelling in the previous video. I show you there is a swelling. So how can given a current at that portion? So this is the C2 to C7 is the upper part of the spinal cord. We give an electrical signal using the same the device, and implant inside the wire, and put it, and given the current according to the suggestion of the doctor or okay. So there are major different current are available in the stimulator device. That one, the first one is galvanic current. That is a pure DC current, which is passes through the skin and producing the chemical effect in the treatment of the paralysis, and it will disturbance of the blood flow. I will This is a major, galvanic current is used in a trauma, means injuries in the with the bleeding swelling here. Okay, this is a galvanic current. Interrupt galvanic current also. This one is a unilateral negative. You know, this one is the pulses, but we use interrupt galvanic current is defined by the only the unilateral negative pulses we given. And it is also we uses for the patient skins and produce a discomfort and inflammation. Okay, and next one is a Faradic current. Faradic current is like we given a suddenly very huge current and stop it, and so after some time again we given that one is called defined by the Faradic current. And no ion transfer and no chemical effect, and we given a duration is very important in the Faradic current. Okay, this one is defined by the Faradic current.
Dr. Maroof.
Yeah, just I will close.
Dr. Maroof.
Yes.
Could you conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I will close. I will. Okay, so this is the last only few seconds. Exponential progressive current, and this is a spinal cord stimulator. I just conclude my presentation. This is not, we stop here. My work is not to stop here, means this is the initial very small work, but we need some more effects in this work, and we can enhance and we produce more effective results in this for this treatment of the paralysis. Thank you. These are major references. Thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Maroof, for your presentation. We have time to take only one question. If there is someone who would like to ask a question, so we can take only at max one question. However, if there is no question, I would move on to the next presenter. So, any question, please?
Anyone have a question?
I have a question.
Yes, Doctor.
Can sleeping apnea create paralysis?
Sleep apnea basically maybe maybe you say not exactly sleep apnea affect the paralysis, but it's means the temperature difference in the when our body move from one room to another place, and there is after the sleep generally what happened, there is a major differences in the temperature that one causes the stroke in our brain. And sometimes not a permanent sleep apnea is the causes of the paralysis. It may be temporary. Sometimes you sit on your legs and for the long time, when that time you feel that your legs is not properly working. So maybe sometime it's.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Maroof, for a
thank you
nice
everyone.
presentation. So moving on to the next presentation of the track. So the title of the next presentation is Innovative Architectural Framework Design for an Effective Machine Learning Based APT Detection. And the presenter is Murad Hanshiri. So Murad, over to you. Can you please start your presentation? Dr. Murad, is he with us? I think Dr. Murad Hanshiri is not with us, I guess. So we can move on. Isa Al-Kharousi, is he with us right now?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Dr. Isa, So we
Yes.
have Dr. Isa Al-Kharousi, who is going to give a talk on design and analysis of grid-connected PV system for a large complex considering interconnection and rooftop constraints. So you can go ahead, Dr. Isa. Over to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Is my presentation is clear to everyone? It's shown? I shared.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I am Engineer Isa Al-Kharousi. I am researcher for renewable energy for last 2 years. We developed one project with our professor and doctors. We'll start within this. I'm going to brief our work within 15 minutes. Our work is, the project is design and analysis of grid connective PV system for large complex considering interconnection roof constraints. I would like to thank Professor Abdullah Al-Badi and Dr. Razzaq Al-Ihsan for their assistance of these projects, and the thanks committee for allowing us to present our works here. So we'll start directly with our outlines. We'll start with problem statement and motivation and the objectives of this work, and then we'll move to methodology, and we'll show in our work how we did design of the system and the modeling. At the end, we're going to conclude our projects and with future work. Actually, this work is just a small part of our work. So due to our time, so we cannot show our full works. We'll start with the problem of statements. As we know, in Oman, most of the electricity production came from non-renewable energy, such as oil, natural gas, and diesel, and which is the majority of the from this non-renewable energy. So, as we know, they have consequences on the environment and as well as for humans due to their emission of the gas such as CO2 and also SO2. So this, after 2016, we have instability of the prices of gas and oil. So this one of the challenges that we have. They have motivation for us to move for renewable energy. In addition to that, as we know, in latest 2016, the Authority of Electricity AER, they announced new tariff for large complex buildings called CRT, which is cost reflective tariff, and it is changed in time and month, and they have different tariff, which is it is more higher than as earlier. And latest this year, they also announced removal of the subsidy from electricity, and they starting gradually up to 2024 will be fully removed. Due to that, as we know, Oman has higher amount of solar radiation reached from sun, and this one of the motivation of our projects. And we know after that, as we know, there are some announcement from authorities such as AR and also Ministry of Oil and Gas. They give ambitions of goals for covering renewable energy, covering the electricity, covering loads by renewable energy. For example, in Tanfiz, they announced around 11% of electricity production from RES, renewable energy sources, by 2023. And oil and gas announced by Minister himself, he announced almost covering around 30% of electricity demand will be by renewable energy in 2030. In addition to that, as we know, as AER, they announced two programs to encourage the users of the end user and also electricity whose demander to install rooftop PV in their homes and in all premises. So they announced two programs called SAHIM 1 and SAHIM 2, as you know. And then, as we know, cost-reflective tariff, which has higher electricity prices than others, which who apply almost for 150 megawatt hour per year, and they remove subsidy in 2017. In our work projects, it's actually under CRT system. So in our project, what we have to do now, we're going to conduct feasibility study of a grid interactive renewable energy system for large complex that has consumption over 150 megawatt hour per year. And our task will be design and economic analysis of a grid connected system for solar PV system, considering the rooftop and grid interconnection constraints. This is only part of our projects, which is going to only consider only rooftop available space in rooftop of the building. Are you hear me? My voice is clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Just I want to check.
Yes, we can hear you, Isa.
Thank you, Dr. So I'm continuing. Our data collection includes case study system information, load data, electrical system, and site renewable energy resources, weather data such as temperature and also insolation data, and software input parameters, which are required by softwares. And then these data will be collected and gathered together and then analyzed. At the end, we're going to use them in our two software system for designing and optimizing the economically. So our two software will be, first will be start by Helioscope and Homer Energy. We'll start regarding the data. Our data of the building, our building is located in Muscat in Al-Amirat area. We call it as Al-Amirat complex building. It has 3 substations, as I can show it. This one substation and another 2, and this one second substation, and this one third substation, 3 MVA load connected for fully 3 MVA. Our concern will be by these 2 substations. We call them substation number 7 and substation number 5. And these data for the load, we have get it and all data, hourly load data kilowatt from MEDC, Muscat Electricity Distribution Company, for whole year, 1 year, full year, which was 2019. And we take carefully this data, so our result should be in the best way. So this full feeder has been collected and designed by us. Then we have modeled it. So then we have also collected our temperature. As we know, PV system, 2 inputs are more important, which they are solar radiation and temperatures. We was also careful to get this data from its origin. We take it from the meteorology department of Muscat Airport. So it was for 1 year. We got it a full year for Muscat Airport station. It was showing the average temperature for 1 year, almost 2.817 degrees Celsius. And we have the highest temperature. It was recorded in June. Solar radiation, we have the same from the same department. We collected for whole 1 year, and we can see we have good indication to place PV system in this area. As you can see, we have almost 6.01 kilowatt hour meter square per meter square per day, which is a good, or higher, which is high power radiation, and which can be indicate that we can place solar system in this area. In addition to that, we have good clearance index. That means good in the sky clearance and less in the dust in the air and less clouded, which is showing almost average 0.6. The system design, as I mentioned from the beginning, we used two software. The first software regarding design of the solar system. As we can see, this is our buildings complex, Al-Amirat complex, and we have used helioscope, which has an integrated photovoltaic design tool, include all feature. As we know, when the software is PV system, and this the things of the system, it has include function of the AutoCAD, so we can utilize it later on to keep it in AutoCAD for designing purpose, and it can be kept in the as-built drawings. In addition to that, we can use the constraint of rooftop of the building and specify maximum solar panels placed in the roof. As I said, we have two substations. We call them substation number 5 and substation number 6. As we can see, we have placed solar panels in the building rooftop, which is showing by blue color. However, orange areas showing non-PV system areas due to services available in the roof, such as AC ducts and also water tank and also other services. In addition to that, we have also utilized car parking areas to utilize in the solar to utilize this area to produce power electricity. So we have 3 areas of this substation: one this big building, and this one the second bigger building, and this one the third building. As we can see, we have PV system, and we have PV solar inverters. We kept them in the rooftop the same, which they have higher ingress protection, so we can keep them in the roof, no issue for them. And we have another here our inverter, another 2 inverters. We have placed in the building itself, in the tilt angle almost in the building almost 23, same as latitude of the location, 23 degrees, and we have placed our solar modules in the car parking in the tilt angle of 5. So we have to take care also for wind, and also so it will be more stable to in case there is more as windy time. Okay. The design results, as we can see, we have PV modules in strings. We can see some strings, and we have gathers together by combiners. After that, we have disconnectors, circuit combiners, and then disconnector we have. After that, we have inverters. Then we have again another AC isolators.
You have 2 more minutes, please. You can wrap it up in 2 minutes.
Okay, then I can share you our system design. We have showing zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3. Almost we have 800 modules, and we get almost 60 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt, and we get almost 35.7 megawatt hour per year. And this one, the system design result for this substation number 5, and we can see how much good performance of the electricity and the total connected and B is almost 265 kilowatt B. And we have some losses, as we know. We have from temperature is highest, and radiation, soiling, reflection. So on this such clipping such as losses in the due to the these factors. The same we have applied for substation number 7. We have one building only, and we obtain almost 50 kilowatt, almost, or 51.6 kilowatt peak, and we use the 50 kilowatt inverter from ABB brand. This one the result, almost 92.8 megawatt hours, and performance ratio with good performance ratio we have 74.5. Moving to the optimization, we have used Homer Grid is one of the large company in optimizing, as we know, and we used Homer Grid due to 2 reasons. One, the reason we can we can take all or get all results from Heloscope and plot it on Homer Grid. So we cannot, we don't want to change, or we don't want to add any figures. So it is, everything will be the same as we get the results. Sorry?
Isa, could you please conclude your presentation? Your time is up.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Then this one, our system and everything we shows, and we have good figures showing feasible system in both areas. So we conclude the project was designed economically, evaluate Heloscope and Homer Grid. A grid connected solar PV system was designed and analyzes in Al-Amirat complex filtering space available premises, rooftop, and parking shed. The annual energy production by this system was found 560 megawatt, and both system connected to the CRT tariff and a real hourly critical load with cost components. The results obtained are found that both systems are economically feasible to be integrated with the grid and reduce cost of electricity bills, as well as reduce dependency on fossil resources. And our future work, we're going to study, we'll show in futures, we'll show cases in case we have higher penetration system, and also utilizing batteries the same, and we'll show our impacts of power quality to the PV integration network. Sorry for delay, and thank you. And if you have any question, I'm glad to hear.
Thank you very much, Isa, for your nice presentation. So we can take at max 1 question. If somebody has a question, they can ask. We have time for 1 question at max.
Yes, Dr. Omar, thank you, Engineer Kharousi. I have a question. How many strings are connected to each inverter in your project? And for each string, how many PV panel?
In our single diagram, I can show it. It depends. We have limitation, actually, as you know, limiting by the voltage. We cannot go ahead with higher strings. So we can see we have here almost, we have string 11, and we have 10, and we have 9, and so on. It depends on the each area, the number of PV panels can be connected. This one limiting us by the voltage of the panels, and we also, in addition to that, the location, because we cannot gather from far away to this area. As you can see, we have also to arrange in this area.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Isa, once again for your presentation. So we are moving on to our next presentation. The title of the next presentation is Designing a System to Mitigate the Intermittency Effect of a Large Solar Power Plant. The presenter is Ahmed Al-Fadi. Do we have Ahmed Al-Fadi with us?
Yes.
Ahmed, please, I'll be very thankful to you if you could respect the 15-minute time limit. So you are going to start at about 2:13. So you have to finish your presentation in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now? You can share your screen and you can start the presentation.
Inshallah, thank you. Can you able now to see my screen? You can see the screen?
I can see a screen, but I don't know, is it from? Can you share your screen now?
Inshallah.
Okay, now it's clear. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I am Ahmed Salim Al-Fahdi, a student at Sultan Qaboos University. It's my pleasure today to present for you our final year project, which is about designing a system to mitigate the intermittency effect of large solar power plant. As a case study, we choose Manah solar power plant case. So at the beginning, I will do a little bit about some background. Then we will go about the objectives and tasks. Then we will go to the methodology and how we can implement this project. Then we will go to the modeling and simulation results of this project. Then we will conclude, and after that, we will talk about the future work. I hope that you interest our presentation. The main interconnected system is the transmission network that connecting the electricity at the north of Sultanate Oman. And it's held by the OETC company. According to their report at 2019, they said that they have 83 grid stations. But due to the demand growing, which is around 5% annually at Sultanate Oman, we expected to have 115 grid stations at the end of 2024. And according to the view of Oman 2025, we expect to have 3,050 megawatts of renewable energy. So we will connect a big amount of renewable energy to our grid, which can cause intermittency. So let's define what is intermittency. Intermittency was the varying in the output power of non-dispatchable sources. So the non-dispatchable sources are uncontrollable from the fuel. So it's by the nature. And in our case, we are using solar. So what are the causes of this varying? One of the causes is the changing in the radiation. And the second one is the temperature variability. Some of these effects are the stability and the security of the system. Also, it can reduce the reliability of the system. Also, it can increase the spinning reserves of the system. And all of this can make some difficulties in the power management. There are different methods to mitigate this intermittency. However, they are all depends on the energy storage system, except the aggregation method. Our main objectives in this project is to study the intermittency effects of large solar power plant and design a system to mitigate such intermittency effect. To reach this main objective, we have some sub-objectives starting from searching about old experience in this sector, then collect the network data that we will be connected to, then model the power plant using MATLAB and see the effect. Then we need to propose and design a method to mitigate this intermittency. After designing this method, we need to analyze the result after applying and compare it with the previous result. Then we need to apply different method and analyze it and compare the all method to choose the best method. Our constraint is to have acceptable cost and its ability of construct and maintainability. And we are following the Oman Grid Code. Also, we are able to matching the security code of the OETC. At the end of this project, we expected to have high performance, high efficiency, and reliable system. As a methodology, we are starting for collecting the site data. Then we check if our data are enough or not. So if our data are not enough, we need to check the availability of this data. If they are available, so we will collect them. Otherwise, we need to estimate this information. After collecting all the data that we are required, we will start modeling the system. After modeling the PV plant, we will run the simulation. After running the simulation, we will check our result if they are acceptable or not. If they are not acceptable, we will check our previous work, then run the simulation until we have acceptable results. After having the result, we will evaluate the intermittency, and we can indicate the intermittency using the standard deviation, which indicated here by sigma. So if we have intermittency, we will use a smoothing method. After applying the smoothing method, we need to check if this intermittency reduced or not. If it's reduced, so yes, we can connect to the grid. Otherwise, we need to either improve the smoothing method or change it. So our main function to convert the irradiance to have a smooth power which will be connected to the grid. Mainly, our project will contain PV arrays. DC-DC converter will be connected to a DC bus, which used to connecting energy storage system. In case only we have our method required energy storage system, then we will connect a DC-DC inverter, which will be connected to a grid through a transformer. In this case, we are applying the aggregation method, and it can be done by connecting 2 or more plants together before connecting to the grid. The advantage of this method is not requiring any energy storage system. Also, the performance of using aggregation method can depend on the distance between the PV site, the correlation between their irradiance, and the relative speed of the cloud. This is our model because of the time limitation, so I can't go through it. I will mention 3 scenarios here. The scenario 1 is the plant number 1, and scenario 2 will have the result of plant 2. Then the third scenario will show the aggregation results. We can see that in this plant we have peak at between 500 and 600. Also, we have, as you see here, we have changing in the power with a standard deviation 3.2 kilowatts. You can observe here that the second plant have shifting in the variation. Now have shifting in the peak of the power. Now it's at 400, and also we have changed different than the previous plant with a standard deviation 3.1. After connecting the 2 plants before the grid, we can see now the output power more smoother, and we can see also that we are extending the peak time. And also, according to the change, the standard deviation was reduced to 2.5. Now let's compare it. We can see that this is plant 1, which have 3.2 kilowatt standard deviation. Plant 2 have 3.1 kilowatt standard deviation. After applying the aggregation method, now we have 2.5 kilowatt. Let's take one example. You can see the reduction here in the changing reach around minus 1.1. After applying the aggregation method, this reduced to minus 0.6. This is some of the updates that we are currently working in it, is to running another method which called low pass filter method. It's done by connecting a battery through a bidirectional converter and controlled by low pass filter. And these are some of the results, but as I said, that we are still working in it. Inshallah, at the end of this semester, we will have a good results. As conclusion, the system was modeled and simulated using MATLAB. The results from simulation was analyzed. Again, the aggregation method was applied to mitigate the effects of intermittency. It's found that the standard deviation of the changing in output power was reduced after applying the aggregation method. We observed that it changed from approximately above 3, now it's to 2.5 kilowatt. So we found that if the 2 plants are far from each other, so this method will have a high performance. But in our case, as we said, in Manah, the 2 plants are close to each other, so we need to find another method. Our future work is to find another method then we need to model and simulate this method, analyze it, and compare it to the previous method. I hope that you interesting our presentation, and thank you very much. And I will say it also, thank you, Dr. Raspol, for this assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for your nice presentation. So we can take a few questions. If we have some questions from the audience, please.
Yes, if there is any question or comments, please speak comfortably.
Yes, Dr. Omar. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for this presentation. I have one question. If you have only one plant, how you can apply this mitigation approach? You know, usually in Oman here, example in Salela, maybe we'll install one PV plant. How we can apply this mitigation approach if you have only one plant?
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your question. The aggregation method always applied using different PV plants, and it will be higher performance if they are different from each other. In case we didn't have, or in case we have only one plant, we need to apply the other method, such as moving average method, or ramp rate method, or low pass filter method. But the problem of these methods, it's required to have energy storage system, and we know that it's very costly.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
I hope that I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ahmed, for the nice presentation. So we are moving on to our next presentation. The title of the next presentation is a new zero cross correlation code construction for spectral amplitude coding optical code division multiple access system. And the presenter is Mohannad Al-Aidi. Do we have Mohannad with us? Mohannad Al-Aidi, is he with us right now? Mohannad? Okay, I think Mohannad is not with us right now. So Mohannad Al-Aidi. So we had one presenter who was missing before, who couldn't present his paper in his designated time slot. So let's see if he's present. Murad Hanshiri, is he present? So, okay. So we can move on to the next presenter. Let's see if he is here or not. Syed Akil Ashraf. Is he with us right now? Syed Akil Ashraf. Okay. So Syed Akil Ashraf is not present either. So I'll move on to the next presenter in the chronological order. The next presenter, he might be with us, effective utilization of tariff through smart grid. This is the title of the presentation.
Good afternoon,
the
sir.
presenter is Venkateswara Rao.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Venkat.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rao. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are with us. So thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much
Yes, sir.
for joining us. And it's over to you if you would like to start your presentation now. So you can start your presentation. So just one small request. Please try to, finish your presentation in the designated 15 minutes. That will be really kind of you. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Dr. Rao.
Hi, sir.
Dr. Rao, can you please start your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, but can you please share your screen as well?
Sir.
Okay, we can see your screen and you can start your presentation, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Rao. Thank you for giving an opportunity to add one more paper in my profile as a conference. My topic is effective utilization of tariff through smart grid. I am from University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salala. I am an Indian. I am working as a lecturer in electrical section. Can you hear me, sir? Due to net problem, I disconnected from the net.
Yes, there was a disconnection, but now we can see you. Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, once again, sir, please cooperate with us. Can you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Some environmental experts expect that fossil fuels will run out soon. For this reason, smart grid technology for sustainable growth in emerging and a lot of leaded works unveiled by various researchers around the world. Implementation of grid technology increases the operational and efficiency of the power distribution network to meet the growing demand of the country. Here, a smart grid encourages consumers to prefer suitable energy in cooperation with the power grid at any time. It helps load sharing by motivating consumers to operate only the most essential appliances at peak load periods and to transfer the operation of less needed electrical loads at off-peak hours when tariff may be lower. Generally, obviously, the customer will prefer the low tariff rate only. This paper defines the discussions, various concepts, features, and the technical components of smart grid technology, and a case study also we are presenting here by using the time of utilization. This is one of the method in smart grid technologies. Introduction. The Omani electricity sector lacks grid connection standards for small scale and large scale renewables. However, the good news is formation of a committee now looking into this. A national energy efficiency policy is long overdue. Deficiency in some important areas can be observed, such as lack of consumer education on energy efficiency, star rating of the appliances, variable speed drive technologies in air conditioning units, etc. There is a need of continuous professional education to understand and grasp the smart grid developmental research and development undertaking elsewhere in the world. A small improvement affected by smart grid development will save billions of dollars. One main challenge that the power system in Oman is facing is supplying the peak demand during the summer season. Next, smart grid scenarios are developed based on studies done earlier in Oman. This data is from 2004 to 2016, sir. The scenarios, there are formed 5 scenarios. The first one is scenario 1, business as usual. That is called base case. This scenario assumes that the utilities do not consider any DSM and distributed generation options. Scenario 2, minimum start. It introduces energy efficiency and conservation measures to enhance the efficiency of the power sector in Oman. That is second scenario. Third scenario, recommended DSM, demand side management. This scenario is based on some recommended particles for efficient energy utilization, which residential customers can follow without needing much investment from on the 50%.
Dr. Rao, are you with us right now? Can you hear me, Dr. Rao? I think Dr. Rao has, I guess Dr. Rao has some problem with his internet connection. So, because I cannot hear him or see him among the participants. So,
Sorry, sir, due to net problem, again I'm reconnecting here.
yeah, you are back. Thank you. Thank you. So you can continue with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Smart grid is the modernization of electricity delivery system so that it monitors, protects, and automatically optimizes the operation of its interconnected elements from the central and distributed generator through the high voltage network and distribution system to industrial users and building automation systems to energy storage installations and to end use consumers and their thermostats, electric vehicles, appliances, and other household devices. This is the smart grid model here. This is the generating station. It is going to the transmission and it will give the transmission control center. This is the IT department, like a monitoring system. After that, it will go to the distribution system. Again, it is a monitoring system. And this is distributed power electronics. This is energy service provider. Total information will be gathering both renewable energy like a wind and solar, and the generation from this all will be connected and feeding to the customers. This is industrial customer, commercial customer, residential customer. This is the way, because the smart grid is a two-way communication system. It can accept any type of renewable, so like a renewable sources, conventional source, non-conventional, any type of, it will be accepting, and it is a self-healing system. This is the main criteria, self-healing system. It can regain its properties again within a few 3 minutes with the digital communication systems. Some of the enabling technologies in smart grid are future meters, data management with meters, agricultural field area, integrated communications, IT and back office communicating, data security, devices for storing electricity, demand response, distributed generation, renewable energy. In out of all these things methods, we are considering only demand response. In that demand response only, we did some case study. I will going to show the coming slides. I will going to the explain to you. Smart grid encourages consumers to prefer suitable energy in cooperation with the power grid at any time. That is first point. It helps load sharing by motivating consumers to operate only the most essential appliances at peak load periods and to transfer the operation of less needed electrical loads at off-peak hours when tariff may be lower. This paper presents the elimination of interruptions by adjusting the domestic loads. During that adjustment, if any domestic load consumer needs power dispensably, it offers electricity at different tariffs. If the consumer needs a higher tariff for the disparate need of power, the system will use the PV cells at a higher rate. If the consumer refuses to pay the cost, the system will not deliver power to him. We use a smart grid sensors to identify the peak stages of the load. Here in this concept, demand response, based on the demand response only, the demand response will be converted into money value by collecting the money from the customers against their utilization. Because, for example, 9 to 4, that is the all offices, all companies, all industries, all economic institutes, all will run at that time. The 9 to 4 is the peak time for the generation station. Also, it will feeding in transmission system, all these things. At that time, I am in the particular time, I will be in home. My family wants to run some AC, some washing machine, all these things. At that time, it will indicate some indication. Now, if you are using means, the charge may be nearly 500 paisa per unit. This is a peak hour. Like that, one indication will come. So immediately, based on that only, she should not switch on the AC and the washing machine. After some time, automatically another indication will come, like a one meter, one of the red, yellow, blue, like that, one indication will come. So now we are using means low price for your tariff. Like that, we are managing the power, because to install the new power stations in a overnight, it is very, very difficult. And without interruption the other loads, we are adjusting the some loads, because the supply means source to the demand is equal means no problem. If supply is more, demand is less, means not a problem. If supply source is less, demand is more. At that time, we have to adjust. Only there are 4 or 5 methods are there. One method is go for the energy conservation systems. Second one is go for the renewable energy sources. Third one is implementation of the smart grid. In that smart grid, we are using the time of utilization. When you will use, according to that only you have to pay the power bill. That is the main concept here. It assumes that A is peak load, medium load is B, off peak is C. This is standard load. This is minimum charge will be coming from the tariff. These three bulbs act as indicators in every consumer house, like a domestic. It will be go and apply for industrial also. By that bulbs, the consumer can identify the load intensity, then the consumer can operate his loads on its own. That is the main criteria here. Here we are considering the one case study here. The one person, like X person, is having the this much units is using for a month. Is having so many electrical appliances. In the table it is showing from a cloth washer to others up to this. But how to manage this 284? This is without applying. Generally, he is using for peak load 142. He doesn't know which tariff he is running. Mid peak, off peak, totally 284. Okay. Based on our method, time of utilization, with implementing time of utilization, peak load, if it is compulsory, will go for the 120. Mid peak means 90, off peak means 74, totally 284. Based on that only into tariff rate. So automatically without interruption in the energy or power utilization, but in the same time is saving some money. The following example provides information to enable the users act as a category LT, low tension customer, means hours. The analyticals above provides deep insight for the consumer to make effective decisions. The consumers do not know about their daily energy consumption, which appliances are causing more energy consumption, and how they can manage their consumption better. It explains the demand response tariff rates like time of use pricing tariff, critical peak pricing, and real-time pricing. It allows power companies to charge consumers at different electricity prices based on consumption and encourage consumers to shift some of their electricity use away from the peak load demands. Shifting some of the electricity uses to lower cost and non-peak hours can reduce the electric bills and reduce stress on the electricity generation and transmission infrastructure. This is conclusion. This paper presents the smart grid initiatives with demand response and renewable energy sources, how loads can have operated successfully without interrupting the other loads by adjusting the existing loads based on tariffs and introducing renewable sources. If we can implement the above said methods, the domestic consumer can be operating his loads on his own based on the desired tariffs. In future, this is a mathematical calculation. Previously, I worked with this. I am taking some friend help with the SAP. The program is developed with SAP. In future, this may be implemented and with the help of software development to fulfill the above method. Thereby, it can be easily monitoring by the both the company and as well as the consumer. These are the references. This is very good reference. And this is 2016 paper, customized pathway for smart grid development, a case study in Oman. This also there, based on that only I am taking some points. And here also development of statistics plans for scenarios. I am already explained 5 scenarios. These scenarios from this paper only for the smart grid and their impact. This is a case study of Muscat interconnected system. This is one international renewable energy congress. Thank you for patience hearing, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rao, for such a nice presentation. Unfortunately, there was a little hiccup, but anyhow, we are at the end of your presentation. So among the audience, do you have any questions? Please, Dr. Rao, you can ask from Dr. Rao. Any question from the participants? Okay, so I believe there are no questions. So once again, I'll say thanks for such a informative and nice presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you
Could
very much,
please
sir. Thank you for providing an opportunity. Dhofar University, and I want to add one more paper in my profile. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So nice of you. Pleasure is all ours. So moving forward, we have our next presenter, Dr. Syed Akil Ashraf. The title of his presentation is Condition Monitoring of HV Equipment Using PDAE Technique. Dr. Syed Akil Ashraf, are you with us right now?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Could you please start your presentation? Over to you.
Okay, Dr. Rao can remove his screen, then I can start. Dr. Rao, can you remove your screen? Dr. Umar, because I cannot start video, it is saying that the host has stopped it.
What is it saying? Could you please
Host has stopped the video.
you need to share your screen, please.
Yeah, I have shared the screen.
I can see your video.
Yes.
Can you please share your screen?
Yeah, screen has come to you or no? Still.
No, I can see your like video. I can see your face.
Only face. Okay.
Yes.
I'm clicking it for sharing my screen. Share the screen. Can you?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Now, okay.
Yeah.
So, yes. Can you see exactly the condition monitoring of high voltage equipment using partial discharge acoustic technique? Yes. My name is Syed Akil Ashraf. I'm from Faculty of Electrical Engineering, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salalah. Can you hear me properly, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Now, power equipment, I will discuss with the power equipments are very expensive. You know, everybody knows that electricity is come to our house or any place. It is by the power equipment, and they are very expensive. And it is very expensive. And you know that power industries are using all these things for the. I mean, it is not affordable to run out of outage or interrupt the power supply, because it is very important to have the condition monitoring of these power devices. And if power devices are shut down, then it will be a huge loss, as well as the waste of time also. So for the money as well as catastrophic destruction. So we have to manage and we have to see the condition of all power devices, because the electrical energy is generated by the power stations, and through the power grid it will come to us, means to the consumers, either it is in the industry or in the powerhouse, or in the hospitals, supermarkets, or people for the houses. The power will come through the power grid, and this power grid include generators, transformers, transmission lines, cables, switch gear, and individual consumer distribution lines. So if we want to have without any power disconnection or the outage, in technical words we say outage or breakdown. So if we don't want to have any breakdown, then we have to have the condition monitoring for all these equipment like generators, transformers, transmission lines, cables, switch gears, and all distribution lines. We have to take care. And for taking care of all these things, we have to have some methods by which we can monitor these conditions of these power sources. or power equipments. So this is the view of electrical power system, that power is generated from the, you can see my cursor, power is generated in the power station, and that power will be again step up, and this step up power will go to the transmission lines, and then they will go, this will be again step down to send to the industry, and then further it will step down to go to the houses or to the consumers, either in supermarket or hospitals or any schools or colleges, universities. So this is the electrical power view, power system overview, and this is also a power grid, if you say, you can say. So because power grid, why I'm saying this? Because all the power system means the power grid. It consists, the whole power system consists the generating units, I means generating stations, and then transmission, and then distribution of that electrical power. So actually, we are connected with three main components of power system, of electrical power system, that is distribution, generation, transmission, and distribution. So there are three things like that. So in this way, we will be having many devices, many systems to be taken care of for their conditions, because condition monitoring is a very important, a very large area. We will be having, if as an engineer you are working in a power station or power distribution systems, or in distribution, generation station also, you have to take care for many devices. So this is the topic of our talk, is that condition monitoring. So how to monitor the condition of the power equipment, that we are discussing here. So as we know that there is a power grid, the power grid has everything together, means generation station, transmission, and the distribution in the houses. So in power grid, we'll be having different sources of energy. For example, solar power plants also we will connect in power grid. The wind power station also will be connected through that power grid. And then we'll be having different kind of power sources, either it is a thermal power station or a hydro power station or a nuclear power station or any kind of power station, whatever available in the country, that will be connected with the same power grid. Here we will in Gulf we are having GCC grid, Gulf countries GCC grid also we are having. And when we are talking about the different the grids, power grids, then we will have to have discuss about the smart grid. Smart grid, as discussed by Dr. Rao, the smart grid is a very important thing nowadays. The new area and generation, new transmission and distribution are connected with the smart grid by the help of artificial intelligence, because digital technology are used in that smart grid to have and to monitor and rely for the proper reliability as well as the control of generation, transmission, and distribution of electrical power. Smart meters we are using in that smart grid. You can see this here. There are different kind of power generation systems, and then we will be having here PCs, and then the load. Load means the customers. So in that we will be having smart meters, and with the help of the SCADA system and the artificial intelligence systems, we will be having monitoring all these things. Actually, what I want to emphasize here is that if you want to have a condition monitoring, it means that you have to monitor the condition of all the equipment available in the either in the smart grid or a power grid. So what are the main component of the smart grid and power grid? I have discussed before with you that it includes the generators, transformers, transmission lines, cables, switch gears, and all these distribution lines and the bus bars. So for that, actually, the basic thing is that if you miss the condition monitoring techniques, we are not applying, suppose, then what will be the effect? Now you can see on the screen, this is the effect. This is the side effect of not having condition monitoring. If you don't monitor the condition of the power equipment, this may happen. Can you see this in the screen? This huge fire may occur. The burning of the power transformers will occur because of certain reasons that I will discuss a little later. So what I'm telling you, that condition monitoring is so important that we cannot neglect. Inevitable. We have to have condition monitoring of power equipment. Otherwise, this type of phenomena may occur. You can see there another screen that is this power station is having a huge fire. So what are the reasons behind it? Why it happens? Why we go for condition monitoring? Now the next step. You can see this one all. There are so many fires and I mean huge problems. Basically, electrical insulation is the problem. Electrical insulation of any high voltage equipment is very important thing. It is the essential element to determine the performance of power equipment. Any power equipment, we have to take care the electrical insulation. That is the basic thing. Like power cable, we'll be having different kind of insulation. Same as the transmission lines also, same as the power transformers also, we are having the oil insulation as well as switch gear. We have SF6 type of insulation systems. So there are different kind of insulation. If the insulation fails, it will be a huge fire. So that is why we have to see the condition of the insulation. Some insulation is in Arabic we say azel insulation, electrical insulation. So it requires durability with the mechanical, thermal, chemical, and electrical stress during the operation. When we operate the high voltage equipment, the voltage is very high, the current is very high. So because of the current high and voltages are high, you can imagine 132 kilovolt, 132 kilovolt in the generation station. It is 11 kilovolt. And in the distribution and transmission 132 kilovolt, or some places 400 kilovolt. Imagine you are having the voltage only in your house 240 volt, 240. Can you imagine 11,000 volt, 400 volt kilovolt, 132 kilovolt for transmission? So it is a huge voltage and 1000 ampere current, or more than that, 1000, 2000 ampere current. My dear, you can expect, see in your house, you are having only 5 ampere, 2 ampere, 3 ampere current. How much shock you get, how much huge intensity of that current. Can you imagine 1500, 2000 ampere current? Oh really, it is amazing, a very huge amount of current. That current, if passed through for long time with the long distance with the transmission lines or with the cables or with the transformers, the insulation may break because of certain life. After some time, insulation breakdown, that shorten the life of power equipment, and that incur the significant cost. Actually, we have one phrase, everybody is saying that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. This meaning is the chain is as strong as its weakest link. If weakest link is very less, then the chain, the strength of the chain will be low. So same as if the insulation quality of the insulation is low, your power equipments are not safe. And that is why we have to go for condition monitoring. Now, what is the cause? The basic cause is major cause is the partial discharge. Partial discharge is an indicator of abnormal insulation conditions and further cause of insulation degradation. This partial discharge occurs like a cancer in a human being. Partial discharge is a cancer in the electrical machines. And this breakdown follows eventually because of this cancer, because of this partial discharge. Really, it is a very important thing to be discussed, to be monitored all the time. Therefore, the early detection of partial discharge activity is very important for condition monitoring engineers to avoid any expensive, any catastrophic failure in power system. And in recent time, we are having different kind of systems like electrical system, chemical system, optical systems, and acoustic emission systems. So electrical sensors are there, chemical sensors are there, DGA systems are there, optical sensors are there, and acoustic emission sensors are also available to check, to monitor, to online monitoring of the partial discharge activity, which is like a cancer, is produced in a localized way. It will start from a small place, from a local point, either in the transformer or in the cables or in the switchgear or in the subsystem systems, any of the insulation, this will start. And once the partial discharge occurs, finish the system. If you not monitor, if you not take care for that partial discharge, it will be dangerous for your power equipment. So that is why it is very important to monitor the partial discharge activities in a power equipment. So condition monitoring in substation, we are having online transformer monitoring for for partial discharge monitoring, because it is producing, why we go for acoustic methods, acoustic methods, AE sensors, because the sensor, actually this partial discharge is producing some kind of frequency, and that frequency is very
Dr.
high.
Syed?
That is, yes, sir. I'm
Dr.
really,
Syed,
yes,
2 more minutes, please.
Yes, I'm concluding very soon. So because topic is very interesting, the sensor, the AI sensors are very good because it has the frequency. It can monitor the frequency, and actually we are having our audible range is 20 to 20 kilohertz, but the partial discharge is occurring with the frequency of more than 50 kilohertz. So 50 kilohertz frequency, we cannot hear this noise. We cannot hear this sound or this emission, acoustic emission. So because of that, we will go for the acoustic sensors, and these acoustic sensors are invasive, and this technique is invasive. If you use electrical, you have to go near to that electrical high voltage equipment. But if you use acoustic sensors, we cannot we don't need to go to the very near to the acoustic power equipment. So from a distance, you can use this acoustic sensors, ultra high volt frequency sensors, and then we can go for the dissolved gas analysis, moisture content of SF6. There are so many condition monitoring of transmission lines, different methods and different sensors we are having available in the market nowadays for monitoring these condition monitoring of the power transmission line, as well as the power transformers and transmission, and lightning monitoring also, because lightning arresters we are having, but even then the lightning will produce the corona, and that corona is very dangerous for the political power stations and power equipments. Contamination monitoring also has to be done. And so if you are taking care of the condition monitoring of all power equipment, you have to go for power cables also for monitoring of all these things. So this is the conclusion here, that we have to review first the major faults, what are there in the power equipments, and then we have to select different kind of power, the acoustic sensors, so that you can quantify and understand the significance of energy, how much energy is coming out from that power equipment in the form of partial discharge, which is a cancer for the power equipment. So that is why we have to choose suitable AI sensors to monitor the PD activity in high voltage equipment. Thank you very much, my dear.
Thank you, Dr. Syed, for such a nice presentation. We have time to take a couple of questions from the participants. So participants, audience, do you have any question, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Syed, for your such a nice presentation. I have one question.
Yes.
Acoustic sensors have been proposed for the upcoming 6th generation,
yes,
especially in the free space optical communication. How acoustic sensor can be used underwater for the underwater communications?
Yeah, actually there will be a bandwidth, and then we have to go for the different kind of bandwidth processing techniques, because underwater it will be having problems. So we are having some of the acoustic sensors used especially for the underground waters, and especially for the sea waters also, because we are having some problems, partial discharge problems in the ships also. So there also we are using the acoustic sensors, ultra frequency UHF frequency sensors we use in that.
How these wave will work in the shallow water or the stable water?
Actually, they are the different kind of what you call shear waves, and what you call another kind of waves are there, and that will work with that.
Monitor in real time.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Syed Akil Ashraf.
Thank you very much, sir.
We are going to move on to our next presentation. The title of our next presentation is Modeling the Prediction of Healthcare Product Demand During Pandemic. And the presenter is Muhammad Junaid. Do we have Muhammad Junaid with us right now? Muhammad Junaid, do we have him with us right now? Okay, I think Muhammad Junaid is not with us right now, so we can move on to the next presentation, which is by Muhammad Sadriwala. Muhammad
Yes, hello.
Sadriwala. Okay, so the title of the presentation of Muhammad Sadriwala is Autonomous Waste Collecting Robot. So over to you, Muhammad Sadriwala, please go ahead.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
I hope you're able to see.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. The title of my presentation is Autonomous Waste Collecting Robot. It is a water waste collecting robot. I'll start with the problem statement. The water bodies of our world are under threat. The rivers and the ponds, lakes, and rivers, they're all very eutrophic. This problem happens because whenever we are near water bodies, we usually throw our eatables, the single-use plastic, and other garbage are thrown in by civilians. The waste from the local shops and restaurants and everything ends up in these water bodies. Even when the waste ends up in the small water bodies, such as small lakes and ponds and rivers, it travels downstream and then it ends up in our oceans. Once it ends up in our oceans, then it becomes very difficult to clean, as the ocean is a wide surface area. And even once the single-use plastic is in our oceans, it does not break down. It breaks down to smaller pieces, but those smaller pieces result into something known as plastispheres. And these plastispheres are very a habitable environment for all the bacteria. As we're currently going through coronavirus pandemic, having an outbreak with these plastispheres is also a big problem that we are up to face. The fertilizers and detergents that we use in our daily lives also change the chemical composition of these lakes and rivers. Once this chemical composition is changed, it is uninhabitable for the fishes and all the wildlife nearby to live in that area. Fertilizers make the water extremely eutrophic, increasing growth of all the underwater plants. I'll go to my motivation for this project. My hometown is Udaipur. It is a small town located in the south of Rajasthan in India, in the northwest part of India. Udaipur is a lake. It has 4 lakes in it. It is known as the city of lakes. It is famous only for its lakes. So Udaipur's economy eventually depends on the tourism that is attracted. The 4 lakes of Udaipur are a major source of this water in the city. These lakes are very important to the city as they moderate the extreme events that could happen in the future, such as droughts or floods. Udaipur, being part in the south of Rajasthan, also is close to a desert area. And hence these lakes play a big role. Not only do they supply water, but it is an interesting fact to know that the lakes also act as a natural air purifier. With India having the highest polluted cities in the whole world, in the top 10 polluted cities, India has 7 of the most polluted. So Udaipur itself, being a small town, has an AQI of around 200 and 240. Hence, a natural air purifier is very important for the city. These lakes are also provided a habitat to all animals and birds. A lot of birds migrate to Udaipur during the migration season, and it's one of the stops here before they fly again to Europe. So the number of those birds and animals has been decreasing since the pollution is increasing and the lakes are drying up and are being polluted. This is the aim of my project, to create a system for cleansing of water bodies with minimum human labor by using autonomous water waste collecting robots aided with path guidance system. As you can see in the picture, on the right-hand side, it is a 3D model design, and on the left-hand side is the actual fabricated prototype that I have made. I'll talk about the principle of garbage collection. The garbage collection in the prototype is done by a collector located at the center of the frame, which is made up of aluminum mesh of holes of size 2 by 2 centimeters. These holes are small enough to act as a net that can trap the waste floating on the surface of the water. What we're going after is the waste that is on the surface of the water, because all the plastic bottles and the biodegradable food items that we throw, they generally float on the water. It would be better if we could scavenge them before they sink to the bottom, because once the items have sunk to the bottom of the lake or rivers or anything, then they become extremely difficult to retrieve again. By just cleaning the surface of the water, we let sunlight through the surface, and then that helps vegetation and life inside the lake also. Since the lakes in Udaipur are eutrophic and many of the lakes in the world get eutrophic, the cleaning of the surface of the algae that grows on the surface is very important. These are the specifications of my model. The dimensions are, the length is 180 centimeter, the width is 120 centimeter, and the height is 60 centimeter. It is a quite transportable prototype that could be used, and it has a wide enough gap to collect the waste materials. The whole prototype weighs about 22 kgs. I've done the power calculations, and for a speed of 0.5 meter per second, as I've designed this prototype to go around in lakes and not in high wave conditions such as a river, the speed has been limited to 0.5 meter per second, but it can be increased as the power requirements can be increased. The propeller diameter has been taken as 50 mm, and the propeller angle of attack is 7 degrees. These are the construction materials that I've taken. I've mentioned the cost also, because one of the main aims of my studies was so that I could make it as cheap as possible, because the conventional method that most of the governments use are people going around, they take a net with them, and then with that net, they go around collecting the weeds and pieces of plastics and everything else. And many of times people have to get inside the lakes and such water bodies and then collect them. In such cases, sometimes it gets dangerous, people are hurt, and it is a very toxic environment to get in. Hence, this autonomous waste collecting robots eliminates the requirement of human interference. The building materials that I've used are a wooden plank, wooden bars, GI metal sheet. I've taken GI metal sheet here so that it does not rust, as the function will be in water. I've used a silicon tube to fill in all the gaps that are so that it is waterproof. I've used stainless steel nails, aluminum mesh, and aluminum angle and wire. These are used to make the cage that is the center that will be a filter. In the fabrication process, on the right-hand side top picture, you can see I've nailed down wooden bars on the wooden planks to make the outside the frame of the prototype. And then on the bottom right, you can see that I've covered it with the GI sheet. And on the left-hand side, you can see the completed prototype. With the center, there is the aluminum mesh and cage. Now to the operation of this prototype. There are two ways of operating this. The first is the remote control operation. The autonomous waste collecting robot can be operated using an Arduino app on any Arduino smartphone, on any Android smartphone, having an operating range of 50 feet. The RC operation of the aquatic drone is a very simple feature, is a very useful feature, as it can be used to maneuver the aquatic drone manually through the difficult positions, as well as it can be used to bring back the aquatic drone to its home position accurately. The remote control system works with a Bluetooth sensor that have added into the prototype, and it is controlled by a phone. There are 4 motions that is front, back, left, and right. There is no pulse width modulation used in this prototype, so we're always running at the maximum output. This remote control operation lets the user actually be outside the water and move around the prototype. The next operation method is the path guided system. The automation for aquatic drone can be achieved by the use of a waypoint navigation using a GPS module and a compass. The compass is nothing but a magnetometer. For feedback location, the waypoint allocation would be done manually by feeding the geolocation of longitude and latitude in the microprocessor via Bluetooth using the Android application. For the purpose of path guidance system, I've used the Android application named GPS Guided Robot. It is an MIT sourced application that is open source. In this path guidance system, once we connect the GPS module, I'll show you that later. We get the GPS coordinates in the NEMA format. Those NEMA formats are then converted and we know the location of our prototype. And once we set a path, suppose we put on 3 paths, 3 points, 100 meters far from each other, the prototype will move in that direction, going to one point and the next one. A compass or a magnetometer is used in this reference to know the orientation of the prototype, so that it can tell the motors which direction to go, if it's left or is it right, like that. These are the electronics that I've used. I've used Arduino Uno as the sole microprocessor, as it is not a very sophisticated system. This is the Neo JIX 6M GPS module. This module is quite widely available and is used in a lot of applications, especially with Arduino. It runs on a 3.3 volt system, and we get the NEMA sentences out of this. This GPS module requires at least a minimum of 3 satellites to connect. And on the starting point, it takes 25 to 30 seconds to first boot up, and then we get the coordinates. This is the HMC5883L. Yes, sir?
Mohammed, 2 more minutes,
yes,
please.
Yeah, I'll rush through. This is the magnetometer sensor that gives us the 3-axis location. This is a motor driver that is used to power the 2 motors, because we're the Arduino operates on a 5-volt system and the motors are running on a 12-volt system. I've used a 12-volt battery, and this here is a relay module that is used to power the motors. I've used a Bluetooth module that is HC05, and this is the ultrasonic sensor. I've used 3 ultrasonic sensors in this prototype to know, so that when for object detection, so that we don't collide, the prototype does not collide to any nearby objects. These are the LKIT775 DC motors. I've taken the power outage of this motor and it suits the prototype. Here is the circuit diagram that you could see. This here is the relay module. This is the Arduino. There are 3 ultrasonic sensors, and we've used the Bluetooth module, the magnetometer, and the Neo 6M GPS module, which takes in the location, and that's how the function happens. These are the list of the components that use and the total cost that has been there. As you can see, this is my conclusion. Finally, I'm ending here. One of my main aims was to keep the project cost as low as possible. Hence, the construction cost, as is the electrical equipment that I've used, they all cost under $150. It was observed that the surface cleaning is an effective method for collection of waste materials from water bodies. The robot can also be used to clear out weeds from the water surface. The fabrication of the prototype was done successfully with commonly available materials, and the complete coding of the operation was done on Arduino platform. What I'd like to give a lot of focus on is the future scope that can be implemented on this. Since this is just one system, that we can also use swarm behavior to cover a large area of water, so that not just one prototype could do, but multiple different robots could go in the water and cover a large surface area. Implementation of a docking system could also be there, so that once the garbage is collected in these bins, they could come to the docking system. They can also act as a charging system, and the garbage can be collected from there, minimizing the human interaction even more. There can be use of image processing to detect waste that are floating nearby, so that the waste collection is even more efficient. And there can be an addition of front loaders, because many a time long weed leaves are there, and they are not they cannot be collected in the cage properly. There can also be an addition of sensors and measuring equipment to get the live check on quality of water at the places of the lake. This water data that we get is quite important for maintaining the water body conditions and seeing what changes have been through them. Thank you very much. I've written my contact details and below. I hope you like the presentation. Are there any questions, please?
Thank you very much, Mohammad Sadriwala, for such a nice presentation. Very informative indeed. So do we have any question from the participants for Mohammad Sadriwala?
Dr. Umar,
any questions?
Can you hear me, Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Dr. Mohammed, thank you so much for this information, and thank you for sharing your research and project with us. I just had one single doubt over here. You are using ultrasonic sensors in order to detect some obstacle, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
Like in case what will happen if the waste or the garbage that is over there is acting as an obstacle? So will it be collecting it, or what is the height of the obstacle that you have collected?
It depends on the height of the obstacle. If the obstacle is quite large, even if the garbage material is quite large, there is a limit of 10 centimeters that I've taken, so it maneuvers, it changes the direction for that.
Okay, and there is no.
It depends on the height.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there any provision like this is like continuously it is collecting the garbage to the path you have already feeded on it, right? So
yes, once the path is feeded, it will be continuously operating.
So there is no provision for seeing whether the complete bin is full or not. Maybe sometimes when you go.
No, as of yet, I have not added any a sensor that could say that the bin is full. That's why in the future scope that I've said, there needs to be a docking system such that once it has run for a certain period, suppose half an hour, 1 hour, or there could be a sensor to gauge the height or the weight that is being pulled by the system. It could say that now it's the time to go to the home center, and then it could locate back to the docking system.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Okay, Mohammad Sadriwala, thank you very much for your presentation. So we are now moving on to our next presentation of the session. Okay. Do we have Arun Gopinath with us right now?
Yes, I am here, Dr.
Okay, so Arun Gopinath is our next presenter who is going to talk about feasibility study and demonstrated model of hybrid power generation system for electrification of remote areas in Sultanate of Oman. So over to you, Arun. Please kindly respect the 15-minute limit for your presentation. Thank you.
Sure, Doctor. Yes. Is my screen appearing to you, Doctor?
Yes, it is clear. You can start, please.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to present our topic, feasibility study and the demonstration model which we created for a hybrid generation system for the remote areas. And we created this demonstration model by taking the load of our college itself, university. So before starting our presentation, I would like to inform you that we started this project in 2018-19 academic year, and this project was funded by the Technical Research, the Research Council of Oman. And we started with the feasibility study. After that, we created a model And that topic actually we are going to present in this presentation. And thank you for accepting our presentation, our paper for the presentation. And let us start our presentation. In my presentation, I am thinking of, I included these things. First of all, why we need this project. Then that is what is the requirements for a hybrid system in Oman. Then I am coming to the different combinations which I considered. Then what is the load data, location data. Then the feasibility analysis which I did for this project, whether it would be feasible or not, that I checked using a software called Homer Pro. We will discuss about that one. Then what is the results which I got from the feasibility study. Then how we try to implement this system and what are the results we got. And finally, we will be concluding. So now I just want to show the hybrid system, how it will be looking like. We know that when you are hearing a hybrid system, it is a multiple energy resources. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to optimize the two energy resources which is abundantly available, that is the solar energy as well as the wind energy for our GCC region or the Middle East region, which we can say. And that will be having the connection with the grid, and my total system connection will be almost having a look like this animation. So that's why I just put an animation of that one here. So we will be having the different components of the wind system, the photovoltaic system, then the inverter system, then the connections to the grid. So that is what generally the hybrid system means. So I'm coming to the requirement of this project. Nowadays, so many restructuring is going on in our power systems, especially in Oman. If you are seeing, they are not having a complete grid system. Presently, it is divided into three systems, which is one, it is called as main interconnected system, then the Dhofar power system, and another one which is running by Tanveer. So that is the RAICO. Previously, it was called RAICO. From 2019 onwards, it is known as the Tanveer. So here, the restructuring means they want to make it, they want to include the renewable energy sources to the maximum, to their total grid system. So in that aspects, presently, they are continuously depending on the natural gas for their power generation. As we know, it is almost 98% of their power generation is depending on the combined cycle power generation of the natural gas. So if it is like that, if they want to go for a restructuring, they have to think of how they can include these renewable energy sources into the act. So for that, they want to have some feasibility analysis, and they should have some results how they have to proceed. So we are trying from our end a mild attempt to just make them understand how it can be done in a linear way. For that, we taken an illustrated example of our college itself. We taken the load profile of our college. So we taken the power demand variations which is happening in our college and all these things. So before moving into that, the power demand growth of the Oman, I just want to show it is increasing more than 9,000 megawatt, and it may be reaching close to 10,000 by 2025. So that is the expected demand. And in 2024, it is by the OPWP, they given a 7-year statement. It is mentioning that the gas-fired energy they want to reduce from almost 98 to 83%. And when they're reducing to 83%, the remaining 17%, it has to be distributed to the different energy sources which they want to include. So that is the solar energy, wind, coal-fired energy, as well as the energy from the waste. That's what they are aiming at. And presently, if you are seeing, the solar and wind is having some good potential. Wind is having some potential in some region, and PV or the photovoltaic or the solar energy is having a potential throughout the region. So in that aspect, when I came to this study, first of all, I thought that we will be including what are the resources which is available, and we'll be making a case studies. So for that case studies, I taken 12 cases, and the 12 cases which is having the combination of the renewable energy and conventional energy, and some with the standalone systems, just like photovoltaics and wind, and some with the different combinations. 12 combinations I considered. After considering these 12 combinations, I just put these combinations to a particular location and to the software. That software I introduced, I just told that it is Homer I used. And for the load data, for the analysis of the load data, what I taken is the data from the UTAS Shinas. It was University of Technology and Applied Sciences Shinas, and previously it was known as Shinas College of Technology. What I noticed is that the power demand was rising in an annual year, if you're considering from January to December. Generally, the May and June, especially the summer month, and of course, July, August also will be continuing the same aspect, but here the load is less because the July and August is the vacation time for the university. So, but the load trend, it is saying that when the summer is there, the load demand is going high. Again, July and August also, I am expecting the similar height, more than this one, what you are seeing in the screen. But this is the general trend in university. And for this analysis, we need the load data, then the wind speed data, then solar energy irradiance. So what is that irradiance? How much I am having in this particular location? That all these things we have to see. So for that, we fix a particular location of this Shinas. After fixing that particular location, we can get this data either from the direct ground data, or either otherwise we have to get it from the satellite data. But these two data, fortunately, we were getting directly from this software. And the nearest, the location which, the meteorological center which we are having is the Majis. It is near to the Liva, that industrial city. So from there, we got the wind speed data as well as the irradiance data. What we found is that the wind speed is reaching maximum up to 5.94. And as one good thing what we found is that, especially during the May and June, July, we are seeing that the wind is high here. And this we taken at a hub height of 105 meter. So present data, what we projected is for 10 meter, and when the height is going up to 105 meter, we can even get a higher wind speeds. So that is what the hub height, what we taken, the data which I am showing is for the 10 meter, at the 10 meter height. And when the hub height is going to 105 meter, naturally that wind velocity will be going high. So my point here is, if the power demand, when it is rising at the summer time, at that time, the wind speed is also high. That means it's having a good potential. Now, if I am when I observe the horizontal irradiance, the global irradiance, it is saying that 6.94 kilowatt hour per meter square per day is available in this region, and that is one of the highest. So that is also having a good potential. So wind is having good potential, and solar is also having a good potential. So these two things lead me to my interested area of hybriding these two things. So this location data, the load data, then the climatic conditions, all these things we inserted into the software called as Homer Pro. Homer Pro, it can it is an optimization software for making the hybrid systems, and it can give the feasibility also. So that is why I selected this particular software for doing it, and we entered all the input data, including the cost factors. What I found is that we will be getting some typical results based on the net present cost, the operating cost, the cost of energy, and the renewable energy fraction, which is very, very important in analyzing the feasibility of a hybrid system. So after noticing this one, what I found is, when you are having a combined system, I considered all these 12 cases, which I shown you before. So that 12 cases, when we were analyzing, we saw that particularly the wind photovoltaic with the diesel, that is, and the gas PV with the diesel, that is also having good potential here, and that is giving a very good feasibility. But the thing is, if you are having the diesel as well as the gas system, it is not at all feasible. That we already observed. And finally, we can see there is another option called as emission analysis. In the emission analysis, we will be getting for these 12 systems, how much is the carbon dioxide, how much is the carbon monoxide, how much is the unburned carbon, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, all these emissions, how much it will be for each cases we can analyze. When we analyze this one, we came to a conclusion that it is for the, if it is for a remote area, the photovoltaic wind and diesel will be a better option. And if it is for the urban area, the natural gas PV and wind will be an option. But both the things, natural gas and the diesel, we cannot keep it, and that is not an option. But one thing I want to say here, the diesel, it is an option. We can keep it only for the remote areas. Why? Because we saw already that the emissions of this diesel system is high. And moreover, the cost of energy also will be going a little bit high if you are considering the diesel in the place of the natural gas. But the natural gas will not be feasible if you are considering for a smaller systems. That's why we analyze that this natural gas can be a combination, can be in the combination if it is an urban area which is having high population as well as more loads. Now, after making this feasibility study, what we thought is we will be going for the implementation of a model. So for that, we taken a partial load, and that partial load which we taken is some portion of our workshop. Now, in that workshop, we taken the total loads, and we taken this connection. This is the line connection which we made. And we made these photovoltaic panels which will be comprising the total power of 3,500 watts, and the wind turbine which is having 1,500 watts, totally 4,500 watts. And this we combined as what you are seeing in your screen. And this is the combiner box, and using this combiner box, we provided it to the grid-tied inverter. And this is from the photovoltaic panel. Same like that, from the wind turbine, we connected to the grid-tied inverter of the wind turbine. And this hybrid combination, it was coming to the main panel like this. The distribution panel was like this. And we were having the photovoltaic and the wind combined combination, hybrid combination was coming. And in other side, we were having the combination of the grid systems. So the connection, when we are doing what the strategy we adopted is that there should be an auto transfer switch to change. If the load is not meeting by the particular source, you have to change it to the next source. So that's why we connected the ATS panel. In the ATS panel, we were having two sources, that is the photovoltaic and wind source. In one side, that is the renewable energy, and on the other side, the grid connection. Instead of grid connection, we can go for the diesel, or otherwise, if you are having a natural gas, yes, we can go for the natural gas also. So this was the internal connection which we made. And finally, we made, for the testing, we made a load of 1,500 with the lamp load, and we kept an additional option to keep additional loads up to some 2,000, 3,000 watts. So totally, our power source is designed for 4,500, and we can just add this our load also through these sockets. So that is what the design, and this is the layout of that load. And we tested this system. We tested the system, and it is shifting at exactly when the power balance is not there, the voltage will be dropping. That principle we adopted to take the shifting from the one source to another source using the auto transfer switch. So we implemented that system practically, and these are my references for the this particular presentation. And I just want to show you a small video with this, our implemented project. So this is the panels which we arranged, as you are seeing in the screen. And this is the wind system, and this is having 1500 watts. And we just take a hub height of only 10 meters here. And the total power which will be coming from this one will be 4500. So this is combined here inside the that workshop lab. And this is the photovoltaic tied inverter. And this is the wind turbine grid inverter. And this is the one which you are seeing on the side. That is the first panel. That is the distribution panel for the photovoltaics and wind combination. And second one which you are seeing is the ATS connection. ATS connection. Two contactors are there, and with the relay mechanism, it will be tripping. And you can see here, this is the load which we kept. When the load is kept, at that time, if you are seeing, if the photovoltaics, if you are switching off, that means when the source is not there, that means the power balance will not be there. When the power balance is not there, it is shifted to the grid system. So using the auto transfer switch. So in the load itself, we can easily transfer to this one using the auto transfer switch system which we implemented. So that is the advantage of this project. And now we are in the future, what we are trying to implement is we are trying to directly connect to the grid using a bidirectional energy meter, which can easily monitor how much power you are giving to the load. And see, for example, if you are taking something from the grid, it will be monitored, as well as if you are giving some power to the grid, that also will be monitored. So I'm closing that. This monitoring is very much possible with the system. So this is the our project, and now these are some of our achievements so far, and some form of the projects. It is explained in our first Middle East conference, then a national symposium which is conducted by NISWA. And yesterday, I want to tell this one, it got selected as the second best project in Sultan Qaboos University in their national student gathering. So this is from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun.
Thank you, sir,
for your long presentation. Do we have any questions from the participants? Any questions from the participants or audience?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Arun, once again for your presentation. We are moving on to the next presentation. Do we have Jisha P with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. So the title of the presentation of Jisha P is Development of Chemi-resistive sensor-based point-of-care IoT device for the detection of malaria biomarker VOCs.
Yes.
Could you please go ahead, Jisha?
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen, please.
Okay. Hope
Please, before you start, I would make a very humble request that try to wrap your presentation in 15 minutes. That will be very kind of you.
Yeah. I'll try my best to wind it up as fast as possible. Hope it's visible to you. My screen is visible to you.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see your screen.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can start,
Okay.
please.
Okay, thank you. So, pardon. The title, good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my presentation is Development of Chemi-resistive Sensor-Based Point-of-Care IoT Device for the Detection of Malaria Biomarker VOCs. Myself, Jisha P. I'm a research scholar in BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, India. And the work has been done under the guidance of Dr. M.S. Suma, Professor, Department of Medical Electronics, BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore. So the outline of Sorry, I couldn't. So the outline of presentation goes like this. So I'll explain the current scenario of malaria over the globe and what are the current approaches we are using for malaria diagnosis, the non-invasive approaches, what the future approaches, what we are aiming at, and a small glimpse of the literature survey, and what is the proposed system which we are proposed for this project, and fabrication and sensing of the sensor, the IoT device development, and further I'll move on to the conclusion. So I'll start with the latest World Malaria Report of 2020, which says that still it's a very malaria is considered as a major threat to the health of humans. So in the year 2019, 229 million malaria cases have been reported, and most of the cases are belong to the South African regions. With the 51% of the global cases are belonging to the African countries. And also Southeast Asia is also giving a 3% contribution towards the global burden of malaria cases. And malaria cases, even though it has been reduced, but it's not completely eradicated from the over the globe. So the global malaria death, even though it has been reduced from 7,36,000 to 4,09,000 in the year 2019, but the percentage of total malaria deaths among children aged less than 5 years is 67% in the year 2019. And most of the morbidity due to malaria is still in the African region and also in the Southeast Asian region. So even India is accounted for about 86% of all malaria deaths according to the WHO, the World Health Organization Southeast Asian region. So coming to the present approaches, what we are using for malaria diagnosis. So first one is the basic one, the clinical diagnosis, the diagnosis of the disease based on the symptoms of the symptoms shown by the patients, and that has to be approved by any of the other three methods, that is microscopy method or rapid diagnostic method or a nucleic acid technique like an RT-PCR technique. So these three are the standard methods, and microscopy method is the gold standard for malaria diagnosis. The problem with the conventional or the current approaches they are invasive techniques. They need blood samples and they take time, and they need a trained personnel to complete the test or the diagnosis as well as to confirm the result of malaria infection in humans. So as a future approach, there has been researches are going on mainly in the area of non-invasive approach, like using urine or saliva or breath of humans, which may contain the biomarkers of malaria infection. So there are some few researches have happened in the area of urine and saliva, where the parasite antigens can be detected from urine and saliva of the infected patients, but their submicron level, that the initial stage of the disease cannot be detected by using these two, that is the urine and saliva of an malaria infected patient, and its sensitivity is very less than the WHO prescribed standard. So the latest studies are going on the breath, how to detect malaria from the breath of human beings, because there are studies have revealed that the breath of malaria patient contains some biomarkers like VOCs, that is volatile organic compounds like terpenes. So terpenes are basically plant-based volatile compounds produced by or produced to attract the Anopheles mosquitoes, which are the carriers of malaria parasite, that's the Plasmodium. So if we are able to detect the terpenes from the breath of humans, we can develop portable field deployable breath sensor based malaria detecting device for fast detection of malaria. So the work by Sheber et al. Has revealed that the breath printing reveals malaria-associated biomarkers and mosquito attractants. So this they have shown that the breath of contains significant amount of two mosquito attractant terpenes like alpha-pinene and 3-carine. So a probability study on children less than 5 years have shown that there is a large probability for 3-carine in the breath of malaria-infected patients along with alpha-pinene. So the research gap is that for all the literature, we have done a thorough literature survey, and the identified research gap is there are no chemiresistive sensors for the detection of these two VOCs together. So if you are able to detect these two VOCs together, we can if we are able to develop a sensor for these two VOCs, then malaria can be diagnosed from the breath of humans in a very fast way and in a very efficient way. So this is the proposed system. So proposed system, we have proposed a new sensing material for the chemiresistive sensor, and the conducting polymer nanocomposite is developed, and that has been coated on the chemiresistive sensor with interdigitated electrodes, and the sensor is attached to an NOD-MCU ESP8266 development platform, and through the cloud service, we have provided the data, the same sensor output data to the remote user. So this is the proposed system schematic diagram. So the material has been synthesized in this is the procedural flow for the synthesis flow for the polyaniline nanocomposite synthesis. So WO3 nanoparticles were allowed to polymerize along with the aniline monomer in an aqueous solution acidic media with nitric acid of 1 molar concentration. And this has been stewed for 24 hours at a temperature less than 5 degrees Celsius. And after the 24 hours of time, it has been filtered and washed to get a dark green precipitate, which has been dried at 60 degrees Celsius to get the WO3 doped polyaniline nanocomposite. So the drying has been done in a hot air oven, and the dried polyaniline composite has been nicely powdered using a mortar and pestle to get the polyaniline nanocomposite with particles in the size of less than 20 nanometer. So this is we have synthesized around 4 combinations. That is, along with pure polymer with a different weight percentage of WO3 has been added to the polymer and synthesized 4 different combinations. That is 5 polymer with 5% WO3, 10, 15, and 20%. Of which the 15% has been shown a very good morphology and very good conductivity. So here I'm just showing the pure polyaniline as well as the 15% doped polymer. As a comparative study. So the pure polymer does not show any metallic compound, and the chemical composition of the material has been shown here using an EDAX study. So this is the FESCM image using at a 100 nanometer magnification. So you can see the 15% WO3 doped polyaniline has a sheet structure with WO3 nanoparticles, the metal oxide nanoparticles distributed over and below the sheet structured polymer. So this particular morphology has allowed this particular material to give a better sensing property compared to all other 3 materials. So the further study or all the sensing studies were done using this 15% doped polymer nanocomposite with WO3 doping. So after the synthesis of the material, the basic characterization, all the basic characterization has been done. So the impedance of the sensing material for a frequency variation from 100 Hz to 5 MHz was measured using a precision impedance analyzer. So the aim of this work is to provide a room temperature sensing of the malaria biomarker. So all the conductivity studies were done at room temperature, and the complex impedance analysis was conducted using Nyquist plot for finding out what is the basic conduction mechanism behind this material, or is it a grain boundary or a grain effect, and also to derive an equivalent circuit model using ZSimWin software. So this is the simulation result using ZSimWin. The equivalent circuit obtained is the series combination of parallel RC networks and
anyway, here all people are talking about that only in college. Yes, yes. All one seats. All the stuff one seats.
Just Dr. Arun.
Mr. Arun, please, can you mute your? Okay, thank you very much.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a basic impedance equation. Using this equation only, the curve fitting of the Nyquist plot has been done. And after curve fitting, the equivalent parameters of or the resistance and capacitance values of the the material has been derived. So all the resistance values obtained has shown that that's a basic. The resistance is in the range of 20 kilo ohms, and the capacitance values are in almost in the CP is a constant phase element. It can be a capacitive or an inductive element. So this capacitive element or inductive element nature of the CP is determined by the N value obtained after the simulation. If the N is near to 1 that indicates that it's a capacitive element. If it is near to 0, it's an indicate inductive element, and if it's a 0.5, it's a resistive element. Since the n value obtained for us all are 0.9, 0.9387 and n3 equal to 1, that means these all are CP1, 2 and CP3 are pure, nearly pure capacitive elements. So this is a pure RC network connected in series, and this explains the conduction mechanism inside the particular material. That is, there are the material behaves like the parallel combination of resistor and capacitor. So there is a slight charge storing ability for this particular material also. Now, using this material, we have fabricated sensors on 2 different substrates, one on the alumina and another one on the taconic substrate. So this is the figure, shows the basic interdigitated patterns designed using the CSG Microwave Studio software, and the same has been chemically etched onto the taconic substrate, and this substrate has been used for spin coating using a hallmark spin coater. And before spin coating, the synthesized sensing material has been mixed with a binder so that it will get properly sticked onto the substrate material. To that, we have used a solution of N-methyl pyrrolidone of 0.2 ml and mixed and made a thick gel-like solution. Then that has been spin coated on the substrate to get a proper spin coated chemi-resistive sensor. So this has been again even analyzed using SEM, that is scanning electron microscopy, to find out the thickness of the sensing layer, because thickness of the sensing layer is an important criteria when we determine the sensitivity of the sensor. So there are 2 sensors prepared. One was using spin coating and the B is using the drop casting method. So the manual drop casting has shown a thickness of around 490 micrometer, and the spin coated one has shown a 90 micrometers thickness. So this has been around reduced to 1/4 of the thickness of a drop casted one. Hence, we could achieve a better sensitivity for this sensor compared to that of a drop casted sensor. And the minimum detection limit obtained for a spin coated sensor was 1.5 ppm, while for the drop casted sensor it was around 3 ppm. So the sensitivity or the detection limit has been even reduced by 50% when we have used the spin coating method for this particular chemi-resistive sensor. And also the SEM images confirm that it's a non-uniform coating with agglomerated the particle. This white part is the sensing layer and the black part is the dark shade part is the substrate. And here also this is the sensing layer and this is the substrate part. So this ensures that it is a non-uniform coating and it is agglomerated and it is porous in nature, so that there are space for the VOC molecules to come and stick onto this particular sensing layer. So during the room temperature sensing studies, the resistance has been observed to be increasing. That is, on exposure to the gas, the resistance of the sensing layer increased, and again on exposure to bringing back to the normal air condition, the resistance decreased back to the initial value. For different concentration, we have conducted the experiments for different cycles. So 1.53 and for 3 ppm and 4.5 ppm, the sensing studies were conducted in multiple cycles, and the result obtained showed that the resistance value even increased along with the increase in concentration, and also the sensor has shown a good reversible nature, so that it can be, it ensures that this sensor has got a good repeatability. And the percentage sensitivity of the sensor is calculated using the resistance value obtained on exposure to the gas minus the resistance in the presence of air divided by the resistance of air into 100%. And the same this is for the the graph shows the first one is the tricarin and second one is the alpha-penin. So the sensor aims at detection of biomarkers tricarin and alpha-penin. This has been separately passed to the sensing chamber and the sensing studies were done individually. Then, since the VOCs will be present in a combined form in the breath of humans, we have even done a study of combining these 2 VOCs together in minimum concentration and sent to the sensing chamber and checked for the resistance variation. So the resistance has been shown a sharp hike from around 2K to a stability value of around 4.2K. Again, on exposure to the air, the resistance has steadily decreased back to its around its nearly to its initial value. So this has shown that it has a good repeatability and reversibility, and the spin coated sensor with the polyaniline nanocomposite of 15% doping has shown a better sensitivity compared to all other composites prepared. The percentage sensitivity calculated for the combined sensing is 45.05% with good response recovery times, and also found to be better than the individual VOC sensing percentage of the sensor.
Jisha, could you please conclude?
Yeah, can you give me 2 minutes so that I'll move on to the...
You have already taken more than 2 minutes of your allotted time slot.
Yes, sir. I'll just wind up. So there is an humidity study also we have conducted. So humidity study also confirmed that in under the presence of 90% humidity also we are able to achieve 20% sensitivity of the sensor. So this shows the circuit diagram where you have the voltage regulator for giving the power supply 7805 power supply. The analog input is given to the A0 pin of the node MCU, and the same has been displayed using an TFT display. So this is the software flow. The program will start like this. It will start, initialize, check for all the libraries, check for the Wi-Fi connection. If Wi-Fi is connected, it will check for the MQTT protocol is connected or not. So then if it is connected, it will read for the analog input. If the analog input is a non-zero, it will display as well as publish to the cloud service. So through the cloud service, it will be given to the remote. Users, and after that again delay will be called, it will clear the display again.
Are you there, Jisha? Because I cannot see your screen or I cannot hear your voice.
Unmute. Are you able to see now? Are you able to see, sir?
Not your screen. I can see your video, but not your screen.
One second, sir.
Please just conclude your presentation, and so that we can move
Yeah,
on.
so we have developed a chemi-resistive sensor, and we have conducted all the sensing studies. So the sensor has been shown a better sensitivity, and we have filed a patent for the portable device for malaria detection using the breath sensor, and we have published around five papers in very reputed journals which are indexed in the Web of Science. And this sensor will be further used for making the product to complete the product design, all those things. So that's all from my end. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for such a nice presentation, Jisha. So let me ask the participants if they have any questions to ask related to your presentation. So any question, participants, please?
No question. Thank you.
Question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are moving on to our next presentation, which will be presented by Main Salim Al-Shueli. Main, are you with us right now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Main. So the title of the presentation of mine is Social Distancing, Crowd Identification and Stamped Detection System. So you can go ahead, Mine, with your presentation. So I'll reiterate that you'll have 15 minutes for this presentation, and kindly try to finish it in 15 minutes. Jisha, can you please stop sharing your screen? Thank you, so that Mine can share her screen. Mine, please go ahead.
Okay, sir, inshallah. Just 5 minutes. So Sir, I would ask you, or I would tell you that I will present with my friends.
Can you please start, Main?
Okay, sir, inshallah. Now. Our project is going to be about social distancing, crowd identification. Everyone, hello, and
Nine.
welcome to our project.
Nine.
It's yes.
Okay, I will start.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Sorry, it's an issues for network.
Hello, doctors, and hello, everybody. How are you? I hope you are fine. My name is Nasra Al-Shikeli, and our friends Ma'in and Hafsa, welcome to our presentation. Today, inshallah, we will talk to you about the idea of our project, which is about social distancing, crowd identifications, and stampede detection system. So, nowadays, there are many diseases that are transmitted through distance between people, including the deadly coronavirus. So, as due COVID-19 outbreak, the humanity around the world is badly affected by the epidemic. During this difficult time, a big deal of responsibility lies on each and every individual. So many people across different parts of Oman are disturbed. So by the fatal COVID-19 epidemic disease is contaminous and also reproduced very fast among people because of gathering. So our system will be enforcing people for social distances. In case of any violations, the system will intimate automatically to the concerned government officials for swift actions to stop spreading the disease. So let's move to know more about know more about our project with my friend Maïn.
Thank you, my friend, for this opportunity. As we know, for COVID-19, all people are infected badly by the coronavirus. It's an infectious disease caused by the newly discovered coronavirus, and most of the infected people will experience mild to moderate respiratory illness and recover with an requiring a special treatment. But older people, children, and those with the underlying medical problem like diabetes and cancer, they will be more likely to develop to the serious illness. So now each one of us is responsible for dealing with this epidemic, and many people across different parts of Oman are distributed by the fatal of the COVID-19 epidemic. It spreads fastly between people, and the best way to prevent and slow down this transmission is to inform or will inform us and others about this disease. And we know that the one of the major cause of the COVID-19 is distance. So our project is uh, concentrating on the distance between people. We'll know more about it with my friend Hafsa. Hafsa, shall I throw the ball for you?
Yes, Ma'in. Thank you to give me a chance to tell us about the proposed solution. As we know, in light of the technical development in the world and with the spread of the coronavirus, which lead a bad effect in all the world, in public and in Oman especially, we discussed to innovate a new idea and develop this idea in a device which help to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 virus and decrease the number of people who are infected with corona. This device consists of ultrasonic sensor, Arduino Uno, alarm, LED in color red and green, breadboard, and GSM module. This device can put in the static place, and it measures the distance between the people. When the distance is less than 2 meters, so the device can work, put alarm, and send a message to the administration, and administration can deal with this situation. To know more about this device, we show us a short prototype how to implement this device. The prototype. Okay, in the prototype, that's in our system. First of all, is observing the sensor to read the people gathering, then read the signal. Once people has gathered, now the sensor will start to find the distance between the people when comes in static. It sends the people who take the position. Then the sensor tries to calculate the distance between the people, then check the distance. For example, if the distance less than 2 meters, so automatically sensor will send the signal to the microcontroller. Then the microcontroller, sorry, we have a week for problem in the network. So now we complete about explain the prototype. So when the distance between the people is less than 2 meters, then automatically the sensor send the signal to the microcontroller. Then the microcontroller, what will it do? Microcontroller send the message to the administration. Yes, and the administration so use some this message or alarm to use or to the people to make the distance. Yes, as we showed the prototype, now the sensor notify the administration about this situation by sending the message, and the administration now know about this, that this distance is less than more 2 meters. So when the send notification using network, now the administration check about this alarm and notify to the people to put the distance, and the people immediately keep the distance between them. That's all about our device. Now let's move to my friends Nasra to complete.
Thank you, Hafsa and Ma'in. Thank you. Finally, we are living in a noise world. This world is full of viruses and disease. All these are cause illnesses people, and they can't produce in the countries. So if they continue with this situation on the world will be nothing. There are many causes for disease spreading like less immunity, but the main one is distance. So, and also touching. So as we worked hard to find the best innovations for system and devices, which is turn limit the spread of this disease, as will reduce the number of people who are infected. The device will force people to make distance between them. This may help many people in different ages to protect themselves for the virus. So thank you to listen to us. If there is any questions, we will happy to answer it to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. So if we have any questions from the participants or audience, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I have
Thank
one question. How this device will identify the different variants of COVID-19?
Yes, it's going to be to measure the distance between two people. Unless the distance be more than 2 meters, everything is going to be okay. There is nothing to be. But if the distance between two persons will be less than 2 meters, the device will have an alarm with an GSM module. That alarm will be, or the module first will send an message for the administration, and the administration will send a message as an alarm that check the distance between you people, that they can understand that there is some people who are sitting, but the distance between them is not 2 meters, I mean.
less than. Yes.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, doctors.
Thank you. Any question?
Any question more?
No, thank you very much for your presentation. So all the participants, our track is going to end at this particular point. This was the last presentation of the track. So I would request all of you to please join us back at 4:35 p.m. Oman time for the for the announcement of best paper in different tracks. So we'll I will see you again at 4:35 p.m. So you can go, you can have a cup of tea and then come back at 4:35 p.m. for the prize distribution ceremony.
Thank you, sir.
So good evening, one and all. Now let's move on to the most awaited session of our first international conference on smart innovation in science and engineering, SISE 2021, that is our closing and award ceremony. So for this session, with great pleasure, let me welcome Dr. Manav Zgaibe. Dr. Manav Zgaibe is an associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and he is also the Assistant Dean of College of Engineering, Dhofar University, Salalah, Oman. So, Dr. Manav, I kindly invite you to announce the Best Paper Award for each track of SISE 2021. Dr. Manav, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
Clear?
Yeah, clear.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Prajuna. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Manav Zgaibe. Again, I'm the Assistant Dean of College of Engineering at Dhofar University. First, it's a great pleasure and honor to host this closing ceremony and the awards announcement for this fascinating conference, which is held virtually at Dhofar University and organized by the College of Engineering faculty. Many thanks to the organizing committee for this fabulous work. Special thanks, of course, are extended to our colleague, Dr. Najm Al-Hassan, who had put an immense effort and spent lots of time in gathering all the pieces together. We are here at the College of Engineering, very glad to have hosted this conference. Of course, this is the first version, hoping to carry on with the future versions, inshallah, to be in the upcoming years, to be held physically at Dhofar University, this amazing campus here. Also, special thanks to the keynote speakers, Dr. Ravi, Mr. Muaz, Dr. Saleh, our dear friend and colleague, Dr. Fathi Abbasi, and Dr. Walid Ajaz from Canada. They gave very high quality presentations that were all well received by the attendees. To all participants, also, you presented very good and excellent papers. And the attendance, of course, I mean, we are very glad with the attendance ratio in all the tracks. The attendance was very, very good for like this as a first conference. However, coming to this point, although all the presentation were very good and of excellent like work, at this point we will be giving a certificate of merit to those papers selected by the committee. So I don't know if my screen is my screen clear?
Are you presenting? No, nothing is visible, Doctor.
Please share the screen.
It's now it's shared.
No, Doctor, till now, no.
No.
Okay. Now?
Still no.
Because of
yes, now yes. Yes, okay, now.
Okay, so again, the papers selected based on the following criteria. We have 5 criterion. The first 5 criteria, the first one, originality, and the description of this, like based on the significance of the results, originality of the topic or the logic, timeliness and uniqueness of ideas. The second criterion is information and organization, basically how the presentation was, neat slides, easy visual, readability, coherence. The third one is a presentation, clarity of speech, articulation, and good language. The fourth one, knowledge of material, where the questions were answered with the confidence and whether the presenter has familiarity with the subject. And the last one, of course, is the relevance of the theme of the track. So for the first track, which is advances in chemical engineering, we had 9 papers presented. So the first certificate of merit in this track, the certificate of merit in this track goes to Rakesh Namditi for the paper titled Biosorption of Methylene Blue from Aqueous Solution Using Banana Leaves Powder, Optimization by RSM. So on behalf of Dhofar University Deputy Vice Chancellor and Dr. Srar Hassan, the Dean of College of Engineering, congratulations to Rakesh. In the second track, which is advances in architectural engineering, 5 papers were presented. And the certificate of merit goes to Sofia Sebastian. The presentation titled Design Techniques and Radical Forms of Zuha Hadid. Congratulations also to Sofia. The third track is advances in civil engineering. 7 papers were presented in this track. And the certificate of merit goes to Hamad Khalid, Geopolymer Zeolite Cementitious Spheres of Adsorption Applications. So congratulations to Hamad. In advances in mechanical and mechatronics engineering, 10 papers were presented in this track. And the award or certificate of merit goes to Aaron for the paper titled The Feasibility Study and Demonstrated Model of Hybrid Power Generation System for Electrification of Remote Areas in Sultanate of Oman. So congratulations to Aaron. Last track is advances in electrical and computer engineering. 11 papers were presented in this track. And the certificate of merit goes to Hassan Mahbub for the paper titled Finite Element Analysis of Partially Biodegradable TiE-PGA Composite Implants Assembled with Bone Fracture. Again, on behalf of Dhofar University, congratulations to all who received the certificate of merit, and thank you all to all participants. Thank you to the keynote speakers. Thank you to the organizing committee, and thank you for the attendees also. This was, again, an amazing experience for us. Hopefully in the future, again, we'll be having this conference here in campus. So thank you so much, and good luck for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Manaf, and congratulations to all the winners. Now, finally, I would like to invite Dr. Najamul Hassan, Associate Professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and who is also the chairperson of the organizing committee of this conference, SISE 2021, to speak a few words on SISE 2021. Over to you, Dr. Najam. Dr. Najam, your mic is, please unmute.
I'll begin by thanking our Vice Chancellor, Professor Hassan Kashob, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Syed Ehsan Jamil, URC Chair, Dr. Professor Muhammad Asif Gondal, Dean, College of Engineering, Dr. Israrul Hassan, Assistant Dean, College of Engineering, Dr. Manaf, and all the steering committee members for their tremendous support to organize this conference. I would like to extend my thanks to the organizing team also, Dr. Muhammad Sharik Khan, Dr. Hiba Hussain, Dr. Saiful Islam, and Dr. Mahat Shams, and Mr. Omar Faraz Khan for their continuous support and cooperation throughout the conference for the success of this conference. And I would also like to thank all the session chairs and the evaluation committee members for their support in organizing the smooth and running of the smooth sessions. And finally, I would like to thank all the presenters and as well as the speakers for their wonderful presentations, and hope so we will see you in the next year also. So goodbye from my side. So thank you so much. So we have here Dr. Professor Asif and also Dr. Israr. So Dr. Asif, if you want to say, Professor Asif, if you want to say something about this conference.
Thank you very much for inviting me this suddenly. So I'm really very happy and very glad actually, because if you people remember in the beginning of the URC last 1 year, in the URC we discussed about every college should have at least one international conference in a year. So in my opinion, that was the first result of that meeting. And I'm very, very happy actually to see this international conference going on, and many excellent researchers came in that conference. And I was actually really very happy. The main reason was, now it looked like a university culture. So in the university culture, where conferences going on, symposium going on, research culture is going on. So that's really amazing. So I was very happy, and Alhamdulillah, all the team, Dr. Najam, your team, and so you did a wonderful job in all aspects. I was in the conference from the last yesterday, and most of the session I attended. So overall, excellent presentation, arrangement. So I think credit goes to all management, especially Dean Dr. Israr, Assistant Dean Dr. Manaf, and all your organizing committee. So keep up the good work, and inshallah, we will have our second international conference next year, inshallah, again. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Asif. Thank you so much for the good words. Now, I would like to request the Dean of College of Engineering, Dhofar University, Dr. Israrul Hassan, to speak a few words in this closing ceremony. Dr. Israr.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, again, I'd like to thank the collective efforts from all of the College of Engineering and all of the organizing committees and the various committees that put on a successful event. I'm really proud that Dhofar University was able to host such a unique and wonderful conference centering around innovation. Again, extended thanks to the keynote speakers and to all of the presenters. I applaud you all. And I'm really looking forward to the second international conference on smart innovation. This event was really successful. We had well over 150 attendees. And I'm grateful that the College of Engineering really put the icing on the cake when it comes to hosting this wonderful, unique and international conference. So again, congratulations to you all. And I'm so proud to be a part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Israr. Thank you so much. And with this, I thank all the participants who have made this event a great success. And with this, we have come to the end of the closing ceremony. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for attending. Thank you.